Is it that big a deal for you? Do you play it down a bit?
I think it is in my nature to sort of play these things down. I think I struggle to find the words emotionally how to obviously say it out loud. Obviously, I'm full of pride. I'm obviously extremely happy with the news. As I said before, I've actually found it a little bit overwhelming, the socials and the messages that have come through. I guess it's just a dream come true. It's something it's all I've ever wanted is not just play professional cricket, but actually test how good I am. So I guess I'm really just excited about the opportunity to potentially put on an England shirt. As I sit here now, it's still quite hard to put into words.
So I will ask you this, Sam, there's been a lot of talk over the last couple of years, all very, very positive around you, and I think that the question's bound to be asked because you've been in such great form, that kind of under the radar, is Sam going to get that call up? How have you coped with that over the last couple of years, that kind of chatter?
I think the people that know me know who I am and how I am as a cricketer, but not only as a cricketer, but as a person. Obviously, with my cricket over the last few years, through missing out on the 100 and various things, I've actually had to do a little bit of soul searching and find out areas. I'm still always looking where I can improve my game. I always find the chat, it is just chat. Put bluntly, outside the cricket world, one of my best mates texts me, still asking me what an ODI was. So it just goes to show that there's people out there, as much as this is a game and a job, it's just a bit of fun. So I've tried not to read too much into it. My first love and pride is obviously playing for Warwickshire. I think in times I got caught up in the destination of playing for England, then I got lost in the journey. So I think over the last few years, I probably just tried to go back to the reason why I started playing this game, and that was to ultimately have fun. And for me, it's just about winning games at Warwickshire. So, as I say, to get the nod is obviously very pleasing.
And it's the latest milestone for you in your Bears career. Obviously, came over here as a teenager. Big move for anybody coming across the other side of the world, but especially for a sort of 16-year-old lad. You've been through the academy, you've been through the ranks here. I mean, you're a bear through and through.
Yeah, it's tricky. I was a kid when I moved over. I texted Cookie last night saying, it's funny how much things have changed. The journey I've been on when he picked me up as a 16-year-old in the snow, and I was wearing shorts and flip-flops. And over the last 10 years, this place has certainly become home. So, it's a hell of a journey, that's for sure. But I wouldn't change it for the world. It's just trying to appreciate what we do for a living. I think I'm so grateful to, for Warwickshire to give me a chance all those years ago. And they didn't have to do that. But 10 years later, sitting here, hopefully a few more years left, I'm just really excited, not only where this club is going, but obviously my own progression as well. It's just really exciting.
And you're back in today with the guys training ahead of Northampton Sunday. What's the reaction been amongst teammates?
Obviously, again, it's overwhelming, isn't it? Like, I sit here now and obviously everyone's saying congratulations, and I don't know, it just makes me feel a bit, not emotional, but it makes me feel like, it's, they care. I know this dressing room's a special one because everyone to do well on and off the field. We all really love each other. It's a very close dressing room, and as I say, the feeling amongst the lads is one that they know how big it is. As someone walks past, how big it is for the call to come. Obviously, I'm very grateful for that call. It's something that I've honed for over the last couple of years. So, as I say, it's been pretty cool walking into the dressing room today.
And just finally, Sam, you mentioned at the start there about you spoke to your parents, one of the first calls, maybe the first call you made. I mean, that must have been fantastic to break that news to your folks. That's a real proud moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Obviously, my mum and dad I say mum and dad, my whole family, mum and dad, my two brothers are still back in Australia. So, obviously broke the news to them, and as you can probably tell, they're obviously delighted, over the moon. How many cliches can I put in? But yeah, I took the time just to reflect on, for them, ever since I was a kid, obviously the kit, driving me to games, training, all that. And I guess it's as much as a proud moment, not only for myself, but obviously for my family. They did so much for me growing up, so it's actually quite special. I'm not sure if they'll be over, if and when I play, I'm not too sure, but I guess it's just a special time, and I'm so thankful for them for what they did for me to get here to where I am today.
Please welcome the Somerset team, led out by Tom Abel, together with the overnight not-out batsman for Warwickshire.
A very good morning. Welcome to Edgbaston. I'd love to say it's a fine and sunny day. It really isn't. It's murky. The floodlights are on, but we are going to be starting on time for day 3 of this LV County Championship Division 1 game between Warwickshire and Somerset. The overnight state of play with a very useful late wicket for Somerset. Warwickshire on 112 for 3, trailing by 103 runs. Alex Davies and Dan Mosley are emerging to recommence the innings. The Somerset fielders have a little bit of a huddle. The big jumpers are out today. That's probably fairly understandable. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. Phil Britt will be here from Warwickshire County Cricket Club a little bit later on. But alongside me, the always well-presented Anthony Gibson, putting us to shame.
Good morning, Richard. Yes, it is a bit gloomy over Birmingham today at Somerset. Won't be too distressed about that. It looks like a day for bowling rather than batting with this heavy cloud cover. There isn't much in the pitch. I talked to Neil Wagner last night in recognition of his highest first-class score, 72. And
his description was fantastic.
It was. He said, there are no crocodiles in this pitch. No crocodiles. I haven't heard that before. And he's got a wonderful accent as well, which because he was born in South Africa and spent a lot of time in New Zealand. So it's a sort of cross between South African accent and New Zealand, which comes across almost as Australian. But lovely bloke. And he'll be looking forward to bowling today.
Probably not too much of a surprise. He's got the ball in his hand already as well.
No, it's Josh Davies.
I was fooled by the fact he's going round the wicket. You know what I mean? I saw a sturdy fella. But yeah.
Yeah, Josh Davies to open up from the Birmingham end. Clutch of spectators behind him in the RAS Wyatt stand as Davies in and bowls to Mosley. Lets that run off the face of the bat down to backward point, where Neil Wagner does the fielding. Just 2 slips. Lewis Gregory is usually at first slip, and Andy Umeed at second. We've got Lewis Goldsworthy at extra cover, Tom Banton at mid-off, Jack Brooks at mid-on, skipper Tom Abel, shortish mid-wicket, and man out on the boundary is Sean Dixon at deep square leg. As Davies into Mosley, who comes down the pitch, gets in a tangle. Ball drops down. He was worried for a moment that that might run back onto his stumps. He was like Cal Hot Bricks last night, Dan Mosley. And he started off in similar fashion this morning.
It's one of those sessions when you come in that there's not a lot to gain and quite a bit to lose.
It was, yeah. He survived 2 very close LBW appeals from Lewis Gregory in the space of 4 balls. And really didn't look at all comfortable. Davey from the Birmingham end, wide of the crease, he's there and bowls, and that one outside the off stump. Quite a lot of away swing after the ball had pitched, but no need for Mosley to play a shot at it. It was too wide. He's had a disappointing season, Josh Davey, mainly because of injuries. Hasn't been the force that he has been in recent seasons. He and Craig Overton forming one of the most potent opening bowling partnerships in the county championship in recent years. At one stage they were even more successful than Rushworth and Onions, the legendary Durham partnership. Davey bowls, is edged and caught by Andy Umeed at second slip. Well, he hadn't looked at all comfortable, had Dan Mosley, and that ball from Davey took the outside edge and went low and quite quickly to Andy Umeed, who took a very good catch low to his left, and that's the 4th Warwickshire wicket going down for 112, and a wicket has fallen in the very first over of the day.
Yeah, it's a really good catch. They're not easy, those. When it's round the wicket, it's coming at quite a sharp angle and tumbling to his left. He's got his hands nicely underneath that, Andy Umeed. And Mosley, you mentioned, didn't look comfortable yesterday evening. Certainly didn't in this first over today. And that's a very good low catch from Umeed, just looking at the replay on the stream as well. And an early breakthrough. And Somerset, that 9th wicket stand on Tuesday and Wednesday has taken them from being in a really difficult position into the game to, with that wicket, being slightly on top, actually. And with not a particularly long batting order for Warwickshire. They did bail themselves out last week when Danny Briggs made 99 at Lords, so the second half of the innings went quite well. But Barnard and Burgess, the first 2 to come in today. Barnard coming to join Alex Davies now. There's a bit of pressure on them in, as what you quite rightly say, bowling conditions today with the full cover of cloud. It's fairly high cloud, and if there is any liquid around, I don't think it'd be too much.
No, I don't think they're forecasting any rain.
No.
But I think it was movement off the seam rather than away swing to the left-hander that accounted for Mosley.
There wasn't a lot. Whatever it was, there wasn't a lot. I don't think he was entirely playing down the right line.
Mm.
But it's nonetheless interesting, given these conditions, by the way, that there are just the 2 slips in. You'd think actually it was ripe this morning for putting a 3rd one in.
Yeah, he's hedging his bets a bit. Is Tom Abel. There was several edges flew through where 3rd or 4th slip might have been when either there wasn't a 3rd or 4th slip or Tom Abel was standing in the gully yesterday evening. As Davey is into the new batsman Ed Barnard, who's up on his toes, playing that up to mid-off, where Tom Banton fields. Good contingent of Somerset supporters up here for this game, and I haven't actually managed to bump into any of them in any of the local pubs, which I normally do, but our choices have not coincided. Here's Davies. He's in and bowls to Barnard, who just holds his bat inside the line. End of the first over. It's a wicket maiden for Josh Davies, and I'd give you his bowling figures if they hadn't just been taken off the scoreboard and replaced by Lewis Gregory's.
2 for 30 from 10 overs. Yeah, it's one of the glitches of the scoreboard, that happens very quickly at the end of an over. And Lewis Gregory is going to bowl from the pavilion end. So have you been, for your evening postprandial beverage, have you been mingling with the students of Selly Oak? Have you been heading to the Hagley Road, where I know you quite like going up there, or have you been going to the city centre?
I haven't been to the city centre yet. On Tuesday night I went to the old Moseley Arms, just up the road from here.
Okay, yes. Yeah, I didn't offer Moseley Village, and I should have done.
Yep.
I should have offered Moseley
Village. And then
Village.
last night I went to the Hop Garden in Harborne.
Oh my word! You're going for the fancy places, clearly. As this ball just back of a length from Lewis Gregory is left alone outside off stump.
No, it's not particularly fancy, but they do a good line in different relays.
Well, it being a Thursday, of course, you could always nip to Sturchley tonight, because all the craft beer places in Sturchley are open. It's the hip and happening place for your craft ale.
Is that where the Thousand Trades is and all of that?
It's there are three.
That's the jewellery. That's the jewellery quarter.
There are 3 microbreweries in Sturchley, all of which, or 2 of which, will be open tonight. As Gregory is in once more, that one just angles off the seam, further away from off stump. Alex Davies leaving well alone.
He's bowling well within himself, Lewis Gregory. He's getting the ball to swing predominantly away from the right-handed batsman.
Davies made a century back in April. After that, it's been fitful. Had a good campaign as skipper for the majority of the T20 Blast. Of the 11 games he was in charge, he only lost 1, and that was the quarter-final.
Quarter-final again.
Rather unfortunate for him. As Gregory again outside off stump his line. Davies not tempted, and it goes through safely to James Root.
Slip cordon has been reinforced for Lewis Gregory. That's Tom Lammonby at sort of 4th slip position. So you've got Tom Abel at 1st slip, Umeed at 2nd, and Lammonby 4th slip, sort of fine gully position.
Nobody's yet come up for a solution of numbers and cable knit sweaters. So, so the Somerset numbers are hidden below the sweaters. You can just see them break through. Gregory just slightly short of a full length, defended by Davies softly up towards mid-off.
Yes, I like to see them in their cable knit jumpers. Kent are another county that wear traditional cricket jumpers without the numbers on the back.
But I love to see the numbers. So the crowd know who's doing what, because you don't have the little lights on the board to tell you who picked up the ball these days, which used to be great. Is Davey in towards the pads of... sorry, I beg your pardon. Gregory in towards the pads of Davies.
That's the one he brings back into the right-hander, and well played by Alex Davies. Alex Davies, who was missed by James Rue, difficult chance low to his right yesterday evening.
He was upsetting Neil Wagner, Alex Davies, in the bit that I was watching. Runs through third man, slashes through point.
Yes, he had his fair share of good fortune.
Yeah. It's also good scoring errors for him. That's the issue sometimes with players like that, isn't it? As this ball is full outside off stump, left by Davies and through for what is a maiden over, 112 for 4. Over the years, we've often seen this battle with Sam Hain, where bowlers will bowl at his pads and they'll ooh and they'll and he'll just milk them through mid-wicket, because that's one of his strongest areas. It sort of nearly got it through. Yeah, but it's Sam Hain. Jonathan Trott was very similar from that point of view. There are areas that you bowl. People used to think there was a weakness in James Hildreth, but not when he was on it. There wasn't. There just wasn't. You know, you'd end up feeding him runs by trying to get him in front of the stumps, try and get him LBW. Sometimes players are just too good.
Yeah. Here's Davey to bowl He's coming over the wicket to the right-hander, Ed Barnard, and Barnard's up on his toes, playing that out into the covers. Lamonby fields from extra cover. In the contest to avoid relegation between Middlesex and Kent, I think Kent probably just about ahead on points at the moment. 349 for 4 they have, as Davies in and bowls outside the off stump.
Yeah, I think it's looking like Middlesex are going to have to try and find a way of beating Notts, and I think that's going to be very difficult to achieve in the last 2 days.
Looks like Kent are on course for probably 4 batting points, 351 for 4 in the 92nd, with Joe Denley 108. Not out. Somerset played Joe Denley into form last week. He's hardly scored a run all season. Batted and looked very scratchy early on against Somerset, but gradually batted himself back into form. Davy bowls to Barnard, who's watchfully forward. Banton with the fielding at mid-off. So it's Kent who are ahead on points of Middlesex. Middlesex in all sorts of strife off the field as well as on it for financial irregularities.
Scoreboard's got stuck, I note.
112 for 4. Davy in and bowls, and Barnard just lets this hit the face of his bat and drop down into the offside. And there's no run picked up by Umeed. It's got an end of season feel about it, this game, hasn't it? Fairly sparse crowd. Cloudy skies, the floodlights on. Somerset plugging away for wickets, and Warwickshire intent more on defence than counter-attack at the moment, but who knows how things might develop. And this is a really good delivery from Josh Davey that Ed Barnard had to play at. It was pitched just about on off stump and left him quite sharply off the pitch.
No, they've unplugged it and plugged it in again. The scoreboard has come to life 5 balls later, and it's reflected as well on the feed that it was on 39 overs for a while. Now it's 39.5. I mean, they've not missed any runs. Let's be fair. There hasn't been a shot remotely in anger yet this morning.
There's Davey loping in. He's there, bowls and beats Ed Barnard, who didn't really need to play at that one. It was a loose shot from Barnard. He rather hung his bat out there, an open invitation to the ball to take the outside edge, but it didn't. And that's the end of the 3rd over of the morning, and Warwickshire have not added to their overnight 112. It was for 3, it's now for 4.
Yeah, it's the quality and consistency of the line there from Davey that ends up with a batsman playing at a ball that they don't need to. End up with the mind being a tad muddled. Barnard, who's spent a considerable period of time since that delivery berating himself for having played the shot. As Davis awaits 2 slips and a narrow gully, if you like, and he's pulling a short ball into the leg side, and they should have time to come through for a couple. So Davey does the fielding. 114 for 4. Davis to 28.
It's Jack Brooks.
Oh, it's Jack Brooks. See, it's the
You'll
Kerber
get
time.
there. You'll get there.
Well, no, I will get there. It was the broadness of shoulder I was going on, because Davey, of course, has big, broad shoulders. He's quite old school in his build, isn't he? Davey, for a seam bowler.
He is, yeah.
As Gregory approaches once more. And that one much better line around off stump. On full length. Guided towards mid-wicket. So the Somerset flag hasn't made it up onto the pole on day 3. I noticed on day 1.
No, I haven't asked Polly Rhodes what's happened to it, but it's a shame it's not there. It's the first game this season where it hasn't been flying, home or away.
If it's in the ground, we should find a way of rectifying this. It's only proper. Gregory, outside off stump, left alone, through to James Root. A bit of breeze today. It's sort of coming from the right as we look, which is the east. Don't tend not to get any particularly bad weather coming from that direction. It always seems to come from the southwest. You start sending it up from Somerset. And once it hits Worcester, we know we're in trouble in about half an hour's time.
Yes, it does. It does come up the Severn Estuary, doesn't it?
Yeah. Raining at Taunton, we've got about 2 hours. Bristol, an hour and a half. Worcester, maybe 45 minutes. Gregory, back of a length outside off stump, a little bit wider than he would have liked there, Lewis Gregory.
He hasn't hit his straps this morning, Lewis Gregory. Just too far outside off stump.
I'll look for other members of the artillery soon if he doesn't quite find that line. Good options for Tom Abel. And this actually, I mean, it has got an end of season feel, but it has the makings of being a very competitive game.
Yep. Could be. It's followed a very similar pattern to the game between these two sides here last year.
Gregory into the pads of Davies. Steers it towards mid-wicket. There's no run there because the field is across quickly.
When Warwickshire were set 390, something like that, to win in the fourth innings and were going really, really well until Jack Brooks took a couple of wickets in 1 over. Got rid of Will Rhodes, who was going great guns, and Michael Burgess was, I think it was adjudged LBW. It was perhaps not the best umpiring decision ever.
Gregory outside off stump, left alone again. 114 for 4, just 2 runs and 1 wicket in the first 4 overs of the day. You're describing that as a generous decision in favour of the bowler.
It was. I think even Jack Brooks would have accepted that.
But having said that, I'm sure he had quite a few that weren't given during the season that should have been.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Neil Wagner was unlucky yesterday with his decision and caught behind. But when I asked him about it, he was phlegmatic. He said exactly what you just said, Richard, that, swings and roundabouts. Yeah. Some days you get them, some days, get a bad one.
And you can be a bit more phlegmatic when you've just cracked 72 rather attractive runs.
Here's Josh Davies to bowl another over. He's in a bowls, and first time that he's strayed onto middle and leg, but doesn't concede a run as that's played up to Jack Brooks. At mid-on, Tom Abel with his hands on his head, just having a chat with umpire Pollard. Maybe thinking that if Barnard hadn't got bat on ball, he would have been a candidate for an LBW appeal. There's no great sense of urgency about the cricket at the moment, as Davies in and bowls, brings this one back into Barnard, and is shy at the stumps by Tom Banton because Alex Davies was out of his crease, backed up by a combination of Tom Abel and Lewis Goldsworthy. Slightly gratuitous shy at the stumps from Tom Banton. I think Davies was back in his ground by the time the ball was on its way towards the stumps. Banton did have the opportunity. Oh, no, it was Lammonby who had the opportunity for run out yesterday afternoon, as Davies in and bowls, and Barnard just plays deliberately inside the line of another away swinger from Josh Davies.
Some of the interaction between Alex Davies and Ed Barnard does suggest that Ed Barnard is not entirely comfortable out there just at the moment. You can understand why. Well, Davies so consistent this morning with where he's putting the ball.
Just the 2 runs added in the first 20 minutes or so. Just Davies in and bowls to Barnard, and this time he defends a ball angled in towards him from wide of the crease on middle stump, and there won't be a run. Ed Barnard in the county championship this season. season has had a middling sort of time with the bat. 409 runs at 27, best of 95. Valuable runs in the last game for Warwickshire. This time he's looking for a single into the offside, but won't get it. That is 13 balls that he's gone without getting off the mark. But he's looked quite calm out there.
Yeah, he'll try and dig in. His 95 was a tremendous innings early in the season at Southampton, where he ended up sacrificing a chance of a first century because they were going for quick runs on the final morning. We thought there was no chance of a result. They declared with about an hour and a quarter to go before lunch, and they had Hampshire 8 down by the lunch interval. So that worked rather well.
Yes, I remember that, yes. It's Davies in bowls to Barnard. Gets that one to go quite sharply off the pitch, but a little bit too wide, so Barnard didn't need to play at it. It's a maiden over for Josh Davies, who's bowled very well this morning. He's out-bowled Lewis Gregory so far this morning, and he has the wicket of Dan Mosley to show for it.
Yeah, the third day of that particular game was entirely washed out, so it led to them taking a bit of a gamble. And it took a long time to get the final 2 wickets in the afternoon session. It had flattened out somewhat. The conditions were not quite so helpful to the seamers. Lewis Gregory looking to see if he can find a bit of rhythm. It's not quite come out of his hand right so far. Into bowl to Alex Davies, who squeezes him through square leg for a single. First change of ends for the batters so far this morning. Just over 20 minutes into the day. 115 for 4. Playing 7 of the 9 matches in the Championship this morning. The worst of the weather is up north because no play as yet at either Chester Street nor Headingley. But everywhere else underway. Just a shame that the key issues are being decided at a time of the year where the weather is always like to have an impact. Not least, look, sometimes we have lovely Septembers. Anthony and I were talking about it before play, and we have in recent years often had lovely Septembers, but the days will get curtailed by light, and there's nothing you can do about that. No way we'll get through the 104 scheduled overs today, as this ball outside off stump is left alone.
No, that's certainly true. It's the umpires did their best last evening, actually brought the players back on after they'd gone off around about 20 past 5, and we thought, for bad light, we thought, well, that's it for the day. But then the skies cleared for about 10 minutes and the umpires brought them back on, which showed a greater sense of urgency than they had during the course of the afternoon, when between 3 and 4 there was absolutely no rain and the covers remained in place and nothing was happening.
Gregory in to Barnard, forward, a very straight bat. Ball only rolls about 8 yards in front of him. Gregory ignores it, allows somebody else to go and do the picking up. I'm in my spell, doesn't stretch me back just now. 115 for 4. Barnard not yet off the mark, having faced 16 deliveries. But there isn't urgency to get quick runs on the board. And the desire for Warwickshire is to close this gap, which is still at 100, and Somerset will feel they've got a chance of a first innings lead here if they bowl well this morning. The red soles of Gregory flick behind him. Outside edge from Barnard. He might have thought that he'd get off the mark, but the Matador wide sort of 4.5 slip dives gracefully to his right and gets 2 hands on it. And Barnard will have to wait.
It's Tom Lavenby there.
I'm just hedging now, you know that. I'm hedging.
He's one of 2 left-handers in the Somerset side, the other being Lewis Goldsworthy.
Plenty of noise from the fielders, which is always a positive sign.
And of course Neil Wagner's left-hander as well.
This one just back of a length, and well, I thought he was going to chop on. Did he get anything on that?
I thought it ran down off the bat into the ground and bounced up to the wicketkeeper.
The astonishing thing there is he's got a fair amount of bat on it. It's bounced not far from his right foot, and then it's carried through to the wicketkeeper on one bounce. That's the thing that was odd. Normally expected to pop up in the air and then roll.
Probably hit one of the one of the bowler's footmarks.
Yeah. Must have done. It's almost a trick of the eye, that one. Gregory in to complete the over, and that's down the leg side, and Barnard will feel he's missed out, but they're often a very difficult ball to put away. Would have been a one-day wide, of course, but don't need any of that business in this. 115 for 4, just 3 runs for 1 wicket in 6 overs so far this morning. Somerset asking the sort of questions that they feel they ought to be this morning, and Davey will continue from the Birmingham end. Some of the cranes are going to be shrouded in cloud today. See whether we can match the 14 count of Tuesday.
And I've had a tweet from Dave from Court. Morning, Dave. What's the weather like in Brum this Thursday morning? Well, it's gloomy. It's overcast. Grey. He says, is there enough time for us, i.e. Somerset, to bowl them, i.e. Warwickshire, out quickly, have a second innings blast and beat them in the final overs tomorrow? Well, possibly. That's Davies in and bowls to Davies. And defensive shot. Somerset started well this morning. The bowlers, well, particularly Josh Davey. Lewis Gregory's been economical, but that's mainly because he's been too far outside the off stump, and batsmen haven't needed to play at too many of the deliveries from Lewis Gregory. So only 3 runs have been added in the first 25 minutes or so.
Not been much loose, has there?
No. No, they've got their bowling boots on today, these two. Davies in and bowls, and this one is down leg side and goes out to Lewis Gregory. Lewis Goldsworthy, the other Lewis, coming in from the mid-wicket boundary.
3 Toms, 2 Lewises this week.
Yep. Tom is the most popular Christian name amongst current first-class cricketers in England.
There's a plethora at Sussex, I note.
Steve Pittard worked that out for me.
Oh, and of course, you've got 4 when Cola Cadmore's playing.
Yep, absolutely. And James Rew's younger brother, who's played for the Seconds, he's another Tom. It was in the air for a time off the bat of Ed Barnard, but landed well short of Tom Abel, coming in from short mid-wicket. Abel likes to field either short mid-wicket or short extra cover, so that he's at the fulcrum of events out there. Makes it a bit easier for him to have a chat with the bowler, but he's also not far away from wicketkeeper and slips, and has a good view of what's going on as Davies in and bowls and brings this one back in quite sharply to Ed Barnard. He started well this morning as Josh Davey.
He's been excellent. Good pro. International cricket for Scotland doesn't do you any harm, does it? The quality of opposition that you get to play occasionally.
Yeah, he's got a decent record, particularly one-day internationals for Scotland. Not that he is Scottish; he just happened to be born in Aberdeen. He's in and bowls, and Barnard plays deliberately inside the line.
Is that like the principle that just because you're born in a stable doesn't make you a horse?
Exactly.
Okay, but he qualifies.
Oh yeah. His father worked in the oil industry.
Oh, okay.
And was up there in Aberdeen when Josh Davey arrived in the world. But he's a Suffolk boy.
And finds himself at Somerset. There you go.
Yeah. After a spell earlier in his career at Middlesex.
Yeah.
And he's done very well for Somerset, particularly in harness with Craig Overton. They make very good contrast. This is driven nicely by Barnard. He's finally underway with 4 through extra cover. Just overpitched slightly by Josh Davey, and Barnard spotted his opportunity and didn't try and hit it too hard. Punched it away through extra cover. 4 runs to him, 120 for 4 at the end of that 44th over.
That was worth waiting 23 deliveries for, wasn't it? So, yeah. Apologies, Anthony, you may hear the full BBC Radio WM bulletin here, but I'll be doing a report during the next over at some point. Gregory is going to continue. Warwickshire doing everything they can to preserve wickets, try and get this ball past the 50 over mark and hope that that counteracts the overhead conditions, which it might do. But this partnership worth 8 in 38 balls in 27 minutes. And 4 of those came off the last delivery. And Gregory comes in to bowl over the wicket, outside off stump, large stride forward from Davies, but he keeps the bat well away from the business end of that delivery. Little bit of movement off the seam. Gregory and Davies then have some sort of conversation. I mean, I don't know whether it was about their winter plans. There was a shrug from Davies at the end of the conversation as Gregory eventually turned round as he nearly reached the umpire. And here he comes once more, Gregory. And Davies just jabs at it. They think about a quick single, but the fielder is in pretty quickly. So they decide not to go for that. It's a quiet murmur around the ground. Wiser souls may well be housed inside, and quite a few people at this end of the ground. They've got a chance of keeping it a little bit warmer. Davies awaits once more. Off his pads, clips this fine. He'll get 4 runs for that, because long leg is very wide indeed. It's a big area on that side of the ground. And Davies has put that away nice and fine for 4. He's up to 34. And the Bears 124 for 4. Less than a minute away now from the update.
Yeah. Gregory just trying to bowl the inducker and just getting it wrong, just getting his line wrong there.
Gregory approaches once more, and that's onto the pads of Davies. There is an appeal, but the angle at which the wicketkeeper James Rew was heading off on was rather a clue there. He was well down the leg side. Gregory a little frustrated, I think, that he's not quite getting his line consistently right. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are 124 for 4 in their first innings, trailing Somerset by 91 runs. Really overcast conditions, bit of help for the bowlers. Josh Davies has bowled beautifully from the Birmingham end. He got the 1 wicket to fall this morning. Dan Mosley caught very neatly low down to his right by Andy Umeed at second slip. Alex Davies is still there on 34. Ed Barnard watchful, but got off the mark with a lovely cover drive for 4. Warwickshire 124 for 4. So there we go. That's that business done. I shall bring Phil in very shortly, maybe at the end of this over, if he hasn't got museum business too soon. Because I know that he's got quite a bit of that today. Gregory coming in to complete the over, left alone by Davies outside off stump. 124 for 4 on the board. And we've had 8 overs this morning.
And Jack Brooks is going off. I suspect that is to change his boots. Signal from Captain Tom Abel to him. So I think we'll see Jack Brooks coming on from this pavilion end for the next over, after the over from the Birmingham end from Josh Davies. 124 for 4. So we've had, what have we had? 12 runs in the first half an hour and 1 wicket as Davies in to Barnard outside the off stump, and Barnard just pulls his bat inside the line. Good morning, Phil.
Morning, Anthony. Good morning, everybody. It's slow progress this morning.
I fancy there are a few more people here today than there were yesterday.
I agree with you. I think the weather's, the forecast is better today. It's a bit. They're all well wrapped up though. There's nobody sporting a t-shirt and shorts out there at the moment.
Here comes Davy. He's there. Bowls to Barnard, who turns this away down to deep backward square leg, but Neil Wagner is there. So it's just the single. Leg side boundary well protected with Wagner at long leg and Lewis Goldsworthy at deep mid wicket, giving Josh Davey the option of bringing one back into the right-handed batsman.
He's bowled well, hasn't he, Josh Davies?
This stock delivery this morning has been the away swinger.
Yeah.
He's just got the two slips, Gregory and Umeed, as Davies covers up and plays that into the onside. Tom Abel picks up, gives the ball a vigorous polish on the on his right thigh, as is his wont. He's taken over from Marcus Trescothick as ball polisher in chief. as Tom Abel. Even when Trescothick had given up the captaincy, he was still ball polisher in chief, but the mantle has fallen on Tom Abel. Davy bowls. This is punched away through the offside, and that's going to go for 4. Tom Lammerby having absolutely no chance of overhauling that one. 4 runs to Alex Davies. He moves on to 38, 129 for 4. Just a loose delivery that from Josh Davey outside the off stump. It was short, it sat up and invited that offside shot.
He got into position quite quickly and quite well, just flicked it away and through the gap. But yeah, it wasn't the best delivery Josh Davies bowled this morning.
Here he comes again, up past the 4 square figure of umpire Blackwell. This is angled down between slips and gully to the third man boundary, and Sean Dixon giving up the chase. So successive boundaries to Alex Davies, as Josh Davey, who had been bowling really well, just a bit of a fall from grace in this most recent over. 2 for 44 now in 14 overs.
Yeah, it was steered, wasn't it? It was there was no outside edge. He leant into it and just angled the bat and ran it through the gap. So deliberate shot from Davies.
133 for 4. Scoring rate just picking up in the last couple of overs. Josh Davey has to toss back to him. It was tossed back to him, but he didn't take it cleanly. And
chasing off up towards the boundary up at the Birmingham end.
Last ball of the over. He's in and bowls, and that's a much better delivery, which is played with a dead bat by Alex Davies out into the offside end of that over. 42 to Davies, 5 to Ed Barnard. 133 for 4, so the deficit is now 82.
Yeah, so gradually working their way through down towards it. Perhaps Warwickshire will still believe that this is more than they should have been chasing, that they did to a degree take their foot off the gas a bit, and Somerset took full opportunity. Bowling change here at the pavilion end. Lewis Gregory out at the attack, and Jack Brooks is back in. He's got that 1 wicket so far, and he will be bowling to Ed Barnard, who's on 5. It's taken him a while to get going, but it's opened up with the boundary. So here comes Brooks, a relatively short run. He's in and bowls, and Barnard goes back and punches it down to mid-off, and there's no run.
So no ball.
No ball as well, signalled, yeah. Umpire Pollard's arm goes out to signal another no ball. That's is that the 4th no ball of the innings, Anthony? I think it's. I'll have a look. Don't worry. As Brooks in again, he gets through his overs quite quickly, and this one is again sees Barnard looking to work it away through the offside, but he can only go straight to cover point, and there's no run.
It's the 5th.
5th one, is it? So extras moved up to 17 with that. I had 4 buys and 3 leg buys to go accompany those 10 no balls. There's Brooks in, bowls, that's full outside the off stump, and Barnard's not interested, it's wide as well, and lets it just go harmlessly through to James Rue behind the wicket. It's quite grey over the city this morning, and the cloud is sort of all blocked in, so it's but it's quite high, the cloud. So, and there's been a few spots of rain, but nothing to worry about so far. This next one from Brooks is much tighter into the off stump, but again induces no shot. It just moves away slightly from the right-hander, and as it goes past the stumps, stays on 135 for 4. Bit stop-start this game has been, hasn't it? That's spoiling it a bit. We've lost significant amount of time over the first 2 days. This next one is turned into the mid-wicket, but again, there's no run.
Nice bit of swing there from Jack Brooks, just starting that on middle stump and just moving away. Would have finished outside the off stump had Ed Barnard's bat not intervened.
He comes again and bowls, and this one is pushed out again into the covers, and again straight to the fielder. So there's so far tidy over from Brooks. He's not had any runs off this this first over of his new spell. His 9th over in all. He's 1 for 16 so far. Just that early wicket when he had Robbie Yates caught behind. He's in and bowls, and Barnard comes forward and just covers the ball and takes the bat out of the way as it goes away from him through to the keeper. End of a maiden over. Brooks his first over of the morning. 135 for 4 it remains. So we're supposed to have what was it, 102 overs today?
104.
104 in the end, was it? Which there's unless we bowl 2.
Well, we're not going to see
one-pace spinners.
Exactly. Somerset haven't. Well, I mean, they've got Andy Umeed to bowl off Briggs, but he's only taken 2 first-class wickets in his career, and Lewis Goldsworthy to bowl slow left arm, and he has yet to take a first-class wicket. So Somerset not well endowed with spin bowlers for this game, and well, didn't look to be much in it for
Briggs managed
Danny Briggs.
3 overs they gave him, and he didn't get a lot out of the wicket, did he? 14 runs he went for, so it isn't going to happen today. I'm afraid we're not going to get all those overs in.
Here's Neil Wagner, left arm over the wicket, in and bowls, and this is on leg stump, turned into the onside, but Goldsworthy will pick up. I asked Neil Wagner how come we hadn't seen more of his trademark sort of leg theory, bowling short on the line of the batsman's body, which he's famous for the world over. And he said, well, pitches haven't really suited, and also he's coming back from quite a nasty back injury and hamstring injury. He had a bulging disc in his back. He's in bowls, and this again is on leg stump, and half stopped by Goldsworthy, who will go in pursuit, and they'll come back for a second run. He'll think that he should have prevented the single, Goldsworthy, but it was
nicely hit by, wasn't it?
It was
well
middle
off his pads.
Yeah, it was nicely timed by Alex Davies.
In defence of Goldsworthy there, it was travelling when it went to him.
But they set themselves very high standards these days, fielders, and Somerset, one of the best fielding sides in the country. Wagner into Davies outside the off stump, and it's a no ball as well. I think that was the effort ball from Neil Wagner, and just overstepping as a result. He gave a very good interview last evening. So I was saying to Richard Wilford, the best line was that there are no crocodiles in this pitch, which is not something I've heard before.
Is that a Somerset phrase, is it?
No, but it's I suppose it's either South African or New Zealand. He's in bowls, and Alex Davies, if he'd got an edge on that, he would have been kicking himself all the way back to the pavilion. It was miles outside the off stump from
There was really
Wagner.
no need to go for that, was there? But,
Firm-footed slash.
yeah. Had he got back to it, I don't think it was so wide, I don't think he'd have been able to get full power on it anyway. But he could easily have got a nick. And he was, I think Ed Barnard might have said that to him. He went back down to speak to him.
Wagner's there in bowls and crossed the bows of Alex Davies, who has nothing to do with it on this occasion, just goes down and gives the pitch a bit of a prod, but it's a, as Neil Wagner himself was saying, it's a pretty good batting pitch, this.
No great pace in it, is there, for the bowlers?
Just the odd ball does something, but no, it's a fairly typical track of the sort that we've seen in the county championship. At least I've seen in the county championship this season. Wagner's in and bowls, identical to the previous delivery. Just angle across, going further after it pitched, but no need for Alex Davies to play at it. I do wish we could. I do wish groundsmen were able to produce faster pitches. The quicker the pitch, the better the cricket that's going to be played on it. As a general rule, it encourages fast bowlers, it encourages spin bowling, and it encourages stroke-making batsmen. Wagner in and bowls. It's a better delivery, which is played just dabbed down to backward point by Alex Davies. Not a particularly threatening over from Neil Wagner. And it's 139 for 4 at the end of it.
Counter argument, I suppose, on that is if they did, and you got genuine fast bowlers, they wouldn't be allowed to play. They'd be snaffled up as England players and mothballed, and you can't play county cricket. So, or I hate to say it, they'd be on long-term injury.
Well, I know that, and I subscribe to Bumble's theory about that, which is that it's down to the hardness of the pitches these days.
New over from Brooks, and the first ball is cracked out into the offside, but again, there's no run from Barnard, who remains on 5. The total remains on 139 for 4.
Bumble says that, in the old days, fast bowlers would dig great pits. These days, they hardly make an indentation because the improved drainage and there's no moisture in the pitches, and that sends shock waves up through the fast bowler's body.
Brooks bowls and through to the keeper. There's no run, no shot offered. There's all sorts of theories as to what's causing it, and the reality is they do seem fairly fragile.
Well, I think it's because it's not that they're not fit.
This next one is punched away by Barnard off the back foot and away past wide of mid-off and down to the boundary for 4. And nicely timed shot from him. Just a little bit shorter from Brooks, and he was onto it in a flash and punched it away. 143 for 4. Barnard moves to 9. No, I think fitness.
But it is a shame. I mean, because a bowler like Ollie Stone is a real sort of bowler that we all want to see. But
this next one is punched out into the offside. There's no run. Yeah, well, we had it. Ollie was here for 2 or 3 years, and really.
He hardly played.
No.
Yeah.
He was.
He's hardly played for Nottinghamshire, has he?
Exactly. There was a doubt at one stage whether he really would play much cricket again because the injury was so bad. But fortunately, that's not. He has played some cricket, but it hasn't been a lot. Brooks bowls through to the keeper.
And Somerset with Craig Overton, who's had a lot of injuries, back injuries in particular over the years, and his twin brother Jamie, likewise.
But it's a string, isn't it, of bowlers who really play very little. Reece Topley doesn't play a huge amount of cricket. This next one is punched into the offside. They've just looked for the quick single. It's a good response, and the throw goes up, and that's who's done the back? Is that who did the back?
It is. It's Shoaib Bashir. Yeah, on his 12th man. It was Tom Banton who shied at the stumps, and Shoaib Bashir. Fortunately, he's 6'4" tall.
Well, it's a good job he is, and he was at full stretch to stop that ball going over his head down for overthrows. Probably it would have gone for 4 overthrows, and he used every inch of his height to do it. I was going to say, where's that tall chap suddenly appeared from?
He's on for Lewis Gregory, I think.
Anyway, they got the run. It's 144 for 4. It was the last ball of the over, and Barnard kept the strike. He moved to 10.
Here comes Wagner again. He's in bowls. Oh, what a swing and a miss from Ed Barnard. He chased after that one, angled across him. It's a pretty straightforward delivery from a left arm over the wicket quick bowler. And Barnard could not resist the temptation to try and drive it away through extra cover.
He hit right across the line of that ball, didn't he? He was really fortunate that didn't hit something on the way through.
Crowd building up in the RES Wyatt stand on the far side of the ground from us. And plenty of people in the pavilion down below us. This is driven but not timed. Comes off the bottom of Ed Barnard's bat up to Josh Davies at mid-off.
But don't be put off if you're thinking of coming. There's still a few seats left.
There aren't many in the Eric Hollies stand.
What, seats or people?
People. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Don't forget the guy at the back.
Well, maybe 8.
8. Yeah. He's there this morning. He's moved seats, I think.
Here's Wagner in bowls to Barnard, who does play at that. That wasn't an aggressive shot. He's worried that one might be the one that comes back inside. He played the line just inside the line of the ball. But he hasn't... I can't remember him. Certainly in this spell, he hasn't brought one back from outside the off stump. Neil Wagner swinging it back into the right-hander, which is the left-arm seamer's one of their main weapons. Wagner's in bowls, takes Barnard on the pad as that one does swing back into him, but he's not playing a shot, so they were setting off for a leg by, but stopped mid-pitch as umpire Blackwell decided that no shot was being played.
You don't see that too often these days, do you? Where the umpire said you didn't play a shot at that. Most things which hit the pad and go away are given as leg byes. And some of them are barely a shot, but good for him. That's what he should do.
144 for 4. Wagner to Barnard outside the off stump. And a long way outside the off stump. Barnard has nothing to do with it. We've got 3 slips for Neil Wagner's left arm seam. Abel, Umeed and Lammonby. Backward point, cover point, mid-off, mid-on, and 2 men out on the leg side. Shoaib Bashir at long leg and Lewis Goldsworthy at deep mid-wicket. As Wagner bowls again, angling the ball across the right-hander at lively pace, but too wide of off stump. End of that over, which was the 50th over of the innings. 144 for 4, 44 to Alex Davies and 10 to Ed Barnard.
I suppose the only criticism I'd make of Wagner this morning, he's probably too wide outside the off stump. He's not making the batsman play enough deliveries, being able to leave, and that width just needs to be perhaps a little bit tighter in. Anyway, Jack Brooks will continue. the moment, this, as far as we know, Anthony, it could be his last championship game.
It could be.
Although he's still hoping, from what you were saying, to find another club. In he comes, some bowls. This one is rapping on the pad and gone. And Davies has gone.
Absolutely plumb.
Yeah.
Absolutely plumb. Stone dead.
Walked across his stump and bang, he'd gone. And Warwickshire lose their 5th wicket.
Alex Davies almost walked there.
44 Davies gets before giving Brooks his 2nd wicket, and Warwickshire lose their 5th. So 144 for 5, and Davies goes for 44.
Yeah, good piece of bowling by Jack Brooks. Late swing, accounting for Alex Davies.
Yeah, he was just watching the replay. It was a step across. He was smacking.
Hit him on the back pad. Yeah.
It didn't take umpire Pollard very long to make his mind. In fact, it was almost up his finger before the appeal. It was just watching from behind. Oh, yes. Gosh, you don't get many which are as definite as that one. Yeah.
Alex Davies, as I say, almost walking.
Yeah,
so he's batted well. A little bit sketchy yesterday afternoon. Quite a few edges through the slips, between slips and gully, but he actually batted better this morning, I think, than he did last night.
So Jack Brooks gets his 2nd wicket, and if anybody's listening or watching and wants, Jack Brooks has still got a bit of life left in him. How old is he now? 37?
No, he's 39.
Oh, is he? Oh,
yeah, he was 39 in June. Who's the 12th man for Warwickshire? Who's just going off down below us?
Sorry, I didn't see him. I genuinely didn't see him. It was Henry Brooks earlier.
It could have been Henry Brooks, yeah. Because he was having quite a long chat with Tom Banton, because I suspect they probably played age group cricket for Warwickshire together.
Yeah.
Tom Banton, one that got away from Warwickshire, or possibly Worcestershire.
The new batsman is Michael Burgess. And he will have 5 balls to face from Brooks.
Well, I think the last time he faced Jack Brooks here at Edgbaston, he was out first ball.
Well, lightning can strike twice. As Brooks comes into him and bowls, and it won't happen this time, as Brooks drives this down to mid-off, and there's no run. Sorry, Brooks didn't drive it down at all. Burgess drove it down to mid-off. And it's brought a fielding change. Mid-off has moved to mid-on. And I thought he fielded that quite well. I didn't think he needed moving. In comes Brooks again, bowls, and Burgess plays into his pads off the inside edge. In fact, I'm not sure he did in the end. I think it just he got it, he ran it out into the offside, but it brought us some appeals from behind the stumps, so they must have thought it gone past the bat. Umpire just having a look at the return crease where Brooks maybe getting close to overstepping. In he comes off a very short run in, bowls forward comes Burgess, there's no run. 144 for 5. 71 is the deficit. So Warwickshire's struggling to overhaul Somerset's total.
Yes, there he is. Michael Burgess, LBW bowled Brooks for 0, 1 ball.
No, he's now about to face his 4th delivery, so a significant improvement as this one is run out into the offside. Brooks pushes it in short and up on his toes. Burgess just pushes it away into the offside.
That was the ball after he'd bowled Will Rhodes for 44, and at that stage Warwickshire were going really well.
Oh, we see there's a link there. He'd bowled Davies for 44. He should have.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
could have been. Brooks in bowls, and this is going to be a run. That's not where he thought he was aiming for. Burgess, he was aiming through extra cover. It squirted away through mid-wicket, and they will get 3 runs. They come back for the third because, in fairness, the throw is...
Josh Davies for the fielding.
It was a pretty poor return. He fell over as he was in his defence, as he was about to release the ball. So all the power went out of it, but they got back comfortably. So 147 for 5 at the end of the over. Burgess has now moved on to 3, and Warwickshire trail by 58.
Yes, and Jack Brooks, 11 overs, 2 for 24.
68 runs, sorry, not 58.
And this game pretty evenly poised at the moment.
Very.
68 is the deficit that Warwickshire face.
They're nibbling away at trying to clear the deficit, but they're not really getting any major partnerships together, are they? It's there's only really in this game been that one big partnership, which was the one at the tail end of the Somerset innings.
115.
Yeah.
Wagner, he's in and bowls to Burgess, who's caught behind. going for a rather ambitious off drive to a ball angled across him, and just took the feather of an edge. Straightforward catch to James Rue. 147 for 6, and arguably Somerset now on top.
Yeah. That was just in a bit tighter, I think, to the off stump, and a much better line, and it brought the batsman forward looking to drive, and he wasn't there, and Rue took a good low catch there in the end just to tidy that up. But Burgess disappointing. He's gone. Oh, in fact, it carried through a bit higher than I thought. Good. 2 quick wickets for Somerset. 147 for 6. Yeah, I think the advantage Somerset at the moment.
It's Neil Wagner's first wicket in this innings, 1 for 37. To go with the. He's not actually taken very many wickets for Somerset since he joined them. He's only been with them. This is his 3rd game. Hampshire down at the Aegeus Bowl, Kent last week at Taunton, here today, and that's his 5th wicket. He's gone at they've cost him over 40 runs apiece. Danny Briggs is the new batsman. Briggs, who, what did he get? 99?
99, yeah. I get Lords. Yeah. You always feel sorry for anybody, whether it's whatever side they're on, when they fall one short, I think. We'll do an update on some of the scores, because there's interesting things around the country at the moment.
Wagner's in and bowls outside the off stump, and no shot from Briggs. I'll hand over to Richard Wilford at the end of this over.
Whilst you do that, I'll do the updates and the scoring. Well, the floodlights are on here, and it's fairly grey overhead, but the light's actually not bad at all this morning, I don't think.
It's got better, I think, since the start.
Yeah.
The clouds have just lifted a fraction. Wagner to Briggs, who just opens the face and plays that down to Sean Dixon. At backward point, you can pick out Sean Dixon because he's got his sunglasses, optimistic sunglasses on the back of his cap.
Yeah, it's probably the best place to wear them this morning, I think. Not a lot of need for those.
Slip cordon reinforced. Tom Lammonby there at quite well advanced, sort of 3rd and a half slip. Wagner in bowls, and Briggs almost lured into playing at that. Little bit of extra bounce there from Neil Wagner, who's warming to his task here this morning. I think he's been his spirits buoyed by that wicket.
I think this is the best over he's bowled this morning.
Yep.
He obviously got the wicket, but he's also tested Briggs since he came in.
Here he comes again. This angled approach. He's there and bowls and brings this one back into Briggs, who plays it very well, in fact. Back up the pitch to the bowler. He hasn't had the same sort of impact on Somerset cricket that his fellow countryman Matt Henry had in mid-season in both Championship cricket and obviously in the Vitality Blast. Matt Henry taking 32 wickets at 16 apiece in just 6 County Championship matches. Terrific contribution. Wagner's in bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Danny Briggs. 147 for 6 with 10 to Ed Barnard. Briggs yet to score. And after some words from Phil Brett, it will be Richard Wilford to take up commentary.
Thanks, Anthony. Right, around the country, quickly update here. Hampshire against Surrey. Surrey were bowled out for 207, so Hampshire had a 12-run lead, and they are now 28 for 2 in their second innings. They lead by 40 with 8 wickets left. Kent have moved on to 404 for 5, so they've now got 4 batting points. They lead Lancashire by 77 with 5 wickets in hand. And Essex, who are recovered a little bit, 163 for 5, just stop as this one Barnard turns behind square on the onside and wants to come back for 2 and gets home very comfortably. So he moves on to 12 and Warwickshire move on to 149 for 6. And Middlesex, who got now, I think, to win this game because of what Kent having got their batting bonus points, they've exceeded Middlesex, and even if Middlesex picked up all their bowling points, this one is played into the onside by Barnard, and they get through for a single. So Middlesex have got knots 140 for 2, so there's a lot of work still for them to do there. So at the moment you would kind of think favour Kent for staying up and Middlesex making the drop, but things can change.
They'll be strong favourites from here, I think, to stay up.
Yeah.
Be surprised if they didn't.
They haven't played this morning at the Durham match against Leicestershire. Leicestershire remain on 96 for 6 in reply to Durham's 457 as Brooks bowls and Briggs digs that one out and solidly plays it back down the wicket, and there's no run. Glamorgan 53 for 1 in reply to Derbyshire's huge 450 for 8 declared. So plenty of work still ahead of that game to get a result. And Sussex are, wait, it was Brooks bowls and it's harmlessly through to Rue. Sussex in their second innings 310 for 3, lead Gloucestershire by 317 with 7 second innings wickets remaining. And Yorkshire have started their reply to Worcestershire's 389 all out there, 48 for 1. Worcestershire, who are already confirmed as promoted. This next one sees Briggs up on toes, just pushing it back down the wicket, and again no run, just a dead bat. So the big interest obviously is on what happens in the matches between Kent and Lancashire and Nottinghamshire and Middlesex in terms of doing that, and then seeing whether Surrey can get the points they need. But it looks like Essex might struggle to get the points they need, as this one is cut away to the backward point boundary. There was a flying attempt by Goldsworthy to stop it, but the ball evades him and goes racing down there, a couple of bounces and down to the fence. So Briggs off the mark. Following up at his impressive 99 at Lords, he's started again. He's 4, and Warwickshire moved to 154 for 6. They are just 61 behind.
Felt for him last week to get to 99. He's got one first-class 100, but never in the Championship. His previous century was for Sussex against South Africa A in a tour game. But he batted so very, very well last week. As Wagner begins a new over, bowling to Barnard. Straight delivery, plays it back down the track, not necessarily with the middle of the bat. Hence Wagner has a bit of a yelp as he looks for a second wicket. But I mean, Briggs batted so well, it was such an innocuous ball he got out to as well. Little top edge trying to turn it round the corner. Loops up into a fielder's hands and you feel, oh dear.
Oh, I didn't see it, so I didn't.
Yeah,
see
it was an unlucky misjudgment when he was trying to just clip the ball for his 100th run. That's how the game has you at times, isn't it? Wagner back of a length on the angle outside off stump. Barnard leaves well alone. 154 for 6.
And Warwickshire came into this game on the back of 2 consecutive victories. One in that match against Northamptonshire here, where the captains and the coaches on the final day, where it went into it with no hope of a result, but they concocted a finish.
Extraordinary finish as well, as this is a thick edge from Barnard that will go along the deck through the slip cordon and down to third for 4. 17 to Barnard, 158 for 6. The gap between the two teams now is 57. Yeah, I mean 176 was a generously low target, but that was all that Warwickshire would accept, and Northants had to win the game.
Yeah.
And then they were 24 for 5, and you think, well, no chance. I mean, Michael Burgess playing splendid innings, and Ollie Hannon-Dolby helping him get over the line in the way that Ollie will from time to time. He's irritatingly difficult to get out at times, Ollie, isn't he?
Yeah.
To be fair.
It turned what could have been an absolutely dead day into a really exciting day's cricket.
Again, acting the offside, but with more authority this time, cut for 4 by Barnard. Back-to-back boundaries, 162 for 6, and Barnard into the 20s after a very watchful start to his innings. He's starting now to play 1 or 2 pleasant shots in what isn't an easy morning for batting. Warwickshire need to get as close as possible and then give their bowlers a go on this overcast day.
Well, that was a really comfortable, confident shot. It was just dropped a little bit short outside the off stump, and Barnard was able to take full advantage of that.
Well, Middlesex did quite well to contrive to lose last week. Warwickshire really stuck at it, mind you. Wagner's short ball pulled by Barnard. 3 in a row, this time through the straight mid-wicket boundary. There are 2 fielders there on the pull, but he's caught that rather flush. I wouldn't necessarily call this a counter-attack. The last 2 balls have not been the best from Wagner. It's just been positive from Barnard. He's at 25, and the deficit drops below 50.
Pulled that one well in front of square. It was the 2 men are out for that shot, but when he gets round and pulls it round sort of just behind square, but he'd hit it really through mid-wicket, and it went in the end a long way away from the fielder out on the boundary.
Wagner in again, fuller, quicker, and had to rush onto it there, Barnard, but he plays it successfully defensively. So after taking 23 deliveries to get off the mark, he's at 25 off 52 now, which is a bit brighter, isn't it? 166 for 6, but actually that short ball, the way it was dispatched, it's very puts me in mind of what Anthony was saying about 10-15 minutes ago about the fact that there have been a lot of wickets around the circuit this year that are a little bit slow.
Yep.
And that vindicates it, doesn't it? In that to be able to pull the ball as far in front of square against a sharp bowler like Wagner tells you there's not an awful lot of pace in this one.
Barnard enjoying a very good second half of the season. I think the 50 over competition sparked his season. Brooks starts a new over. This is worked away with an open face down through backward point by Briggs. They think about a second. In fact, probably should have had a second run there because had to go an awful long way to go and retrieve that ball. But in the end, they just settle on the single. So Briggs goes to 5. And the total goes on to 167 for 6. Barnard there on 25. He's on strike. And he's taking a guard against Brooks. I don't think he's actually faced him. Anyway, he will be now as he comes in, and the first ball is cut straight to backward point, and there's no run. It's looking to work it away there, but Barnard clearly looking to keep this board ticking over. He's looking for the opportunity to score runs and score quickly.
The scarred and barren areas across the square tell you what a busy summer this has been.
Yeah.
There's nothing spare there. There's nothing that hasn't got use on it.
No, it's a good job there's not another 2 or 3 weeks. I think he'd be struggling a bit there, Gary Barwell, to find a wicket.
Yeah, he's plotted it out perfectly, as it turns out. Such a lot of wear and tear.
Brooks comes in, and Barnard solidly behind that one, runs it out into the onside, and there's no run.
Saw him vigorously defending the
Yeah.
ground staff at Bristol earlier in the week, who, to be honest, when weather comes in like that as vigorously as it does, and the umpires have held on as long as they did, because they have a major say in what happens in terms of a rain delay and an interruption, then the ground staff haven't got much chance, have they? And even if they'd got on ridiculously quickly, I'm not sure it would have saved the game because of the amount of rain that fell.
It was torrential, wasn't it? This one is looking to force it away again. He banged it into his foot, I think. He's hit it into his left foot. And now he goes off stomping round, banging his foot into the ground just to get it to recover.
Yeah, Jack Brooks will be forgiven for saying, good stop, Ed, on his way through there. Any chance of a single snuffed out by his left boot.
Yeah, it does. I mean, when you quite often, just Brooks is in, this is driven down the ground, but straight to mid-off, and there's no run. When ground staff and umpires, when umpires get criticised for bringing players off when it's not raining, but you know the ground staff are waiting. The reason is so that the wicket doesn't get wet, and often that saves time and gets them back on quicker. This one is driven wide of mid-off, and they're going to get through quickly for a single. So this time they've got a bit of ground to make. Another single to Barnard. He goes on to 26, total on to 168 for 6. But down at Bristol, it was the wind as well didn't help, because when I was looking at it,
trying to get the covers on.
Covers were all over the
and also,
place.
it had been absolutely saturated overnight. They'd done extraordinarily well to get on. The water table would have been pretty high at that point, because we've had a lot of bad weather in recent weeks. And you know, whether it's here, Taunton, Bristol, Trent Bridge, Southampton, nobody knows better what's about to happen weather-wise than the ground staff. They've always got their radars, they've always got their other little tricks of the trade. They always know.
Yep.
And sometimes you're going to get caught out with the volume of rain they'd already had. Here's Wagner coming forward. There's Barnard, pushes up towards mid-off, and there's no run. We're in a culture now where people are looking to blame somebody, anybody, for anything. And in life and in cricket, sometimes it's, well, circumstances just happened. That's what happened. You have to shrug sometimes, don't you? It's okay.
Yeah.
Sod's law.
Yep.
Here comes Wagner, defended into the offside. Good line from Wagner, around top of off stump, pushed out into the covers, and there's no run. I remember back in 2020 when I caught the infamous lurgy that we were all hiding from in our homes, and people are saying to me, "Who do you reckon you got it from?" I think it doesn't matter. Does it matter? I'm not going to go and blame them. I'm not going to go poke the finger in the chest when I feel better and say, "Look, it's your fault." Am I? I can't taste anything because of you. Anyway.
I'm sorry I gave it you, Rich.
Pulled back of a leg through Wagner outside off stump. And it goes through to James Roos, kept very tidily this morning. 168 for 6 it remains.
I had my jab on Sunday.
Did you?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
On a Sunday?
Yep. Just shows. My flu jab in one arm and my...
That's the Cotswolds for you. That's what affluence brings.
Flu jab in one and the COVID jab in the other.
So when you had your cup of tea, it was coming out of both arms. Wagner left arm over the wicket. Left alone by Barnard. Good judgment, actually.
Well, last year, whoever did it, I think, was probably named the Butcher of Stowe. But this year it was really good.
Sell you a couple of pork chops as well?
God, I tell you, my arms were really sore last year. So I wasn't very... I said to my wife, I'm not sure I'm going to bother this time. So I was persuaded that it would be sensible to do it. But no, the lady who did it this time, absolutely perfect.
Very good. The seamstress of Stowe. Full delivery, pushed out into the offside, was hoping to jab it through for a single Barnard, but it didn't find the angle. And there's no run. I haven't made my mind up yet this year. I'm going to make my mind up. I do qualify for this. So you qualify.
I qualify.
You qualify on age. I mean, only very slightly, I'm sure. But look, if you think it's bad to qualify on age, obviously, I qualify on being overweight. So that's the real bleak truth of the situation. Yeah. As Barnard waits and leaves alone the ball on length as much as anything. Lewis Gregory looks like he's going to return to the fray.
I apologise if I offend anybody here, but I went into the room where we was having them done because of being of a certain age, we are a bit earlier on with it. And if you ever wanted to have an uplift, have a look round the surgery and see the others, because God, dear, oh dear. I felt quite sprightly. I almost ran out of the surgery feeling so healthy.
You are quite sprightly for 82.
But sadly, Rich, it's not far away. That's not far from the truth. There's a bowling change here at the pavilion end. Jack Brooks is out of the attack, having got that 1 wicket this morning, and Lewis Gregory replaces him. Warwickshire 168 for 6. 47 they trail by. Here comes Gregory in to bowl to Danny Briggs. He's in and bowls, and Briggs' first shot is a little bit loose. It was a floaty delivery from Gregory, which Brooks went after and didn't quite get to it. It flew away towards backward point. Fortunately for Briggs, it wasn't in the air for too long. So he remains on 5, and the total 168 for 6.
Title is getting closer to Surrey. Essex 165 for 7. They've got to get to 400 in the next 43 overs. It's looking a long shot.
Just a bit. No. This one is left. This next one from Gregory is left, and Briggs watches it harmlessly through to the keeper.
Yeah, they've lost 2 wickets on 165, and they're 2 crucial wickets. Adam Rossington, who can score rapidly, out for 19. Wicket for the ever busy Jack White. He's a real trier, isn't he? And then Tom Wesley, top scoring in the innings for 49. He's gone to Luke Proctor.
Do you know, I have to say, had Northamptonshire played as well as they have in the last 2 or 3 games throughout the season, would they have gone down? This one is turned into the on the side, and there's no run.
No, and I was listening on 5 Sports Extra, and Andrew Radd was saying about that kind of, and just how well they're playing now. However, it's the same rule about how if you play really well when you're 3-0 down in a football match, it doesn't count. There is absolutely no pressure on them whatsoever in these last 2 games, because by the last game it was almost impossible. By this game it is impossible. And I think that will partially explain why they're playing better.
Yeah, could be. Gregory in bowls. Briggs angling this one away, looking to score through that backward point area, through the gully area, trying to run the ball from outside the off stump away. He keeps trying that shot, but he's only been successful in picking out backward point each time so far.
You look this week at Rob Keogh making a splendidly carefree 150 at a run a ball. Was he doing that 3 weeks ago? No. And I just think once the pressure is off.
Yeah, that's a fair point. They played here. They had to win here, really, because they then went into the match against Surrey, and with Essex as their final game, having to win at least 2 of those 3. Gregory in bowls, and this one it's sort of left and then comes off the bat. As he takes the bat out of the way, it flicks the inside and runs down to fine leg for a single. So Briggs moves on to 6 with not quite the way he'd intended to get it.
It's hard to set a field for that, Phil. He's left the ball to fine leg.
Yeah. Fortunately, from Gregory's point of view, there's a man reasonably fine down at fine leg, so he was able to get round to it.
A lot finer than the man down there was 20 minutes ago.
Yes, because he was round then.
When Alex Davies was batting, got 4 fine.
In he comes now to Barnard, who is forward with an angled bat and runs it down to Andy Umeed at second slip. There's no run. End of Gregory's first over of his new spell. It's 169 for 6, just the single off it. Warwickshire trail now by 46 with just 4 wickets remaining.
The battle for survival. I mean, Kent are in great shape, having picked up 4 batting bonus points, but they have lost a couple of quick wickets. George Balderson, who's having a very decent season, has taken 2 in rapid succession. Finch for 44 and Joe Denley for 136, but on 421 for 6 they lead by 94, helped, I should point out, by 52 extras. As Neil Wagner comes into bowl, to Danny Briggs, who drives the ball up to mid-off, and there's no run. 26 no balls, so somebody's been overstepping like Billio. 13 incidents of no balls. But yeah, in their quest for survival, they'll also be helped by Nottinghamshire, who continue, as you were saying 20-odd minutes ago, Phil, to defy Middlesex. No wickets this morning for Middlesex. Notts 165 for 2, trailed by 201. Middlesex now need to win that game with the way that things have gone. This is turned fine and 4 for Danny Briggs, because it is a shorter corner, if you like, of Edgbaston. And long leg, not very wide, but wide enough for that to beat him on the inside. Brings the deficit down to 42, 173 for 6. Briggs into double figures. Just in that Notts innings, Slater 76 and Clark 69 have now added 130 for the 3rd wicket. And they're running a bit short of time, Middlesex, in that game. Very hard to force a result. 5 and a bit sessions to go. Wagner into Briggs, who pushes the ball out into the offside. No run.
Of course, in those situations, they won't be able to concoct a finish, will they?
Well, Notts will probably have no real interest in that.
No, there's nothing there for Notts at all.
I mean, they could, but you would then query it a little bit in terms of the integrity of the competition.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's really what I'm alluding to. I don't think they probably would be advised not to.
They can notionally pip Somerset for 6th place, Notts with a win. Wagner is in, and Briggs steers it towards mid-wicket. Tries to split the 2 fielders, but doesn't do so with sufficient success to come through for a single.
What does that give them? A few more pounds?
Well, yeah, nobody's going to complain about a few more pounds.
Nobody's going to remember who comes 6th in the division.
Oh, prize money only down to 5th.
5th, that well.
Oh, it makes no difference at all, really, then. There you go. Anthony knows. He's the sage of the commentary box. We knew that.
He's on the commentator's bonus, obviously.
Wagner in, driven by Briggs, not fully timed, but he will get a single. In fact, 2 through to a tumbling mid-off, who's run round into the extra cover position. Briggs to 12, 175 for 6. So yeah, it doesn't make a huge amount of difference. Just a question if they fancy a bit of a go tomorrow. The weather forecast around the country tomorrow is a little bit better, so might be 1 or 2 teams want to make the best of the final day of the season.
Yes, the last day of the season tomorrow. Come down if you're around and enjoy the last day of the season.
Nearly October. Wagner short outside off stump, left alone. End of the over, 175 for 6. Warwickshire, they trail by 40 runs. This duo have now added 28 for the 7th wicket. The 12th man, Shoaib Bashir, looks like he's coming back on again. He is indeed. He has seemingly very long legs. I mean, he's a tall lad, but the legs do seem very long.
He's got a chance at 6'4". These legs are going to be pretty long, aren't they?
No, but it just strikingly long. That's all I'm saying.
If he got 26-inch legs and he was 6'4", he'd have an awful long body.
He'd have a majorly long torso. Yeah.
Here's Lewis Gregory. I'll do this over, then Anthony will replace me. He's in and bowls, and Barnard pushes this first ball out into the offside. There's no run.
It's a good timing, because I'll have me 3 minutes past report to do in the over after this. And of course, I think I'm sure we're back to 12:40 for lunch again today, aren't we? Getting an extra 10 minutes in this session. And as the over rate been? We've had 21 already today. It's not too bad.
We've only got 82.5 to bowl today. It's going to be here late tonight.
We're not. It'll be dark. In no way we're bowling all those overs.
Lewis Gregory in bowls, and this one is played down into the ground. It bounces up, and Barnard watches it carefully to make sure it's not going to spin back anywhere near his stumps. But, it runs away into the offside.
Even if Anthony and I offer to go out and bowl off breaks for them, in which the light will probably not be a factor. But yeah, no. I think we'll struggle to get much beyond 5:30. I would have thought at this time of year.
Gregory in bowls, and Barnard runs it away to point this time, and there's no run.
It used to be a thing of some of England's tours to the subcontinent where the playing hours didn't fit the reality of the daytime. Think, well, yeah, play's scheduled to finish at this time, but we'll probably be off an hour early each day because it'll be dark.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
When they say we can make the time up, when and how?
Next year.
Well, this argument about having a spare day for the games, I don't think that's ever going to happen. This one is played back down the wicket and there's no run. Let's have some timeless tests.
Oh, no. I mean, the thing is, if you can't get a result in 5 days, then that's life. And equally, if it rains, it's back to the whole blame culture thing. If it rains, it happened, didn't it? It just rained. Sometimes it can make for a more dramatic game of cricket.
We had some American visitors in on the first day. I think I said to you that we'd had some Americans in, and they couldn't get around the concept that you didn't have a playoff if it was a draw. This threw outside the off stump, and there's no run, as they do in American football and things like that. First points scored.
Overtime. Well, yeah, but the NFL have ties because they only have a maximum of 10 minutes overtime now, and you have tied games. So I mean, baseball doesn't have tied games.
You don't get many tied games in the NFL, though, do you?
No.
Most of them that somebody takes a pop at goal.
There are slightly more now because of the various different ways that points can be scored. It's kind of been increased, the variation of points.
Gregory in. This is going to be, again, another dot ball for the final ball of the over. So I'll hand over to you, Richard, and Anthony will come in.
Okay. So you've got me pondering the Tennessee Titans and the Baltimore Ravens, and I'm going to go watch them at Tottenham in a few weeks' time. Looking forward to that. In the next couple of minutes, we'll do a report for our colleagues at BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR, whilst Anthony Gibson from BBC Somerset is moving neatly back into position. Should get the other headphones out of his way. And change of bowling at the far end. It's going to be the return of Josh Davies. So the 4 main seamers have been doing all the work so far in this session, which still has another 40 minutes to run. So you're probably looking at another 9-10 overs before the lunch interval. And Somerset would still very much have aspirations of closing this Warwickshire innings out before we get to that point. As Davey comes in to bowl to Briggs, turns this off his pads, fine, but this time long leg is in position to do the fielding. And Wagner throws in over the stumps.
These two looking pretty comfortable.
Right, it's a 60-over-old ball now, isn't it? I think that's one of the differences.
Absolutely. Well, we saw it in the Somerset innings, didn't we?
What they're not going to do is score at the rate that Messrs Wagner and Davey did. It'll be somewhat more circumspect. As Barnard pushes into the offside, pondered a single, it was never likely. Sent back by Danny Briggs. And there's no run. I'll just hold it here for a second because when we get to 3 minutes past, I shall have to. It's Richard Wilford here live at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire 176 for 6 in their first innings. They trail Somerset by 39 runs. Lost a couple of wickets in the last hour. Alex Davies absolutely plumb LBW to Brooks for 44. Burgess caught behind by Ruoff Wagner for 3. But a good little partnership developing here between Ed Barnard, who's on 26, and Danny Briggs, who fell just short of 100 last week. He's on 13. In overcast conditions, Warwickshire 176 for 6.
Yeah, clouds just lifting a bit. Light's improving at the moment.
Yeah, you can actually, rather than just seeing sheer grey, you can actually see the edge of some clouds now. That is an improvement. It's a good spot, that. I hadn't noticed that. A little bit better, a little bit higher. Davey in, short, forced off the back foot by Barnard, and that's gathering pace. It's going to go for 4 as it went across the end of the used wickets towards the Holly stand. You could just see it rattling along quite nicely, and he's past his average now, Barnard, up to 30, and the deficit down to 35. It's been a partnership that's kind of just gently moved the swingometer in Warwickshire's favour, but it's very even, this game at the moment. We could well reach the halfway stage pretty much on par here, the two sides. Good competitive cricket considering it's the final week of the season. There'll be some weary bodies out there. Davey, back of a length, but aiming towards the top of leg stump. dabbed out in the offside.
Yeah, on the first day, I thought Somerset batted as if they wanted to be back on the coach to Taunton as quickly as possible, but they bowled well yesterday in between the breaks for rain and bad light, and they bowled pretty well here this morning as well. No lack of application at all.
That Century partnership, of course, making such a difference. The difference between 100 all out and 215 all out means you've got something to actually bowl at. Davies has been terrific, 2 for 49 at the moment. Into bowl to Barnard, angled in towards the batsman. And again, Barnard gets in behind and dabs it out in the offside. End of the over. 180 for 6, Warwickshire, trailing by 35. The floodlights have been on all day, but they're not really casting any shadows, are they?
No, it's not a bad day now. It's a bit chilly out there. As I was coming to the ground this morning, it was distinctly gloomy, not even really particularly autumnal. There's nothing mellow, let alone fruitful, about this morning's weather. Just rather grey and grim. Tom Abel's just doing some loosening up exercises at first slip. Might come into the attack, see if he can break this partnership. Gregory in and bowls, and this is angled away just wide of a diving Tom Lammonby in the gully, and that will run away to the third man boundary for 4 runs. Takes Briggs on to 1784 for 6.
Like many a capable tail ender, Danny Briggs will score a fair proportion of his runs behind square. Not to the extent that Keith Barker used to when he was here. Just extraordinary. Nurdles off the pads down the leg side, guiding through third man, and before you knew it, he'd have 50. You think, oh, what's going on here?
He's to have added 37 now for the 7th wicket for Warwickshire. Going along nicely as Gregory's in and bowls to Briggs, who's on the back foot. So no ball. A Lewis Gregory no ball, and that gives me the opportunity, if I can find Steve Pittard's email, to give you lots of information about Lewis Gregory's
no ball habits.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Indeed. They take me so. Here we are.
Steve and his niche stats.
Oh, he's brilliant, this Steve.
Yeah.
I'll come back to that after this delivery from Lewis Gregory to Danny Briggs outside the off stump, no shot. This season, according to Steve Pittard, Lewis Gregory has bowled 38 no balls. Well, that's before this game, and he's bowled quite a few in this game as well, at a rate of 1 no ball every 29.8 deliveries. This is the worst frequency rate of no balls, minimum 1,000 deliveries, by any championship bowler this season. By way of contrast, Matt Henry bowled just 1 no ball in 1,039 deliveries this season. He is no ball prone. An appeal for LBW. Oh, I was expecting the finger to go up then. That maybe just going down, but goodness me, that was tight. Clearly, Danny Briggs thought it was going down because he was looking to turn it through the onside, but that was very, very tight.
Nice missing leg stump. And Rue, no, I mean, it really is.
Umpire's call, I think.
No, it's still got a way to go. And James Rue was going down the leg side and then skipped 3 paces to his right to try and change the umpire's mind.
Is Gregory in and bowls, and this time played solidly out into the offside. Yeah, you can see why the umpire gave it not out. That's certainly true.
Where it struck him was directly in line with leg stump, and it still had a distance to go. It would have missed.
Well, he's not out. Yes, just going back to the no balls. Steve doesn't know the most no balls bowled in a season by a Somerset bowler, but in 2006, Andy Caddy topped the championship no ball count with 88 no balls.
88?
Yeah, it's a lot. Gregory in and bowls full length, driven and well stopped by Neil Wagner, diving across from mid-off. Full length from Lewis Gregory, inviting the off drive. Danny Briggs middled it nicely, and a good piece of fielding. Good piece of cricket all round.
Yeah, excellent stop. That's a great commitment when it's one pace bowler doing a favour for another pace bowler, putting his body on the line. Love to see that.
Yep, he's a very wholehearted cricketer, is Neil Wagner. Gregory to Briggs, and Briggs gets a good one, which he gets in behind, defends, keeps it out of his stumps. End of that over, 186 for 6. The deficit down now to just 29, with Warwickshire still 4 wickets in hand, and Warwickshire perhaps just edging ahead in this closely fought game of cricket.
Yeah, nothing to choose between them really, is there, in this game at the moment? I just always enjoy the competitive nature of this competition, and that's why it irritates me so much when detractors seek to say anything to make it sound like it's anything other than it is, which is a very competitive, hard-fought competition on a daily basis. I don't see many flat sessions as Davies bowls back of a length, forced out into the offside and there's no run. Yeah, it's the odd fourth day that's hard yards when there is a wicket that's too slow and the bowlers aren't able to prize people out. But there have been fewer of those this season, certainly in Warwickshire games.
Worst day I've had is up at Old Trafford when Somerset decided not to declare on the last day and set Lancashire a target, and Lancashire bowled their batsman. That was very, very dull.
Yeah, doesn't help anybody, does it? Guided in front of square by Barnard for a single. The next ball that was just short from Davies. 31 to Barnard, 187 for 6. As I meant to do this earlier today was to work out how many drawn games there'd been. Because prior to this round of games, there had been 65 championship matches this season. 22 draws, so 43 have been positive results. That's not bad. That's in Division 1. So as a percentage, that's not too bad. So Davies turned towards mid-wicket, picked up there at the second attempt. No run for Briggs. Some of those draws would have been matches that were pretty competitive, and there'll be a few that were
rain affected,
or just some that were poor games on difficult surfaces. Another higher proportion of draws actually in Division 2. Over half the games.
And the slowness of the pitch. I mean, that's the other big factor. It's so difficult for bowlers to take wickets once the ball starts going soft after about 50 overs.
Davies to Briggs once more, driven past the bowler, and that'll be 4 straight. Good stroke from Briggs. Takes him into the 20s in a bit of form after that terrific knock at Lord's last week. He's up to 21, 191 for 6. The deficit is just 24.
Yeah, fine shot.
But yeah, 16 wickets have fallen in this match in 123 overs. So again, if we hadn't lost as many overs as we have, then we'd probably be well into the 3rd innings of this match. The title is getting very close to Surrey. Essex 197 for 8 at Northampton. Davies in, short outside off stump, left alone. 200 for 8 now, but Harmer, the most recent man, gone for 4. 3rd wicket for Luke Proctor. Yadav's on 23, Cook on 3. They've got to get to 400. It would be an optimist.
How many overs have they got?
Well, I mean, they've only got two wickets and 38 overs to score a further 200.
Asking quite a lot, isn't it?
Yeah. And Northampton's demonstrating the integrity of the competition with the way that they've played. They could have beaten Surrey last week. They got themselves in a position where they might have beaten Surrey last week. And this week they're on top of a game against Essex. So you really can't fault them. Essex have to win that game and have Surrey not beat Hampshire, but they have to get 400 runs in order to get enough bonus points to wrestle the title away from South London.
Here comes Gregory into bowl to Barnard, who drives powerfully away through the offside. Lovely shot. Just a cut-off follow-through as a punch between extra cover and cover point, and played on the up as well. It was a full-length delivery, but not quite a half volley. And a lovely shot takes Barnard on to 35, score on to 195 for 6. Yeah, I think Surrey deserved to win the county championship, and won't break my heart the fact that Essex haven't.
Oh,
Here comes Gregory in and bowls. Again, he's pitching the ball right up, Lewis Gregory, inviting the drive. That was a little bit too wide.
Do you have a preference between the two then?
Oh, most definitely.
Oh dear.
we don't like Essex.
What have they done to upset Somerset?
Well, at the end of the 2019 season, after they'd won the county championship, they took it upon themselves to report the pitch at Taunton after the umpires hadn't. Essex reported it to the ECB, as a result of which Somerset had a 24-point penalty applied for the following season, 12 points of which were suspended. And considering they'd won, it seemed to a lot of us to be pretty unnecessary. That's defended up on the onside of the pitch.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, it would feel unnecessary. And, you know, there was
It wasn't a great pitch, but Somerset
yeah.
had to win the game. There was weather about. That we'd lost virtually 2 days to the weather.
So was it one favouring the seamers, or was it?
No, spinners. It was set up for Jack Leach and Don Bess. I mean, there's no question about that. It wasn't a great pitch, but under the circumstances, the fact that the umpires didn't report it outside the off stump, no shot from Barnard.
I think the difficulty in that area that there had been other counties who'd complained. I mean, Warwickshire had complained. Whether it was that year or the year before.
Yeah, I think it was the year before.
Yeah, but I mean that was not good. The surface that game was played on. But the principle at the time had been that it's not dangerous. It's not a dangerous wicket, therefore tends not to be reported. They kind of adjusted the regulations a little bit, didn't they, to reflect.
But you just don't see spinning pitches being produced at all now, anywhere. I haven't seen a spinning pitch all season. Gregory in and bowls, and this is just dropped down into the gully where Lammonby fields. And it means,
except ironically at Chelmsford.
Yeah, but even there, when Somerset played there back in whenever that was, early June, there wasn't much in it for Simon Harmer.
But he doesn't actually need a surface that's ragging, does he?
No,
Because he's a very fine bowler, and he's got that height as well, which is part of the problem when you're facing him.
But and as a result, we've hardly got any spin bowlers operating in county cricket. That's Gregory's in and bowls, and this is run between second and fourth slip for 4 runs. I think that was a quite deliberate shot by Ed Barnard. Brings in 4 runs, takes Warwickshire to the verge of 200, 199 for 6. And that's the 50 partnership between Danny Briggs and Ed Barnard. 52 from 72 deliveries. And they've looked pretty comfortable throughout.
Yeah, it's been acceleration after the very watchful opening half hour, then a loss of a couple of wickets. They've managed to get themselves into a better position now. Just 16 runs, the difference between the two teams.
Well, we're going to see some spin. We're talking about spin. It's Lewis Goldsworthy to bowl his slow left arm.
Well, it's got to be worth a look at this point. The 4 seamers have done a lot of work for the first hour and 45 minutes of the day. They've got through 26 overs between them, so they've all had a decent workload there.
Correction,
Lewis Goldsworthy, who is yet to take a first-class wicket, and this will be his first bowl of the season. It's only his second game.
Okay. Interesting.
Of the season.
I think there are such a large number of different reasons for the lack of spinners in the game at the moment. Whether the authorities want to do anything about it is a moot point. As his first delivery is met on the full by Briggs, but he can't penetrate the field at extra cover. And there's no run. He didn't go for all out assault there. He tried to push it past the man and didn't manage it. Goldsworthy in again onto the pads of Briggs, who drives it up towards mid-on, but straight to the fielder. So again, there's no run. We won't know whether there's any turn until he pitches one.
Exactly.
Ian Blackwell, who bowled some slow left arm for both of these counties, has a bit of a smile. This one is very full, but it does pitch. It's almost Yorker length. Driven out on the offside, and again, no run. He's certainly putting it up there, giving it a bit of flight. This one into the pads of Briggs, and he'll run one up towards mid on this time, and that brings up the Warwickshire 200. Briggs' contribution to that is 22. 200 for 6. We're just over 16 overs away from the second new ball, which Somerset might have in mind at this point. We're still 20 minutes away from the lunch interval. It's Goldsworthy again. It's a full toss. He's driven up to mid-off. He's getting away with these full tosses.
He's bowled. All 5 have been full tosses, haven't they?
Well, no, there was a York. Well, genuinely haven't seen whether anything's going to turn here. And that's really a medium pacer onto the toes of Barnard, who just guides it round the corner for a single. Across goes leg slip to field.
He's not
Barnard
exactly
to
Jack
40.
Leach, is he?
No. How's he progressing, by the way? Do we know?
I don't know. He was at the game against Kent at Taunton last week. I didn't get the chance to have a chat with him.
I think in the Test series, England don't just miss him as a bowler. I think you miss him as a personality as well.
Yeah, important part of the whole England setup. But hopefully he'll be fit to go to India in whenever it is, February. And Tom Abel is indeed going to have a bowl. Captain coming into the attack. Got 4 wickets in the last game against Kent, a 4-fer.
He's got the ability to wobble. He has a somewhat longer run-up than Jack Brooks.
He does. He bowls a sort of lively medium pace, swings it. He's not the most consistent. He'll probably bowl one really good ball and over, and he'll probably bowl one really bad ball and over as well. So he tends to go for a few. But he's a useful weapon when it comes to breaking partnerships, and that's exactly why he's coming into the attack now at 201 for 6. He's in and bowls to Barnard, who gets a good ball and just plays it down into the slips.
Judging by the indication he's just given to Danny Briggs with his glove, I think Barnard's suggesting it's going to might keep a little bit low from Abel. Didn't get as much bounce from that first ball as other bowlers have got. Just put his palm, pushed it down a couple of times, whatever that's meant to indicate.
He's in again. This is just run away down to deep backward point where Lewis Goldsworthy will do the fielding. Just having a look for yes, it's I think he got 4 for 50 odd in the last game against Kent. It's the only time he's bowled this season. No, it's not the only time. That's outside the off stump. He bowled down at the GS Bowl without getting a wicket. Prior to that, he hadn't bowled this season. He got a side strain. He was picked for the England white ball squads, both the 20 over and the 50 over squad, to tour Sri Lanka back in February time, and almost immediately picked up a side strain, which kept him out of those tours and which prompted him not to bowl for the first part of the season. That's just pushed into the offside to Tom Banton at extra cover. But I saw him get a hat-trick in the last game of the season back in 2018 up at Trent Bridge. He got a hat-trick on the evening of the 3rd day, and then Craig Overton got a hat-trick on the morning of the 4th day. Essex are all out, so Surrey are the county champions, as this is turned away down to long leg for a single 202 for 6. So congratulations to Surrey, very well deserved. They're absolutely top-class side.
Rob Keogh took the 9th wicket, that of Yadav. Just waiting to see the update on the BBC website as to who got the 10th, but Taylor, yeah. So, Surrey have been the strongest team all year, haven't they?
They have. Abel in bowls outside the off-stump, full of length, and Ed Barnard reckons he misses out there, so that's a nice juicy half volley outside the off-stump. But he can't get a run. 203 for 6 at the end of that over. 23 to Danny Briggs, 41 to Ed Barnard.
15 minutes to go till the end of it might be they try and squeeze 5 overs out of these two to get to there, and then Somerset will regroup and prepare for the second new ball, because by the time we get to lunch, that's going to be 10 overs away. There was a period it looked like they might get the Bears done under 200. That hasn't quite happened. Goldsworthy will bowl to Briggs, quite full, driven wide of mid-off, who tumbles and stops and not get a single.
He actually pitched that one.
He did, but only just. Again,
Only just. Yeah.
it was almost half volley length. Let's see if he puts it in an area where it might grip. He hasn't yet. Barnard, that's a thick outside edge, and that one did pitch in an area where it might turn, and it did offer to grip a little bit. So there you go. It's day 3 on this surface, even if there hasn't been a lot of cricket played on it. He's then getting into the pads of Barnard. Can't steer this one round the corner away from a fielder. Mid on and mid off decide to switch sides. At least one of them decided to, the other one had to do the same. This one's short, and off the back foot it slapped a couple of bounces straight to extra cover by Barnard. If he felt he missed out to the final ball of the previous over.
He certainly did there. That was a long hop.
It sat up and begged, but he showed mercy. And now a ball that's gone on with the arm. That's better from Goldsworthy, but he's guided it through the vacant point area to the man deep on the boundary. Barnard to 42, 205 for 6, 10 runs behind now. Goldsworthy, a big grass stain on his right knee, is driven past himself up towards mid-off, and the end of the over. Almost a little bit of a phony war between now and lunch at the moment. If Somerset pick up a wicket, it's a bonus. Probably more likely to come from Abel's end.
Yeah, 2 pretty undistinguished overs from Lewis Goldsworthy, who is he's quite an effective weapon in 20-over cricket, Lewis Goldsworthy. Particularly, he fires it and he varies his pace quite nicely. He doesn't really turn it very much. But, as I say, he's yet to take a wicket in red ball cricket at the highest level. This is punched away out to Goldsworthy, who moves to his right, deep backward point. Just for a single, Barnard moves on to 43, 206 for 6 on this rather gloomy morning at Edgbaston. The Warwickshire flag, the bare and ragged staff, just fluttering gently on its flagpole on the old press box stand on the far side of the ground. No Somerset flag. I must ask Polly Rhodes what's happened to it.
Tread carefully, 'cause it could be a very sensitive subject.
I will, don't you worry. We've got a slip and a gully as Abel is in and bowls, and model forward defensive shot from Danny Briggs, who's picked up here where he left off with that 99 down at Lord's last week. He's looked composed and confident, played some nice shots, hasn't been in any trouble. This ball now in its 67th over, not doing much. This is a good ball from Abel, which is just angled in towards middle and leg and turned past the square leg umpire by Briggs for a comfortable single, 207 for 6.
Did Stat Steve, did he come up with the answer to my follow-up question on Will Rhodes playing 76 championship games?
As to which the first one was?
Game 1 was?
No, he hasn't.
No. I was quite. It makes it a rounded stat when we know what game 1 was. The date and opponent. Please, Steve, please.
Abel in and bowls. Oh, a long way outside off stump. Now that should be given as a wide. As I don't know why. It's extraordinary how eager umpires are to signal wides in white ball cricket and how reluctant they are in red ball cricket. That was not quite off the cut strip, not far away. If it was off the cut strip, it would be a no ball. As Abel is in and bowls outside the off stump again to Ed Barnard, yeah, he's getting a... He does swing it,
Yeah,
Tom Abel.
he's got a nice bit of outswing there. It's slow outswing, but it is hooping. And Ed Barnard is just again using a hand signal to Danny Briggs, saying that's an outswinger. Danny Briggs is standing there thinking, yeah, I could see that. It went far enough that I could see that.
Here he comes again in bowls, and this one again moves away from the right-hander, who just pushes it gently into a gap on the offside, trots through for a single. Over was over with pretty quickly. 208 for 6 with Briggs on 25, Barnard on 44.
The biggest partnership of the innings now at 61. Joint top scorer is Barnard, joining Davies on 44. Rhodes made 42. Briggs 25 on out, Yates 23. Double figure scores have been in short supply in this match. There were 4 for Somerset, led by Wagner and Davies, which is not what you would have expected when the day set off, necessarily. But they made hay against the softer ball, the positivity of Wagner in particular. Really frustrating Warwickshire. It was a terrific knock. Their stand of 119 for the 9th wicket. So that's well over 50 more than any other partnership, but this one's growing. It's Goldsworthy bowls, and the sweep from Barnard gets that fairly fine. The chase is on, but it won't be cut off. Barnard now is the leading scorer for the Bears with 48. 212 for 6. The deficit is just 3. So almost at parity.
Yeah, premeditated, but very effective.
Goldsworthy is bowling so full, and actually really from quite wide of the wicket. So Tom Abel is going to put a fielder on the 45 here to try and counter the sweep. So Barnard just pushes forward in defence. So there's Umid who's gone in at the 45. 212 for 6. Barnard just kills this one in front of his pads. Rolls gently out. In trots Wagner from mid-wicket. A little bit murkier again at the moment as we approach the lunch interval. Barnard to a ball that drops slightly shorter. Fends out in the offside. Generally, Goldsworthy is bowling very, very full.
We've had exactly 100 runs scored this morning for the loss of 3 wickets.
It hasn't felt like that quick a scoring rate, but it is beyond 3 and over, so these two have got a bit of a move on. Attempted straight drive by Barnard, gets it off the inner portion of the bat, and it hits the deck in front of him and then spins back and hops towards the bowler. Very definition of lack of timing that was, but final ball looks to push a quick single, but that's never on. And there was a quick yell of no. End of the over. Goldsworthy 3 overs for 8 runs, and we should get a couple more in before lunch is taken, with the scores very, very even.
Well, we've had 31 overs this morning, so a decent rate of progress from the Somerset bowlers, considering that most of the overs have been bowled by the seamers. But they are pretty good at bowling their overs at or close to 16 overs an hour, Somerset.
Yeah, they don't have too many bowlers that have ridiculously long run-ups.
And they cross over quickly between overs as well. Tom Abel then is going to bowl the 69th over of the innings, and this is stroked nicely away, backward a point, and backward of Lewis Goldsworthy, who is at, or was at backward point, and that is Ed Barnard's 5th. No, it's not. No, it's not.
The extra round of applause is merely for taking the lead.
Ah, yeah. Indeed. 216 for 6. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Danny Briggs who played that nice back cut.
Yeah, very much a deliberate shot, that, wasn't it, from Briggs?
Yeah, yeah.
The wide slip, because you've really got, the first slip is at 1.5, really. The wide slip at 4.5 has come quite close as well.
Abel in and bowls. This is whipped away down to long leg. Jack Brooks will cut it off, and they're coming back for the second run on the throw and get there comfortably. Danny Briggs, knowing that Jack Brooks isn't the quickest, and he took a bit of time to get the throw away, did Jack Brooks.
That's cruel, picking on him on his final game for Somerset like that in the field. Have some respect.
2 runs are taken, 218 for 6. Briggs on to 31, becoming a very useful contribution. Abel outside the off stump to Briggs. No shot from Briggs. And Somerset just running out of ideas a bit here, rather as Warwickshire did in the face of that partnership between Wagner and Davies of 115. That was for the 9th wicket. This is for the 7th wicket. And Warwickshire ahead by 3 as Abel is in and bowls to Briggs, who turns this into the onside, straight to Sean Dixon with his sunglasses still perched on the back of his cap.
This is the sort of situation in which if you've got a Craig Overton or a Peter Siddle against the lower middle order, they're the ones who've just got that little bit of extra that can knock them over on a slow wicket with an old ball.
Abel in and bowls, and this is just dabbed down into the offside by Briggs, picked up by Goldsworthy. Matt Henry was a very useful weapon in that regard, and Tom Abel could chuck him the ball, and he'd give it 100% all the time. Somerset would dearly love to have him back, even for just a few games next summer. Abel's in and bowls, and this is stroked nicely to Lewis Goldsworthy, who doesn't field it cleanly, but does enough to dissuade the batsman from taking what would, I think, have been a fairly comfortable single. End of that Abel over, 218 for 631 to Briggs and 48 to Ed Barnard.
So we'll get him one more over. I think they'll go at a pace that they'll make sure it's only one more over. They won't want to squeeze 2 in necessarily. So they will get to the 70 over mark. So it will be 10 overs until the new ball. And Warwickshire would love to use those 10 overs profitably. This partnership now worth 71. And Barnard on 48 will be facing Goldsworthy. Whether he's of a mind that the 50 matters so much to him that he wants to get there before lunch, I don't know. Probably doesn't weigh as heavily as a 98. Don't mention 99 to Danny Briggs at the other end. As Goldsworthy is in, and it's sat up to be cut out into the offside, but it will only be a single. 219 for 6. Again, I think he feels he should have done better with that, but it's not easy because you've got to put all the pace on it yourself, haven't you? And there is that boundary rider. As Briggs just leans forward, kills the ball out into the offside. First time I've noticed sirens today. Cricket grounds and sirens are regular bedfellows. That's another short ball outside off stump, and Briggs gets on top of it and out towards the deep fielder again.
He's dealing in full tosses and long hops. It's Lewis Goldsworthy. Don't want to be unkind. He is very much a part-time left-arm spinner.
Well, batsman's uncertain which of the 2 he's going to receive. This is very full, driven by Barnard, but too rapidly up to mid-off.
It's a full toss.
And there's no run.
A low full toss.
Yeah, I've been generous with the very full. If it goes hip height, I might stick with very full. And again, Barnard pushes out defensively. He's got 1 delivery left before lunch, you fancy, to try and get to 50. Well, if he was to deliver this really quickly, it might be quite tight as to whether we get another over in, actually. He's in to complete the over, and Barnard can only defend. That was probably the best ball he's bowled.
Yeah.
Goldsworthy.
A little bit of grip there, wasn't
there?
there?
Yeah, there was. And it looks like we are going to get one more.
Yeah.
I mean, well done, Somerset, for doing that.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
34 overs in the session is probably 1 short of what it's meant to be on today's schedule. Can't really complain too much about that.
No, especially as 3 wickets have gone down, so that
They'll
be allowed for in the calculation of the over rate.
No, they've got about their business really well.
Tom Abel is going to bowl the final over before lunch. He's bowled 3 overs for 11 runs. Hasn't, in all honesty, looked like making the breakthrough. He's there now, bowls to Briggs, who drives, but there's an offside sweeper. Tom Lammonby sends in the left-handed return to James Rew, who makes it look a much better return than it actually was by going to collect it on the full. He's kept very nicely, James Rew, apart from that difficult chance that he put down off Alex Davies last evening. Abel in and bowls, and Barnard, who's on 49 from 107 deliveries. Just place that defensively into the offside. On the verge of his second 50 of the first-class season. Here comes Abel. In and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Ed Barnard.
There's no end of charm sometimes. I've just looked briefly at my emails. No end of charm of the emails you get sent by PR companies. But I've just seen one that genuinely starts with the words "Dear Press Contact." I tell you what, it's the familiarity that does for you in the end.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dear Press Contact. Delete.
Abel to Barnard, beats him outside the off stump as Barnard goes for that punched off drive of his, and ball just beating the outside edge. A little bit of a way swing, and ball continuing on its path towards first slip. Lewis Gregory standing quite wide at first slip, with Andy Umeed at a sort of fourth slip position. Abel in and bowls. This is turned into the onside, and Dixon will cut it off, denying Barnard the single he needs for his 50. Warwickshire starting this morning at 112 for 3. They have lost the wickets of Dan Mosley, who was well caught low down at second slip by Andy Umeed. Abel in and bowls. This is pulled away through the onside, and that's Ed Barnard's 50. Long hop from Tom Abel, who looks to the skies, but handsomely dealt with by Ed Barnard. That's his 10th 4 in his 53 off 111 deliveries, and the perfect note on which the players can go off for lunch. Yes, I'll just finish those wickets with Mosley caught in the slips. Alex Davies, plumb LBW to Jack Brooks, and then Michael Burgess caught behind off Neil Wagner. Those were the 3 wickets, but it's been Warwickshire's morning. At one stage, halfway through, it was Somerset's morning, but this partnership has added 53, 78 for the 7th wicket, and taken Warwickshire into what is already a lead and has the potential to be a more than useful lead.
Thanks very much indeed, Anthony. Yes, so leading by 10 with 4 wickets standing Warwickshire at lunch. We'll be back with you around 20 past 1 for the resumption here at Edgbaston. Warwickshire going into
inside edge and dragged on, knocked him over. More drama here at Edgbaston. Oh yes, it's just snuck through.
Yeah, I mean, it's surreal, really. I don't think it's quite sunk in yet. Obviously, I found out yesterday, which I'm sure we'll talk about, but obviously I guess the influx of messages have been quite overwhelming. So slowly getting to reply to everyone, but yeah, it's obviously a dream come true. It's something I've strived towards ever since signing my first professional contract, is really testing how good I am at at cricket, and obviously it's a dream come true. As I say, it's something I've really strived for, and I'm obviously pleased to get the call.
So tell us how you found out yesterday then.
I was actually at Boston Tea Party with Oliver Hannon-Dolby and George Garrett, and my agent got in touch with me and said, Luke Wright wants your number. And then before you know it, I have a number pop on my screen, and obviously I go outside and I walk back in and see I'm grinning from ear to ear. So obviously told them straight away, which they're obviously delighted. And then yeah, just sort of the day I flushed out from there. I called my parents, I called my girlfriend, and as I say, it's hard to still put into words, even sitting here now.
Yeah, there's a lot of love for you on our channels since we broke the news yesterday, Sam. Well, you're a fairly relaxed character. Is it sort of really sunk in? Is it that big a deal for you? Do you play it down a bit?
I think it is in my nature to sort of play these things down. I think I struggle to find the words emotionally how to obviously say it out loud. Obviously, I'm full of pride. I'm obviously extremely happy with the news. As I said before, I've actually found it a little bit overwhelming, the socials and the messages that have come through. I guess it's just a dream come true. It's something it's all I've ever wanted, is not just play professional cricket, but actually test how good I am. So I guess I'm really just excited about the opportunity to potentially put on an England shirt. As I sit here now, it's still quite hard to put into words.
So there's been, I will ask you this, Sam, there's been a lot of talk over the last couple of years, all very, very positive around you, and I think that the question's bound to be asked because you've been in such great form, that kind of under the radar, is Sam going to get that call up? How have you coped with that over the last couple of years, that kind of chatter?
I think the people that know me know who I am and how I am as a cricketer, but not only as a cricketer, but as a person. Obviously, with my cricket over the last few years, through missing out on the 100 and various things, I've actually had to do a little bit of soul searching and find out areas. I'm still always looking where I can improve my game. I always find the chat, it is just chat. Put bluntly, outside the cricket world, one of my best mates texts me, still asking me what an ODI was. So it just goes to show that there's people out there, as much as this is a game and a job, it's just a bit of fun. So I've tried not to read too much into it. My first love and pride is obviously playing for Warwickshire. I think in times I got caught up in the destination of playing for England, then I got lost in the journey. So I think over the last few years, I probably just tried to go back to the reason why I started playing this game, and that was to ultimately have fun. And for me, it's just about winning games at Warwickshire. So as I say, to get the nod is obviously very pleasing.
And it's the latest milestone for you in your Bears career. Obviously came over here as a teenager, big move for anybody coming across the other side of the world, but especially for a sort of 16-year-old lad. You've been through the academy, you've been through the ranks here. I mean, you're a Bear through and through.
Yeah, it's tricky. I was a kid when I moved over. I texted Cookie last night saying, it's funny how much things have changed, the journey I've been on. When he picked me up as a 16-year-old in the snow and I was wearing shorts and flip-flops, and over the last 10 years, this place has certainly become home. So, it's a hell of a journey, that's for sure. But I wouldn't change it for the world. It's just trying to appreciate what we do for a living. I think I'm so grateful to, for Warwickshire to give me a chance all those years ago. And, they didn't have to do that, but 10 years later, sitting here, hopefully a few more years left, I'm just really excited, not only where this club is going, but obviously my own progression as well. It's just really exciting.
And you're back in today with the guys training ahead of Northampton Sunday. What's the reaction been amongst teammates?
Obviously, again, it's overwhelming, isn't it? Like, I sit here now and obviously everyone's saying congratulations, and I don't know, it just makes me feel a bit, not emotional, but it makes me feel like, it's, they care. I know this dressing room's a special one because everyone to do well on and off the field. We all really love each other. It's a very close dressing room, and as I say, the feeling amongst the lads is one that they know how big it is. As someone walks past, how big it is for the call to come. Obviously, I'm very grateful for that call. It's something that I've honed for over the last couple of years. So, as I say, it's been pretty cool walking into the dressing room today.
And just finally, Sam, you mentioned at the start there about you spoke to your parents, one of the first calls, maybe the first call you made. I mean, that must have been fantastic to break that news to your folks. That's a real proud moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Obviously, my mum and dad I say mum and dad, my whole family, mum and dad, my two brothers are still back in Australia. So, yeah, obviously broke the news to them, and as you can probably tell, they're obviously delighted, over the moon. How many cliches can I put in? But yeah, I took the time just to reflect on, for them, ever since I was a kid, obviously the kit, driving me to games, training, all that. And I guess it's as much as a proud moment, not only for myself, but obviously for my family. They did so much for me growing up, so it's actually quite special. I'm not sure if they'll be over, if and when I play, I'm not too sure, but I guess it's just a special time, and I'm so thankful for them for what they did for me to get here to where I am today.
My name's Robin French. I'm the Cricket Operations Assistant at Edgbaston Stadium. It's quite a broad role. I mean, match days are getting sort of 7 o'clock. Clean the dressing rooms, make sure there's towels, wash machines will be going, dryers. Make sure the tea urns on. Basically, yeah, get it ready for when the players come in. When I started, it was as a dressing room attendant. Yeah, that's morphed into Cricket Operations Assistant. I'm in charge of the players' kit now. My dad started 1993 and I started in 2005. To work with your dad was fantastic, to be honest. I've got a lot of friendships. It's literally, I do come into work and I'm working with my mates at times. Warwickshire is a great club, and it absolutely is a privilege to work here. I think it'd be hard to leave. You know, a lot of stuff that I do is for other people, for the players. So I don't want them to be asking me for stuff. I want him to actually be there, that I don't have to ask. I think the job that I do, maybe it does go a little bit under the radar, but I think it's one of those jobs that, you know, if I'm not in, people perhaps do notice. I hope I'm an all in the cog, and I do keep it ticking over. My line manager, Keith Cook, he's got a great saying. He says it's a lot more. It's more than a job. It's a life choice. I think cricket is absolutely that.
Off the edge, and that's taken as well. That's 4 in a row. Shout to catch, there's no one there.
Nice shot by Robson. An assured push. Now he's gone after that one, and this time he goes. Last time he steered it just watchfully over the top of it. This time there was a little bit more in it from Davies. Around the wickets, Cracknell, he goes up in the air with it and departs. Miles celebrates. Cracknell takes him on. Lovely shot. Down the ground from Robson. Shot of the morning so far. That's nicely done by Higgins. He's into double figures. The boundary for him. 147 for 3. And again, Higgins will take that. Brings up the 150 for Middlesex. Wow, use of the feet now from Higgins. Gets another one through the onside. Whipped away. Short and guided. Oh, there's a gully. Deep third heads around. It's a boundary. Higgins into the 40s. Middlesex trail by 14. Robson uppercuts. On to 84. 193 for 3. Middlesex trail by 1 run. That's a lovely shot by Higgins. And this could well be the 50. They run the first 2 quick. They can slow down on the third. Hand, ball and rope combine all at once. Higgins has another 50. Oh, he's bowled him. What a ball.
Should probably go, Kev.
Higgins gone for 57. Nicely played by Robson. Carved, as he does, outside the off stump. Just a little opening of the blade. Tickle from Simpson. Another boundary. Oh, he's got him. Inside edge, taken at short leg. Edged, gone. New ball strikes. Taken at second slip, a duck for De Carey's. That's a big, big wicket for Warwickshire. Oh, he's got him. Big stride from Yadav. Movement again from Rushworth. There's a century. Second of the season for Sam Robson. Second of the season for a Middlesex batter. At the moment, there's so much more riding out on that. It's hanging over Middlesex though, just 1 century all summer. Bowled him. Helm's gone. Gone for 2. His 33rd delivery. Hannon Dolby's got it doing a bit. This second new ball. Has he got him? He has. What a ball that is. Hannon Dalby's really started to get it to do a bit through the air. Bamber was tentative on that.
He's bowled him.
2:51, Middlesex all done. Murtagh to pass, Briggs the spinner does it. It's 58 to win for Warwickshire with 23 overs left. There's the first heave. And 6 runs, first boundary for Warwickshire. Here goes another one now. He's gone. LBW. Murtagh has a 7th in the match. 13 for 1. Crunched away and gets through. Gets through for 4. Backward point. Had a chance at it. Only a half chance. Full toss and put away for 4. Use of the feet from our sleep. Oh, and there we go. Simpson's got him. Oh, back down the ground. It's a lovely shot. Helm threw out a foot. Much needed boundary for Warwickshire. Oh, look at that ramp up. Helm here. That goes up in the air and all the way. 6 runs. Goodness me, it's a big shot by Barnard. Helm again into the block hole, but oh, that's clipped away. Wide of the mid-on. It's nearly going to get there, is it? The slide will flick it back in. They've run 2. Looking for the 3rd. Back they come. 7 to win from 14 deliveries. Use of the feet. Up in the air, over the top. And those are the winning runs for Warwickshire. A long chase for Eskenazi. Pull it back in, but they'll turn for 3. And Warwickshire have the win. 9 balls to spare, an 8-wicket victory at Lords.
Well, straight into the action, Sophie Eccleston.
Inside edge and dragged on, knocked it over. It's got him, Bastow. More drama here at Edgbaston. Oh yes, it's just snuck through. Off the edge, and that's taken as well. That's 4 in a row. Shout to catch, there's no one there.
Yeah, I mean it's surreal, really. I don't think it's quite sunk in yet. Obviously, I found out yesterday, which I'm sure we'll talk about. But obviously, I guess the influx of messages have been quite overwhelming. So I'm slowly getting to reply to everyone. But yeah, it's obviously a dream come true. It's something I've strived towards ever since signing my first professional contract. Is really testing how good I am at at cricket, and obviously it's a dream come true. As I say, it's something I've really strived for, and I'm obviously pleased to get the call.
So tell us how you found out yesterday then.
I was actually at Boston Tea Party with Oliver Hannon Dalby and George Garrett, and my agent got in touch with me and said, Luke Wright wants your number. And then before you know it, I have a number pop on my screen, and obviously I go outside and I walk back in and see I'm grinning from ear to ear. So obviously told them straight away, which they're obviously delighted. And then yeah, just sort of the day I flushed out from there. I called my parents, I called my girlfriend, and as I say, it's hard to still put into words, even sitting here now.
Yeah, there's a lot of love for you on our channels since we broke the news yesterday, Sam. Well, you're a fairly relaxed character? Is it sort of really sunk in? Is it that big a deal for you? Do you play it down a bit?
I think it is in my nature to sort of play these things down. I think I struggle to find the words emotionally how to obviously say it out loud. Obviously, I'm full of pride. I'm obviously extremely happy with the news. As I said before, I've actually found it a little bit overwhelming, the socials and the messages that have come through. I guess it's just a dream come true. It's something it's all I've ever wanted, is not just play professional cricket, but actually test how good I am. So I guess I'm really just excited about the opportunity to potentially put on an England shirt. As I sit here now, it's still quite hard to put into words.
So I will ask you this, Sam, there's been a lot of talk over the last couple of years, all very, very positive around you, and I think that the question's bound to be asked because you've been in such great form, that kind of under the radar, is Sam going to get that call up? How have you coped with that over the last couple of years, that kind of chatter?
I think the people that know me know who I am and how I am as a cricketer, but not only as a cricketer, but as a person. Obviously, with my cricket over the last few years, through missing out on the 100 and various things, I've actually had to do a little bit of soul searching and find out areas. I'm still always looking where I can improve my game. I always find the chat, it is just chat. Put bluntly, outside the cricket world, one of my best mates texts me, still asking me what an ODI was. So it just goes to show that there's people out there, as much as this is a game and a job, it's just a bit of fun. So I've tried not to read too much into it. My first love and pride is obviously playing for Warwickshire. I think in times I got caught up in the destination of playing for England, then I got lost in the journey. So I think over the last few years, I probably just tried to go back to the reason why I started playing this game, and that was to ultimately have fun. And for me, it's just about winning games at Warwickshire. So as I say, to get the nod is obviously very pleasing.
And it's the latest milestone for you in your Bears career. Obviously came over here as a teenager, big move for anybody coming across the other side of the world, but especially for a sort of 16-year-old lad. You've been through the academy, you've been through the ranks here. I mean, you're a Bear through and through.
Yeah, it's tricky. I was a kid when I moved over. I texted Cookie last night saying, it's funny how much things have changed, the journey I've been on when he picked me up as a 16-year-old in the snow, and I was wearing shorts and flip-flops, and over the last 10 years, this place has certainly become home. So, it's a hell of a journey, that's for sure. But I wouldn't change it for the world. It's just trying to appreciate what we do for a living. I think I'm so grateful to, for Warwickshire to give me a chance all those years ago. And they didn't have to do that. But 10 years later, sitting here, hopefully a few more years left, I'm just really excited, not only where this club is going, but obviously my own progression as well. It's just really exciting.
And you're back in today with the guys training ahead of Northampton Sunday. What's the reaction been amongst teammates?
Obviously, again, it's overwhelming, isn't it? Like, I sit here now and obviously everyone's saying congratulations, and I don't know, it just makes me feel a bit, not emotional, but it makes me feel like, it's, they care. I know this dressing room's a special one because everyone to do well on and off the field. We all really love each other. It's a very close dressing room, and as I say, the feeling amongst the lads is one that they know how big it is. As someone walks past, how big it is for the call to come. Obviously, I'm very grateful for that call. It's something that I've honed for over the last couple of years. So, as I say, it's been pretty cool walking into the dressing room today.
And just finally, Sam, you mentioned at the start there about you spoke to your parents, one of the first calls, maybe the first call you made. I mean, that must have been fantastic to break that news to your folks. That's a real proud moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Obviously, my mum and dad I say mum and dad, my whole family, mum and dad, my two brothers are still back in Australia. So, obviously broke the news to them, and as you can probably tell, they're obviously delighted, over the moon. How many cliches can I put in? But I took the time just to reflect on, for them, ever since I was a kid, obviously the kit, driving me to games, training, all that. And I guess it's as much as a proud moment, not only for myself, but obviously for my family. They did so much for me growing up, so it's actually quite special. I'm not sure if they'll be over, if and when I play, I'm not too sure, but I guess it's just a special time, and I'm so thankful for them for what they did for me to get here to where I am today.
Welcome back to Edgbaston. They've had a couple of minutes extra because they were late finishing. They could have got lunch done in 38 minutes. They've given themselves the full 40. But the umpires are out, Messrs Pollard and Blackwell, and play is about to resume here in the LV County Championship Division 1 with Warwickshire 225 for 6 leading Somerset by just 10 runs. The second new ball is 9 overs away. Ed Barnard, only the second man to reach 50 in the match, following on from Neil Wagner. 53. Took him 23 balls to get off the mark. Since then, he's played a very composed innings. And Danny Briggs, carrying over his form from Lords last week, is on 33. And these two have so far added 78. Of the wickets to fall so far in this innings, a couple each for Davies and Brooks, one each for Gregory and Wagner. We reach lunch with Goldsworthy and Abel in the attack. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. Phil Britt will be along later once he's tidied up the museum again after the lunchtime traffic that he's had over there. And alongside me from BBC Somerset is Anthony Gibson, who I trust you lunch. I know you've gone sandwiches at lunch, which tells me you've probably gone cooked breakfast this morning.
No, I didn't actually have a cooked breakfast this morning, but I don't like having too much to eat at lunchtime when on commentary duty. It tends to make one a little bit sleepy in the afternoon. You can't afford to be sleepy if you're cricket commentating because you can't afford to miss a single ball. But it's going to be tough this next 9 overs for Somerset before the new ball is available. They'll want to keep it as tight as possible, give away as few runs as possible. Wicket taking is going to be very difficult. They're almost relying on batsman error to take wickets. There's nothing very much in this pitch for either seam or spin once the ball has gone soft or less hard.
Yeah, so it's interesting that it looks like they're coming out with the intention of getting through these 9 overs with the fill-in bowlers.
Goldsworthy's in and bowls, and this is short and played away to Sean Dixon on the cover boundary for the first run of the afternoon session. 226 for 6. With 34 to Danny Briggs, as this is played by Ed Barnard into the covers. Not picked up cleanly by Tom Abel, but very quickly across as ever to prevent the single. Goldsworthy in and bowls, and this again is a little bit short, hit straight to Tom Abel, obligingly by Ed Barnard, who looks to the heavens.
Crestfallen, utterly crestfallen that he didn't put that away.
It's Lewis Goldsworthy was being put through his paces during the lunch interval. This is swept, and that'll be 4 runs. Goes past Andy Umeed at short fine leg on the 45. He was put there to prevent the boundary off the sweep, but that was so sweetly timed by Ed Barnard that he had absolutely no chance. 230 for 6. Goldsworthy's conceded 15 runs off his 4.4 overs. A little bit of turn there, but too wide, but it was actually getting that to go off the straight, which will lift his spirits a little bit. He's in again and bowls, and this is a much better ball, which is played respectfully back to him by Ed Barnard. So that's the first over after lunch, concluded in no time at all. 5 runs have been added, all of them to Ed Barnard, who's moved on to 57.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it, to judge here for Somerset, in that it's quite a lot of overs to try and get through. But Neil Wagner actually is going to bowl from this end, so that makes a little bit more sense. And it's a challenge. You don't want to wear your bowlers out when it's not doing a lot. But if you think, well, okay, Davey and Brooks will take the new ball, Wagner can come in and mix it around a bit, maybe dig 2 or 3 in short.
Slightly surprised he's using Goldsworthy rather than Andy Umeed, who bowled quite nicely in the One Day Cup and was preferred to Goldsworthy as the spin option against Kent, and didn't let anyone down. I mean, he's not exactly a world-beating off-spinner, but he can bowl quite tidily and gets the old one to turn off the straight.
Danny Briggs contemplates the field. Possibility of a bit of leg theory is there, because there is.
It's a real
leg
ring
gully.
field, isn't
Yeah.
it?
So you've got a leg gully, you've got a deep backward square leg, you've got a deep forward square leg, and you've got a fairly orthodox square leg. That gives you a clue. It has to be in front of square, that orthodox square leg. And then he bowls full and off stump, and it's defended by Briggs, but then that's the loosener as much as anything. With mid-on, that means you've got 5 men on the leg side, with a slip, a backward point, a cover, and a mid-off on the offside. So Danny Briggs shouldn't expect too many deliveries in his own half.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see if Neil Wagner does indeed produce a burst of leg theory, as it used to be called.
Well, still is leg theory, isn't it? May not be Larwood and Vos, but the short ball is ducked under by Briggs through to the wicket-keeper.
He is very good at it, Neil Wagner. I saw him bowl Somerset out for Essex back in 2017, and he had the likes of Pete Trigo and James Hildreth in all sorts of trouble.
He has an astonishing reservoir of energy to call upon as well for a bowler around his mid-30s now. He'll keep going and going and going. And he's into Briggs. That's just back of a length. And Briggs, well, it was not short enough for him to stoop all the way under, so having bent his knees, he just rocks his head back. Didn't quite judge the length of that one correctly, hence some oohs and ahs. I mean, sometimes some of those tracks he was bowling on for Essex that were slow tracks and were very much intended for Simon Harbour to thrive. And he'd bowl 9 and 10 over spells of short stuff. And you wonder where on earth he was getting it from. His muscles around his rib cage must be spectacular. They really must. It's in once more to Briggs. It's down the leg side, and Briggs is lifting the bat high to make sure he gets it out of the way of it. Just a splendidly combative cricketer, as he demonstrated admirably with the bat. With his 72, rescuing his team from 96 for 8. So that score of 215 all out. He probably didn't just have a sandwich for lunch. He may have had something to gird his bowling loins. Another short ball ducked under by Briggs.
Hasn't quite got it right yet. It can't be easy on a pitch as slow as this one.
No.
With a ball as old as this one as well. I mean, but no doubt he's volunteered to do it.
It's in its 73rd over, this ball. I don't recall. In the bit that I've been here, I haven't seen the ball
they've changed. They have changed it. Yeah.
Yesterday evening, did they?
Yeah.
But nonetheless, it should be a 73 over old or thereabouts ball. He comes in to complete the over, and that's just back of a length outside off stump, and Briggs is going down on his knees to get out of the way of that one. And that first particular salvo of short pitch bowling from Wagner to Briggs, the one thing we did learn is that Danny Briggs hasn't got a vast amount of interest in playing any of them.
Well, it was only one really that Briggs was in any trouble against. The others just slightly misdirected. But it's an interesting contrast with Lewis Goldsworthy's pretty harmless left arm spin from one end and distinctly hostile left arm seam from the other. Goldsworthy it is to bowl to Barnard, pitch right up. That's being generous.
Yeah, the fact he's only gone for 3 and over so far has more to do with the placement of some of the shots from Ed Barnard than anything else.
Goldsworthy's there again, and that's much better delivery. That's Barnard in a spot of difficulty there.
Bit of overspin, I think.
Yeah.
So after he'd defended it down towards his leg, he just span back a bit.
Goldsworthy in bowls, and Barnard stretches forward. This is a better over from Goldsworthy. He's got his skipper there at extra cover. He's in at bowls again. Quicker ball, which is played to Tom Abel. Getting through his over very, very quickly, Lewis Goldsworthy. Somerset anxious to get to the new ball as soon as possible. Goldsworthy in a ball short, and again it's slapped straight to Tom Abel by Barnard.
Every off stump or outside off stump long hop, unerringly he's hit to Abel.
This is a fuller length, and again it's played straight to Tom Abel, who I think he fielded 5 out of the 6 balls in that over, because the other one was the one that just sort of spun down Ed Barnard's bat. But it was a maiden over from Lewis Goldsworthy, so well bowled. 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15.
Arm round the shoulder. What did he bowl into your field, Lewis? Well done. Well done. There were a couple of better deliveries in that over, and he's starting to get a bit more of rhythm. And part of you wants to see him get his first class wicket to see what the celebration is, because it'll be joyous, I'm pretty sure. Here's Wagner to continue to Briggs, and it's a short ball, and Briggs got himself into a bad position there. Yes. It was angled across him, and if anything, it's gone away a little bit off the seam, and Barnard is pointing that out to Danny Briggs. It's a peach, that is.
Yeah. That's the one.
Did quite well to miss it. Doesn't encourage him to put a second slip in, but they must be tempted. The only slip is at 2.5 now, more or less, or certainly a wide second. Leg gully is a little closer than in the previous over. And Wagner is in, and it's short, and he rides the bounce this time. Stays upright, Danny Briggs.
Surprised he hasn't got a forward short leg.
Yeah.
That's Tom Banton by the square leg umpire.
There is a helmet out there, but of course that's James Roo's helmet for when he's keeping up to the stumps for Goldsworthy.
And Banton hasn't got the fielding pads on. He's the one who would go in under the helmet at short leg if there was one.
Wagner, that's very short. I mean, he's gone quite close to pitching that on his right foot, and it bounces behind the shoulders of Briggs and down the leg side. It tells you the extent to which he is having to bang the ball in on this surface. But I mean, was it 8 yards in front of him? It probably wasn't much further than that, was it? Briggs is just getting out of the way of everything that's anywhere near the leg side. Wagner, no more than 15 stride run up, and he's guided down to third man, and that will go for 4. Didn't get as much bounce there, and Briggs has been very productive through that area. Can play it with some control. 234 for 6, the lead up to 19.
Yes, nicely played by Danny Briggs. And there are runs to be had down to third man if Wagner doesn't get it absolutely right.
So 137 runs in his last 2 innings, Danny Briggs. He'll be amongst those who doesn't want the season to end just at the moment, as he awaits. Wagner again ducks under a short ball.
That's a better one.
That was more the sort of top of the shoulder throat area. But Briggs still had time to get out of the way of it. So at least the fact that he did guide one through third man meant that things aren't as stuck as they might be. 31 deliveries until the second new ball is available, and I think we'd both have a few quid on it being taken as soon as it's available. This is slightly fuller, turned off his pads by Briggs, but he can't puncture the mid-wicket field. End of the over, just that one boundary off it. 234 for 6, so Warwickshire they lead now by 19 runs, and this partnership is worth 87.
Now, you wanted to know, Richard, which was the match that started Will Rhodes's unbroken run of 76 consecutive county championship matches. Well, it was the opening match of Warwickshire's season in 2018 against Sussex here at Edgbaston, and he was making his championship debut for Warwickshire. This is down the ground from Ed Barnard for 6, away over long on, giving Goldsworthy the charge and middling that one beautifully away, landing and ending up, I think, in the RES Wyatt stand.
Yeah, it's being thrown back from 8 rows deep.
It is indeed.
So I think it maybe bounced 8 rows deep rather than.
Yeah, I don't think it reach that on the full pitch. Yeah. So he's played
Six full seasons.
6 full seasons for Warwickshire without missing a game, which is quite a record. Goldsworthy in bowls pitches this one up. It's driven to Tom Abel. 240 for 6. That 6 down the ground.
Can I say thank you to Steve for?
Yeah, thank you very much, Steve,
for following up. That was very kind of you, Steve.
There's Goldsworthy in a bowls driven back to him. They're going to pinch us. This could be a run out if he hits. No, he didn't hit. And Tom Lammonby wasn't even close. If he'd hit the stumps, and he had all 3 to aim at, with Barnard being sent back, quite rightly, I think, by Danny Briggs. Don't think there was a single there. Goldsworthy quicker ball, and Barnard just defends it. That would have been a bonus wicket for Somerset.
It's funny how often those sort of things happen in cricket as well, when you seem to be in control.
Goldsworthy into Barnard. A little bit of turn, a little bit of bounce there, but too wide. Not compelling any shot from Ed Barnard. But maybe a little bit of encouragement for Danny Briggs. Somerset will have to bat last in this game, and Briggs could be a factor as that's played along the ground out of the offside. And there's no run, it's the end of the over. Just the 6 runs from it, that handsome blow down the ground from Ed Barnard. He has 53. No, he has
63.
63. Yeah.
Actually, I'm just correct. Obviously, Somerset don't bat last; they bat next, but not last.
Of course they don't. No, you're quite right.
So in fact, Lewis Goldsworthy is warming up for a dramatic bowling performance on the final afternoon of the season.
Well, who knows?
Well, so that could be the case. But Danny Briggs batting at the moment won't mind seeing that little bit of turn. He might rather face it than the barrage of short deliveries that he's getting from Wagner, who now has, if not quite a fly slip, let's call it a very deep gully as well as a leg gully. It's an interesting position. It's kind of neither one thing nor the other. As he bowls back of a length, and it's turned into the leg side by Briggs. But again, the fielder just moves gently across to pick it up.
I'd still like to see the forward short leg, just to put a bit of extra pressure on the batsman. You have someone breathing down almost literally breathing down his neck.
Well, it would take that last defensive shot there.
It would.
Out of the
equation.
equation.
Out of the equation, yes, exactly.
It's not the first time he's played it. Anything shorter than that, he's tried to get out the way of. As he awaits Wagner now, and he's pulling him here, and obligingly to deep backward square, where Tom Lammonby takes the catch, and fancy falling for that. He tried not to play an aggressive shot, or any sort of shot. The ball's down the leg side. In the end, he laps it away, straight to where the trap has been set. Wagner gets his second wicket, and that partnership ends on 93. Warwickshire 240 for 7. They lead by 25.
1,000 runs for Warwickshire in the
dear. Well, as you said, Richard, it was a fairly obvious trap that had been set. He didn't so much fall into it as throw himself into it. That tactic has borne fruit for Somerset, and it's the 7th Warwickshire wicket and a bit of a bonus wicket.
It's a puzzlement.
He's batted very well, though, has Danny Briggs, for his 38 from 68 deliveries. Well batted.
But you'll feel he's given it away, and off the back of that 99 at Lord's last week, where he was unfortunate in the way that he got out after playing so well, trying to steer the ball round the corner for what would have been his 100th run, gets a top edge that floated rather obligingly to a fielder. But there he's just fallen for the trap, and Wagner is so good at bowling that sort of length and line. In the end, he lured the attacking shot, and Lammonby's barely had to move, just had to line it up. And Craig Miles, I'd have to say, whilst he can plunder a few runs, and he had a decent knock last week at Lord's as well, he's less well equipped to deal with the shorter bowling, and Ed Barnard has had a long chat with him as he approaches the crease. Surrey have Hampshire 92 for 3, a lead of 104 in the game at the Rose Bowl. That looks like a game that, if the weather doesn't affect it, will reach a natural conclusion. Wickets for Jacks and Cameron Steele. Surrey have barely taken any wickets with spin this season, but they're having two down there. Kent 471 for 9, lead Lancashire by 144. In fact, 477 for 9 there. Nijar is 30 not out. 4 wickets for Balderson. A working lead of 150 for Kent, who at the moment look like surviving because Middlesex need to beat Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire 230 for 3, 136 behind, in good shape. Slater 85 not out. Montgomery 45. He hasn't had a great season, Montgomery. And Essex, following on 158 behind Northants, are 11 for 3. I think the deflation, 11 for 4 now, the deflation missing out on the title. 2 wickets for Sanderson, 2 wickets for White. Alistair Cook out for 6, which may or may not turn out to be his last first-class innings.
I suspect it will be.
Yeah, that's been the subject of some debate, Chelmsford way. As Wagner is in, back of a length, and short leg is in position now, and there's a yes-no interlude between Miles and Barnard. The ultimate result is a no, and they do get back safely. It's not the shortest of short legs that's in position.
It is Tom Banton under the helmet.
2 strips away, Tom Banton. They are in Division 2, by the way, finally on at Durham. Leicestershire 98 for 6, 359 behind Durham. They've just had a couple of overs so far there today. Wagner in 2 Miles. It gets up high to kill the bounce out in the offside. Glamorgan 167 for 2, replying to Derbyshire's 450 for 8 declared. Al Hassan made 65, Ingram 66 not out. Sussex 369 for 4, lead Gloucestershire by 376. Just a question of when they want to pull out now. James Cole's unbeaten on 95, one of 4 half-centurions in that innings. And Yorkshire 124 for 4, 265 runs behind Worcestershire. 2 wickets for Gibbon. Wagner short, Miles ducks down the leg side through to Rue. Somerset's ambition was to nick something before the new ball, and Wagner's delivered.
Yep.
It's rare, you don't see so many overseas players who spend full seasons with counties, but there are some who, when they come, they do enliven the scene somewhat. Neil Wagner has done that for some years for several counties. The short ball, he's done well actually, Miles, to get over it and see it bounce halfway between him and Banton. But you can see the line that Wagner is bowling and the problems he can cause. 3 overs till the new ball. Warwickshire 240 for 7, a lead of 25. Substitute fielder comes back on.
Tom Lavenby going off. I don't know quite why. Unless he's going, I can't imagine he's going to have a bowl at this late stage with only 3 overs to go for the new ball. Perhaps just a call of nature. We're going to have another over from little Lewis Goldsworthy, all 5'6" of him.
I wonder if Barnard feels the need to get a little bit more aggressive now. I mean, he hit him for a straight 6 in the previous over, but then they quietened down again.
He set Andrew Mead back on the long-on boundary just in case Barnard tries it again, but he's in 15, 20 yards from the boundary rope. Likewise, the fielder at long off. This is short, though, and hammered away through the offside, but Sean Dixon is there to cut it off, so it's just a single, 241 for 7. The lead is, 26 at the moment.
There's a little bit of cat and mouse about that in that, they're allowing him a single in various areas because they don't want Barnard scoring boundaries or Warwickshire getting too far away. But then the Bears probably would rather have Craig Miles facing Goldsworthy than Wagner.
Yeah. And looks like we're going to have Tom Banton going under the helmet at forward short leg. He hasn't got the fielding pads on at the moment, just the helmet.
Might go leg slip, actually.
Oh, yeah.
I think forward short leg off Goldsworthy would be
yes, quite
pretty brave position. Because Craig Miles, he's a genuine 9, and he can hit the ball pretty hard.
Goldsworthy in and bowls, and this comes off the edge. A little bit of turn there as Shoaib Bashir is in Hot pursuit, puts in the slide, makes the stop. They're coming back for the third run. And 244 for 7. And Miles off the mark with that 3, slightly involuntary 3, in the sense that ball did indeed take the outside edge.
Yes, he didn't know an awful lot about it, did he? Craig Miles there.
Field goes back for Ed Barnard. Goldsworthy bowls. This again is short, and again there's a comfortable single out to Sean Dixon on the cover boundary. 245 for 7. We're in the 78th over.
You always have the 12th man fielding in two very different positions when you... Unless it was two right-handers out there, but he's having to do 50 yards every time they do a single.
Slip and a leg slip for Goldsworthy to Miles, who just prods that out into the offside.
It wasn't my most elegant sentence, was it? Every time they do a single.
Goldsworthy bowls, and this is a little bit shorter, a little bit quicker. Not much evidence of turn there. The sun is trying to break through here at Edgbaston. In fact, it's almost succeeded. Goldsworthy tosses this one up. It's a full toss. It's stuck in trade. Mustn't be unfair to Lewis Goldsworthy. It's played back to him on the bounce by Craig Miles. It's the end of the over, 245 for 7. 2 overs remain before Somerset take the new ball, and they'll be hoping that they can mop up whatever remains of the Warwickshire innings with the new ball.
I don't think I'm being unfair to say that all 3 Bears batsmen that have faced Lewis Goldsworthy have treated each and every full toss as if it was a grenade. and none of them have tried to hit it out the park or even hit it to the boundary. They've tried to find a gap or tapped it. It's interesting that the mindset that you get, it mustn't get out to this. Don't want to get out to this. Anyway, let's see Barnard face Wagner for the first time in this spell. First time since the leg theory was introduced, and it continues with the field positions. And it's short, and it's pulled in front of square by Barnard. And it isn't timed, so it won't be 4, but it will be 3. He's happy to have Miles on strike. Barnard to 68, 248 for 7. It went quickly enough through the infield, but it never looked like it was going to have the legs to carry to the rope, and Sean Dixon was able to come across to gather and propel it in.
Well, it looks as if Ed Barnard's going to go for it. He's not going to just allow Wagner to use him as target practice.
Well, he's obviously a more proficient batter. I showed him, and it was a well-executed shot. For Miles, it might be slightly different. A short ball, he fends it down to the leg gully. He fields neatly. That's Umeed, isn't it? Is it Umeed at
yeah,
leg
it is,
gully?
yeah.
So there's sort of a second slip and a 4.5 slip now. Tom Abel has really varied what he's doing with his slip cordon. We've seen a deep gully. We've had the man down at third for the ball that Barnard faced at the start of this over. But the leg trap is in position for Miles. The leg gully, short leg, deep backward square leg, and a deep square leg in front of square, but he ducks under this one. Just note that he doesn't get the bat out of the way as well as a fully fledged batter will. It's one of Roland Butcher's obsessions, that, keeping the bat well out of the way if you're not playing the ball. Lewis Gregory is limbering up because the new ball is 9 deliveries away. It's very tentative limber.
Yeah, I haven't seen Roland Butcher this season. Worked with him up at Southport last year.
Had full 4 days at Trent Bridge with him. He was in very good form.
Good.
Back the back of a length and steered round the corner by Miles, and he'll get a single, or will he get 2? It was a diving stop in the end by the substitute fielder. And they'll come through for 2, and that's the 250. That's a batting point. Ed Barnard is applauding Miles for that shot. So obviously feels it was well executed. There was a time that the batting point looked a distant thought for the Bears. They'll be pleased to get there. 35 the lead.
Yeah, 147 for 6 they were, so they've added 103 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Miles awaits again. That's very short. Does he get a little nick on that? He does. He's walking. He's caught down the leg side. He just didn't get himself into a position to play that at all. And the hostility of Neil Wagner pays dividends for the second time. Miles is gone for 5, caught by Roux. And an excellent spell this from Wagner. Warwickshire 250 for 8.
Well, it just demonstrates the value of having a bowler like Neil Wagner in your side who can make things happen, take wickets during a spell of play when, as I was saying immediately after lunch, Somerset's priority would be not to concede too many runs before the new ball became available. And in the event, they've used Neil Wagner with his leg theory and picked up 2 wickets.
May have been glove. There's certainly no questions whether it was out because Miles was immediately forlorn. Yeah, he was gone. He didn't. The finger was quick. He was already going. So 250 for 8. There's going to be very little between the two teams at the end of this. Hannon Dolby and Rushworth are very much competing for the number 11 role. Hannon Dolby can be quite obdurate, but this pace with Wagner, and there will be a temptation to keep him going with the new ball, you would think, for as long as he's got the energy in the tank. He will make life very difficult.
Well, especially against Hannon Dolby. All 6 foot 8 inches of him. Tall batsmen tend to find him, the short stuff, more difficult to play than the shorter ones.
Yeah, the one thing he is ferociously determined, Hannon Dolby. Dealt with a barrage against Surrey last year when, memorably, it took him 67 deliveries to get off the mark, and then he was quite frustrated because he thought it was a leg bye. It's a true story. It's a stand of over 100 for the last wicket with Michael Burgess, who during that partnership went from 67 to 170. Good. So he has got some previous, but the timing of this, with Wagner bowling at a fierce pace and the second new ball 7 deliveries away.
Surprised he's not going round the wicket.
Well, that's just one left in the overs now. You'll have a look. And he's setting the reverse field, so it's the same field. So he's got the short leg. Leg gully looks slightly finer, and deep backward square leg is also finer. I think probably because of the attributes of the batter. But he bowls full just outside off stump, and he thought it was going to hit off stump. It's a heck of a leave from Ollie Hannon Dolby. He's down on all fours, is Wagner, in frustration that he didn't see the timber rattled there. And he gets a pat on the back from umpire Pollard. Ollie Hannon Dolby just looks down, drags his boot through his crease to make sure he knows where his mark is, and turns around as if nothing's happened.
Oh well. As we often say, there are only 2 sorts of leave, and that was a good one.
The 2 batters meet in the middle, and Ollie may well have said, "How's that not it, Barney?" I think I think I'm allowed to do a Hannon Dolby impression. Just about.
Does he speak with the? He presumably speaks with Yorkshire accent.
He's proper Clec Udders facts.
Oh, yeah.
Aye.
250 for 8, lead 35. Goldsworthy going to bowl what I suspect will be the last over before the new ball.
Yeah,
and he's going to bowl to Ed Barnard with the field set back. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boundary fielders. He goes for the reverse sweep, misses it, and that just doesn't miss the leg stump by, well, I think it was the leg stump. He didn't miss the stumps by very much.
Hard to know whether it was leg stump or off stump, but the position he got himself into at the end of that after having such a whirl. I don't think he needs to play that sort of unconventional shot, really.
Goldsworthy in again and bowls. This is short, punched away down to Sean Dixon. They'll try to come back for the second, but deference to Sean Dixon's throw. I think there would have been 2 there as Dixon was throwing off balance. And wasn't his fiercest return by any means. 251 for 8 means that Oliver Hannon Dolby is at the business end. But he'll no doubt be relieved that it's Lewis Goldsworthy with ball in hand rather than Neil Wagner.
I don't think they set off with anything like the purpose they needed to have come through for 2 there.
So we got forward short leg and a slip, close catches. 1, 2, 3 saving 1 on the offside, ditto on the on as Goldsworthy's in and bowls. A sweep by Hannon Dolby, and Dixon will cut it off, and again they settle understandably on this occasion for just the single. 252 for 8. The field again spreads to all 4 corners of the grid. Well, it's not all 4 corners because it's it's not a square. To all points on the compass as Goldsworthy's in and bowls, and there's a comfortable single up to long on to Ed Barnard. 253 for 8. It's disconcertingly quick at putting up the runs, the scoreboard.
Yeah.
That run was definitely on the board before the single was completed. So the field converges on the tall figure of Hannon Dalby. Can Lewis Goldsworthy take his first-class wicket? He's there and bowls to Hannon Dalby, who stretches forward in a slightly crab-like fashion. Keeps it out.
With his length, he's more lobster than crab, isn't he?
Goldsworthy is there and bowls. It's quicker and shorter, looking to get that one through Hannon Dalby before he could get the bat down, but doesn't succeed. Hannon Dalby keeps it out, means that Barnard will keep the strike. The new ball is available if Somerset choose to take it, which I'd be amazed if they didn't.
It'd be quite a left field decision not to. That's for sure. A ball has been sent from Ian Blackwell to Paul Pollard, and we will see if it's held aloft. I don't think it has been.
It hasn't been yet, not that I've noticed anyway.
No, there is no clear indication just yet. And maybe you'll wait till Hannon Dalby's on strike. Give Barnard the old ball.
Fielding pads going on. Tom Banton putting them on.
Be nice to put your trousers back over it. He's actually going to be fielding at a wide mid-on with pads and a helmet on. It's been a while since I've seen somebody in the outfield with a helmet on. It's not something that's unknown to me.
He's got one trouser leg down over his pad and the other not.
He's there. He's there just about. There we go. But yeah, he's got the helmet, and yet he's a good 50 metres away from the batter. As Wagner comes in to bowl to Barnard, who pulls him round the corner. It's fine. He's not going to take the single. That's interesting. So he doesn't want to expose Hannon Dalby just yet. So we'll get into a bit of a battle of wits here for a while. Barnard on 70, and a very good innings it's been too from Ed Barnard.
Yeah, he hasn't given a chance. And he's played very few false shots. So he's been beaten a couple of times outside the off stump, but that's all.
Leg gully has backed off considerably to what is now sort of a very backward square leg position. Deep backward square leg or long leg is almost in exactly the same line and angle to him. As Wagner bowls short again, and Barnard tries the uppercut and misses. This is a battle of wills.
It is good fun.
I'll have an update to do in about 2 minutes' time. So the local stations across the West Midlands.
He was late on that, was Barnard.
Yeah.
Ball was well past him when he tried to ramp it. Lewis Gregory going back to sort of fly slip position.
Yeah, nobody very close to the bat now. Wicketkeeper is closest. Short ball pulled by Barnard out to deep square leg. There's no run. Sort of unnecessary dive. Is that Dick's?
It is, yeah.
It's like when a goalkeeper is time wasting, catches a straightforward ball and flops to the ground. We call it doing a Lee Camp, or at least I do, because he used to do that a lot for Birmingham City. And he knows I call it that as well, because he summarised for me at Preston a couple of weeks ago. I mean, he's dirtied his kit in the final week of the season unnecessarily there, Sean Dixon. I hope he washes it himself.
Well, his wife will be busy with the new baby.
Oh, wow. He won't want the season to end. Wagner, short, pulled by Barnard again. Out towards that mid-wicket boundary, and it was ball number 4, so they take a single. 71 to Barnard. So Hannon Dolby will have 2 balls to see off, and Tom Banton can trudge in with his knee-high pads and his helmet and take up his position at short leg. Leg gully will be somewhat closer now. There's 2 slips, one far wider than the other. Backward point. Two deliveries left in the over. Backward pointers come in closer and closer and closer. This update's about to happen now for local stations. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are 254 for 8 now in their first innings. They lead Somerset by 39. Entertaining cricket since the lunch interval. Neil Wagner, the New Zealand pace bowler, bowling short leg theory, has managed to get 2 wickets. Danny Briggs holding out in the deep for 38, falling right into the trap after a stand of 93 with Ed Barnard. Craig Miles caught gloving it down the leg side off Wagner for 5. Barnard's still there. He's batted very nicely indeed for his 71. Hannon Dolby has 1. Warwickshire 254 for 8. 1 ball left in the over, and as Anthony was extolling the virtues of, Wagner round the wicket now to Hannon Dolby, who takes it on his rump. Just quite deliberately, pokes out the backside, fends it off with buttock. End of the over, 254 for 8.
And showed absolutely no sign of any discomfort, let alone pain. They breathed them tough up in Yorkshire.
Yes. He's somewhere in the sort of golden area between Halifax and Hebden Bridge. He did his growing up. He played football in Sorby Bridge.
Tom Abel just having a word with Neil Wagner. I think he's probably saying thanks a lot, Waggy. We'll take the new ball,
but still not yet.
Perhaps not,
because Lewis Goldsworthy is going to
give
continue.
Perhaps saying, can you manage one more?
It's slightly puzzling. I'm not going to lie to you. We've had 10 overs now since lunch. Goldsworthy none for 29 from 9. There's a bowler Barnard with the field spread apart from a slip and an extra cover. And he jabs it up to long on, and he's quite happy to take the single. 72 for Barnard, 255 for 8. So he matches Wagner as the game's leading run scorer. Different type of innings, but by some distance. The 2 best batting performances of the match. And after that, you'd look at the effort from Davies and Will Rhodes, maybe. But the 2 half-centurions have batted very well. It was meant to be your over. Did I describe that ball? It was your over, Anthony.
Yeah,
that was unchivalrous.
That's all right. Turn to Tom Banton at forward short leg by a tall figure of Ollie Hannon Dolby. The diminutive left arm spin, and this comes off something, pad or top edge. He's going to run away to the boundary for 4 runs. So he got away with that, did Ollie Hannon Dolby. Took the top edge, looped over the top of James Rue and down to the long stop boundary for 4 runs. Hannon Dolby on to 5, 259 for 8. Big cheer around the ground.
Yeah, he's a very popular character. It was far too far outside off stump for a man of his wiles to try and sweep. I think it would be fair to say.
Goldsworthy again bowls wide outside the off stump, aiming maybe for the bowler's footmarks, although there aren't actually all that many.
No, there are more if he was bowling from this end.
There would be. This is quicker and shorter and played comfortably enough by Hannon Dolby up to Umeed at mid-off. Last ball of the over coming up. Somerset still haven't taken the new ball. Goldsworthy to Hannon Dolby, tosses this one up, and Hannon Dolby comes forward, turns the bat on it, keeps it down though into the onside. End of the over. Goldsworthy none for 34 in his 10 overs, 259 for 8. The lead 44.
I'm sorry I stole that first ball. I'm disappointed in myself, Anthony. Disappointed in myself now.
The trouble is when you do a report, I tend to lose track of whose over is which.
That's exactly what happened. Yeah. That's exactly what happened. It was right towards the end of the over. Wagner's going to continue. He ended any debate as to who was going to bowl by having his cap and his jumper off almost before the final shot was played in that last over. And he's going to go over the wicket to Barnard. And every indication is it's still the old ball. 59 overs left on the day if we get a full day's play. Tea interval due at 3:30. I think it's a fixed point because of the making up the overs. As Wagner bowls back to a length and down the leg side, and he does well to pull it under the circumstances, Barnard, but picks out the mid-wicket fielder. He was in front of the white line on the side of the surface by the time he hit it. It was like one-day cricket. Wagner's followed him. I think Barnard's thinking of flailing it towards the offside, where there are only a couple of boundary fielders and some rather larger gaps. But Wagner was wise to that. Nobody other than the wicket-keeper within 30 yards of Barnard. And this is full and slow down the leg side and will be called a wide. Yeah. And Wagner apologises to everybody. That wasn't quite what he had in mind.
He was going for the slower ball and just didn't get it right at all.
I must admit, I love the fact he's apologised. He's apologised to the umpire on the way through as well. It wasn't a piece of deliberate negative bowling. It was a misjudgment. Of course, if Barnard had been making room for himself again, it probably would have been at his pads.
Yeah, I think that was the idea.
Yeah. Wagner in, short, slapped tennis shot style by Barnard, and again he's picked out mid-wicket. He's doing this rather in the way that earlier he kept on hitting every Goldsworthy long hop to extra cover. Ian Blackwell having a conversation with Sean Dixon, who's 25 yards behind him, seemingly over the positioning of the fielder in front of the ground staff's little opening. Wagner to Barnard, full onto his pads. It's down the leg side. Good tumbling take by Root. Didn't get far off the deck. That would have been close to being called a wide. If he was to do that again this over, umpire Pollard would have to make a decision as to whether he's just hiding the ball down there. Well, they're quite wide 1-2 at the moment because it's all about wickets, knocking these last two over.
I think he may just be getting a little bit tired.
Yeah. It's his 21st over out of 83 in this innings, and boy does he put effort in. It's been a brilliant spell since lunch. And this is short, and it's whacked wide of mid-wicket this time, and they'll come through for a single, so that puts Hannon Dolby on strike for a couple of deliveries. I have to say, I would be so tempted at this point in this over to say, right, let's get that nice hard new ball and see whether we can make life even harder for Hannon Dolby. Here we go. Here we go.
Yep, spot on. Spot on. Pollard just waving the ball in the direction of the scorers so that they know it's been taken.
The used ball has been rolled by a Somerset fielder over the boundary rope. At this point, the TV camera now would do this ultra close-up of that used ball so you could see the wear and tear. And the commentator would say something really intriguing about it. Happily, we haven't got that close-up because we'd have let the side down otherwise. I'd have just looked at it and thought, well, yes, I've seen some work. So, 3 in the slip cordon. Point, short mid-off, shortish, closer than it has been, mid-on, mid-wicket, leg slip. Horrible ball down the leg side and 4 byes. Well, that's gone badly wrong. So, some free runs takes the lead to 50. 265 for 8 at Warwickshire.
He's blaming the footholds, is Neil Wagner. I think poor Pollard's just saying it's no good blaming the footholds. A little bit of byplay there between the two of them.
The thing is that blaming the footholds would have perhaps more resonance if he wasn't also slightly hobbling back to his mark, like a man who's had a really, really hard work session so far, the 50 minutes that he's been in action. And this one onto the pads of Hannon Dolby, well taken down the leg side. The compass was off. He was aiming northeast and finding northwest during that over. So at the end of it, Warwickshire lead by 50. They're 265 for 8 with Barnard 73 and Hannon Dolby 5.
Yeah, he's just showing umpire Pollard there. Neil Wagner, what went wrong? I think he just turned his ankle a little bit, his right angle. Left arm bowler, of course, coming down hard on his right foot. And he's just limping off now towards his fielding position. I don't think it's serious, anything like that. But, Lewis Gregory, I think, is going to come into the attack shortly. He's just doing one or two loosening up exercises.
It's time for
Josh
Davies
Davies coming on from the Birmingham end.
Also with a bit of common sense, because I know people moan about the 12th man being on too much, but the 12th man is coming on in order that Tom Banton can come off with a couple of helmets and take the protective clothing off, and then he'll come back on after an over.
Yep.
Now I can see no reason why you can't do that. It's just common sense. Just keep the game
time,
moving
doesn't
on.
it? Yeah.
So if the umpires were asked and gave the thumbs up, credit to them for that as well. So Somerset have been busy about trying to get through their overs today, which is really good.
Josh Davies then from the Birmingham end, bowling to Ed Barnard with the new ball. Barnard down the pitch in the air and is going to be caught out there by Sean Dixon, who is it Sean Dixon? No, I think he's gone anyway. It's the end of Barnard for 73. Ed Barnard. It was Lewis Goldsworthy out there on the other side of the ground from where he usually fields. And 265 for 9, and good applause for Ed Barnard, which he thoroughly deserves. 73 from 143 deliveries. He's carried Warwickshire to a useful lead now of 50 runs. But decided to have a go at Josh Davies, didn't get hold of it. And Lewis Goldsworthy initially rather misjudged the catch, and in the end had to dive forward to take it, but held on.
Never quite got in position to play that shot, Barnard. The first ball from that end with the new ball, only the third delivery overall with it. And he's wanted to impose himself by coming down the wicket. He knows he's batting with a number 10 who's capability, he can hang around. And Hannon Dolby would have loved to have seen him over the line for his first class 100 for his new county. But he's just trying to aim it towards long on and got hit inside out. And it was in the air for a long time. There was just a slight moment where it looked like Goldsworthy might have misjudged it. But in the end he gets two good hands underneath the ball. And we are nearly there for the end of this innings, because it may not be long with these two at the crease.
11 fours and a 6, 143 balls for his 73. It was a slow start. But didn't give a chance. And very, very valuable innings for his side.
He's also gone a long way towards solving the problem of who tonight's interview is. I mean, that's one of the things. You sit here each day thinking, who we're going to talk to. We have a strong candidate now from the Bears' point of view.
So Josh Davies 2, Chris Rushworth, Warwickshire's number 11. He's there and bowls, and Rushworth turns this away for 4 runs to backward square leg. Wasn't a very good ball from Josh Davies, but handsomely dealt with by Rushworth.
Well, every run's a bit of a bonus now.
Yeah, just
Warwickshire.
leg stump half volley. 2 men back now on the leg side boundary. 269 for 9. Davies to Rushworth. This is driven down the ground for 4 more runs. Again over pitch from Josh Davies. Not good bowling. Wicket 4-4. Not at all what Somerset would be looking for. 273 for 9. The lead now 48.
Classic issue when
58,
when the new ball comes. Sometimes that harder ball, when middled, will travel quite rapidly.
It will. Well, he bowled very well first up this morning, Josh Davies, but he's conceded 2 boundaries, consecutive deliveries. He's in now to Rushworth. This is a much better ball, which is Played on the up out to Sean Dixon at extra cover, and there's no run.
He's gone at that with quite hard hands, and it was in the air for about at least 2/3 of its journey towards extra cover.
Judging by the way he's approached this innings so far, Chris Rushworth wants to be out there bowling
Yeah.
sooner rather than later.
He'd like to add to the 5 he got in the first innings. Of course, these two with a little bit of a gentle rivalry as Hannon Dolby leads him 54-53 in the championship this season.
Davey to Rushworth, and it's a better ball, which he turns up to subfielder Shoaib Bashir at mid-on, and there's no run. It's an odd sort of field. It's just Shoaib Bashir saving one on the onside, 2 men out on the boundary. We've got 2 slips and 1, 2, 3 saving one on the offside and a 3rd man. Davey to Rushworth. He's there and bowls, takes him on the pad, going down the leg side. And no run. End of the over, 273 for 9. 8 to Chris Rushworth and 5 to Ollie Hannon Dolby.
He was going for a bit of a leg side waft there. That's Chris Rushworth. I don't think you'd recognise it as an orthodox shot. As Wagner's going to take his turn to have a break from the field with Banton restored. So Essex 40 for 5 now, following on against Northampton, still 118 behind. Middlesex have Nottinghamshire 5 down at 259 for 5. In fact, now 263 for 5, but Middlesex's lead is down to 103. They have to win that game to be able to survive. Ben Slater is unbeaten on 100 in just over 5 hours, so an obdurate innings from him.
Quite glad I didn't have to watch that.
Yeah, it's only 72 overs, to be fair. It's he's anchoring the innings. But Kent absolutely in the box seat to stay in Division 1 for next year. They will do, unless Middlesex can force a win against Notts, and that's going to be very hard to do from where they are currently. As Lewis Gregory returns to the attack, he'll come in to bowl right arm round the wicket to on-handed Dolby, and he only needs the 1 ball because he's wiped out the off stump. And Warwickshire are all out for 273. A nice, uncomplicated dismissal there. Gregory will enjoy the light work and they'll go put his feet up. Rushworth and Hannon Dolby are jogging off the field rather cheerfully to get their work underway. First innings lead is 58. As Lewis Gregory finishing proceedings off.
I told you they were in a hurry to get out there and bowl.
Well, yeah.
It's the only possible explanation for that shot.
Well, I think their feeling is against the new ball, we'll have a go, and if it doesn't come off, neither of them believe that they're exactly got too many virtues as bats. Gregory ends up with 2 for 50. It's been a good all-round effort from the Somerset seam attack here on a surface that doesn't offer too much once the ball has got 40 overs old. That's when it becomes increasingly difficult. But I say 2 for 50 for Gregory, 3 for 62 for Davey, 3 for 67 for Wagner, and 2 for 33 for Brooks. Top score, Barnard with 73, Davies 44 and Briggs 38 today. Will Rhodes made 42 yesterday. First innings lead of 58. Might be, time-wise, might be quite a hard game for Somerset to win from here. You know, they've got to build a decent lead, but you don't know. It could reach a natural conclusion.
It could, but if Somerset bat a bit better than they did in the first innings, they might be in a position to set Warwickshire some sort of a target tomorrow afternoon. I think they've stuck to their task pretty well. The Somerset seam bowling unit today on a pitch in which crocodiles have been conspicuous only by their absence.
There was a moment I thought I saw one of Neil Wagner's crocodiles today, but it turned out it wasn't. It wasn't. But yeah, he bowled really well that spell after lunch.
He did.
Helping get Somerset back off the field. So they will resume in just under 10 minutes from now. We'll have that, of course, here live from Edgbaston via the BBC Cricket homepage. Those of you watching on the county websites, and also watching via YouTube. 273 all out Warwickshire. Their first innings lead is 58.
umpires, Ian Blackwell and Paul Pollard. Please welcome the Warwickshire team led out by Will Rhodes. And the opening batsman for Somerset, Tom Lamonby and Sean.
So after that pleasingly brief pause, out we come again. Well, what's been an entertaining day's play so far. We've seen 161 runs and 7 wickets, so we have reached the halfway point of the game in terms of the change of innings. Umpires change ends. Ian Blackwell now standing at the pavilion end as Ollie Hannon-Dolby makes his way to pass his cap to Paul Pollard. At the other end, 4 slips are already in position, although not necessarily quite in the order that they're going to be in a moment, because don't imagine Dan Moses is going to be at first. That would be a break from tradition. And in fact, Alex Davies has left the slip cordon, so there's just going to be the 3 of them. And Somerset will begin their first challenge, which is to knock off the 58-run deficit. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM, alongside me Anthony Gibson from BBC Somerset. Oh, Phil Britt is back in the building, by the way, by the look of it. I can see there's a cricket jumper emerging from the back of the box. Which one of us wants to take first break? Shall I let Phil in and come back at 3?
If you like.
You happy, or do you want to do it the other way around?
Here comes Hannon-Dolby to Tom Lamonby, the left-hander, who was bowled without playing a shot in the Somerset first innings. The Somerset first 4 in their first innings. Lamonby made 8, Dixon 4, Goldsworthy 1 and Umeed 7. So Somerset's first task in the course of knocking off that deficit of 58 is to not to collapse in the same way that they did first time around, and there'd be really no excuse for it on this pitch. As Hannon-Dolby is in and bowls to appeal for LBW. Must have been very, very close indeed. Oh my goodness me. Oh, I must have got an inside edge, I think. It's the only possible explanation, unless Richard Wilford can find another one.
At first sight, it's a really decent shout. It is pitching on. I think you're right, you know. I think he's got a little inside nick on that.
I think that's
That's
the
exactly
only
right.
thing that could have saved him.
I think there's 2 contacts. Phil's tour guiding at the moment. He's not coming back on air. He's tour guiding.
Here's Hannon-Dolby. Heart-stopping moment for Tom Lamonby, who goes for a big drive and misses it. And, well, heart-stopping and mind-scrambling, I think, that LBW decision, because Tom Lamonby going for completely unnecessary off-drive to a ball that was certainly never there for the shot. It was a good length ball from Hannon Dalby, leaving him on the angle.
It's actually ended up going through the gate, just past the inside edge and almost trimming off stump. Beauty.
Nervous start from Lamonby. Oh, and I think this time he plays deliberately inside the line of that ball from Chris Rushworth. Yes, he did. It's an approach that I'm not sure whether he copied it from Marcus Trescothick, but used to see Trescothick doing that on many, many occasions. Must be very frustrating for the bowlers. But Lamonby got 100, his first century of the season in the last game against Kent. He's usually pretty good in September, coming good at the end of the season. But this is a very, very nervous start as Hannon Dalby is in and bowls outside the off stump, and no shot this time from Lamonby, who was bowled in the first innings by Chris Rushworth, not playing a shot.
Got a decent head of steam in this opening over, Hannon Dalby.
He has. He's bowling in sort of into whatever breeze there is. Breeze is sort of coming from the southwest, and Hannon Dalby bowling more or less north to south as he's in and bowls to Lamonby. He picks up his first run as he gets one on his hip and turns it down to Craig Brathwaite at long leg for a single. That concludes from the Somerset commentator's point of view, a rather nerve-wracking first over.
It was a wee bit tense, wasn't it? Phil's departing with his guest now. He loves being a tour guide. He's the sort, if you went on holiday in Venice, you'd find him in St Mark's Square leading a group of Slovakian tourists.
Do they do the walkers and talkers here at Edgbaston, which has become... Andy Brassington started at Gloucester, where groups of spectators are given a guided tour of the ground. Yeah. And then there's a sort of question and answer session with whoever the sort of celebrity cricketer or...
Yeah, I'm not so sure that they do currently.
It's been very successful in Gloucestershire, who started it, and now in Somerset.
Many years ago, we're talking 30 odd years ago, if not more, Jim Coombs used to lead such tours around here.
I remember Jim Coombs, yeah.
He was a double sportsman. As Chris Rushworth begins his first over, down the leg side, there is a yell as to see whether Lamonby has got a little nick down the leg side. He hasn't, and he and Michael Burgess showed no real interest in that appeal. Nor did Rushworth, actually.
I've seen him get out more than a few times like that, Lamonby, just nicking one off down the leg side. Don't think it was a deliberate line of attack by Chris Rushworth, but if it was, it's not without merit.
Yeah, it was an offline loosener on that occasion. Off-stump guard that Lamonby takes, and this is down the leg side. Don't know whether that's bat or pad. It will go down to long leg and Hannon Dalby, and they come through for one. He's got bat on that, 2 without loss, and Rushworth might be rather pleased. He's going to have a right-hander to bowl to now in Dixon, who hasn't yet faced in this second innings.
Sean Dixon, who badly needs some runs. Signed as a especially solid opening bat. He's played, this is his 11th game in the Championship. He's only scored 370 runs. Best of 82 not out.
Rushworth into him, and he's wrapped on the pad, but I would say that was angling down. So an orchestrated appeal, really, from the slip cord. I mean, not properly orchestrated, I'm not accusing him of anything. But they all went up, because they've seen it hit the pad. Rushworth had absolutely no interest whatsoever. No.
I think it was a bit high as well, a bit high in leg side.
He didn't have a lot going for it as an appeal.
But he did get Dixon into a bit of a tangle.
Yeah. Was out LBW in the first innings, but to Hannon Dalby. One that nipped back at him a bit. Rushworth in. He's actually come down the wicket here. He's wrapped on the pad, but he's got outside the line of off stump. So even if it might have tucked back in, and again, the appeal from behind the stumps was not matched by one from Rushworth. Yeah. Who has the gait of a man who's going to tell him to keep quiet. It was stifled at second slip. Will Rhodes wasn't convinced. Yates at first slip, Rhodes at second, Mosley at third. Yates approaching 30 catches in the Championship this season. Oof, and for a moment I thought you might be in the game there. That's just gone past the outside edge. It's an absolutely beautiful delivery from Rushworth. Angled in towards off stump. It just holds its line.
That's classic Rushworth, isn't it? Absolute classic Chris Rushworth. I wonder how many times he's done that over the years for Durham and now more recently for Warwickshire.
When you're batting against Rushworth and that happens, you just have to take that one away, put it to one side, forget about it, and get on. Just please you survived it. Rushworth in again. He's forward and gets the full face of the bat on this one. And it creeps up out into the offside. And no run. 2 without loss. Somerset, they trail by 56 with 55 minutes to go till tea. 52 overs remaining in the day. So we're at the halfway point of day 3.
Now, it'll say a lot about Somerset's commitment and resolve in this game of cricket, the last of the season, how they bat in this second innings. They've really got to put that first innings batting display behind them and show real application and determination. The first priority to knock off that deficit, then hopefully to build a lead and maybe some quick runs tomorrow morning to set up some sort of a declaration and a target for Warwickshire. Hannon Dalby in bowls to Lammonby outside the off stump. No shot from Lammonby. That's the sort of ideal scenario. The nightmare scenario is that Somerset repeat their first innings performance when they were, what were they, 96 for 8 at one stage before being rescued by Messrs Wagner and Davies. But they didn't show much application and resolve in that first innings. Hannon Dalby in bowls, and defensive shot from Tom Lammonby runs off the inside part of his bat, picked up by Michael Burgess, where leg slip would be if there was a leg slip. There isn't one. We've got Rob Yates at first slip, Will Rhodes at second, Dan Mosley at third, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket. So pretty conventional field and a long leg. Greg Brathwaite down there, just having a chat with one of the Warwickshire 12th men. Hannon Dalby in bowls, and Lammonby deflects this up to mid-on, rehearses a very different shot, punch shot through extra cover. Wanders away, as is his wont, towards the square leg umpire. The well-proportioned figure of Ian Blackwell.
I hate to think how you describe me then.
Well, he's comfortably built, is Ian Blackwell. Hannon Dalby's in and bowls. This is driven but not timed by Lammonby, picked up by Danny Briggs at extra cover, and there's no run. Decent crowd. There are more people, good many more people here today than there were yesterday when the weather was a lot more dicey, certainly the weather forecast.
Yeah, there's not a lot of cover if Storm Agnes is due, as it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Although the weather was never quite as bad as we feared.
Hannon Dalby in bowls. Oh, and I think he played at that, did Lammonby. Just watching the replay, yeah, I think so. Yeah, it got stormy just after play had finished here. Not for very long, but the wind really got up and there was some quite heavy rain for a time. But it was through pretty quickly. It was just a sort of glancing blow from Storm Agnes, or Hurricane Agnes. Hannon Dalby, sweatbands on both wrists. He's in and bowls, and Lammonby seems to have plenty of time on that occasion just to come forward and play that defensive shot out into the offside. It's a maiden over from Hannon Dalby, who's conceded just one run in his 2 overs, and Somerset making a quiet start to their second innings. They're 2 without loss.
In the relegation battle, Kent in the box seat. They're ahead of Middlesex on bonus points. That's not going to change. Middlesex will have to win against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge and hope that Kent don't beat Lancashire. At Canterbury, Lancashire are 25 without loss in their second innings, trailing Kent by 142 runs. So Kent very much on top, but Lancashire could withstand the pressure there. So Rushworth is in. It's angled down the leg side, walking across his stumps. Dixon doesn't get anything on it, and it's through to the wicket keeper. Middlesex have made some inroads into Nottinghamshire's first innings, but they're 280 for 6, and that's only 86 runs behind. So time is going to become a real problem with just over 4 sessions left in that game. Surrey may well have an opportunity to win the championship in style. They've reduced Hampshire to 147 for 8 in their second innings. They only lead now by 160. The spinners are doing the damage there. Jack's 4 for 72 and Steele 3 for 31. So a target of 160 may not be straightforward if Liam Dawson is in form, although he's the only real spinner they've got in that side. He took 5 in the first innings. But Essex, following on against Northampton, 75 for 6 anyway. So, I mean, the title's already Surrey's, but Essex look like they might end on something of a low. Sanderson with 3 of those wickets. Walter 65 not out, counter-attacking. As this is full from Rushworth, pushing forward is Dixon.
Burgess
up
to the stumps.
Up to the stumps to try and prevent him coming out of his crease. It's Walter 65 not out and a score of 87 for 6, having come in at number 6. But, other than him, they're struggling to get the ball.
Very good all-round cricketer is Paul Walter. Tall Paul.
Plays the situation well in white ball cricket as well. Very good judge. Rushworth approaches again. 3 slips in place. She just guided up towards mid-on. Brathwaite does the fielding. In Division 2, Leicestershire 134 for 8, 323 runs behind Durham, 5 wickets for Ben Rain. The news, Aaron, who's been in the box today, saying that news that Chris Wright is not joining Sussex. He's due to leave Leicestershire for Sussex at the end of this season. Sussex have confirmed he's not going there. No word as to what his plan is now, but they say he's not going for family reasons. So wish Chris well and hope there's nothing too serious going on there. As Rushworth bowls off stump line, tucked into the leg side.
How many years did he have here, Chris Wright?
It's about 5 years. He came up from, I think it was Essex. And Graham Welsh had done a bit of work down at Essex and thought that he might have something to offer. So he came on loan from what was at the time a Division 2 county to Division 1 and bowled really well. And Graham Welsh has turned many a pace bowler's career.
Yeah, I remember Chris Wright bowling very well here against Somerset.
Certainly seemed to suit him for a while. Edgbaston bowled a heavier ball than you expected. As Rushworth wraps his man on the pad, it was going down the leg side. There was probably a comfortable leg by there, but they never got themselves going. It's stopped by the fielder. It's square leg. I don't know what the conversation is between him and Paul Pollard. There seemed to be some surprise. Oh, I tell you what, has the ball hit a top of a hose or something? Or there's a bit of turf that's gone there. So they're doing a bit of gardening. Oh, I was a bit curious. Glamorgan 237 for 4, trailed Derbyshire by 213. 82 Ingram was out for. Alex Thompson with 3 wickets, the former Warwickshire all-rounder. The final ball of the over is fended off, went up almost to the gloves of Dixon, but he forced it away. 3 without loss after 4 overs. Just to complete the chart, Sussex still not declaring against Gloucestershire. 482 for 6. James Cole's made 128. Finn Hudson-Prentice is 54 not out off 28 deliveries, so maybe the declaration won't be far away. Josh Shaw has taken 4 for 72. And in a much rain-affected match, Yorkshire 182 for 6 against Worcestershire at Headingley. They trailed by 207. Hill made 52. 2 wickets each for Leach, Pennington and Gibbon for Worcestershire, whose promotion was assured yesterday morning.
Yes, and a very welcome addition to the First Division they will make, Worcestershire. Here we got Ollie Hannon-Dalby coming in from the Birmingham end, bowling to Tom Lamonby. I always think to Alan Dalby's run-up is the nearest thing that we've had to Bob Willis when Bob Willis was bowling for Warwickshire here.
Well, he keeps his hand with the ball in, his right hand low.
Yeah.
Whereas Bob Willis would tuck it behind his back as he came
that's
in.
Right, absolutely.
Hannah Dolby goes the other way with it.
Still looks a little
bit.
Here he comes. It's a lot of effort for a dead bat defensive shot out into the offside. Do feel sorry for quicker bowlers trying to flog some life out of a pitch like this, which has just got slower as the game has gone on.
I suppose it's part of the art, and in international cricket there are parts of the world where you do come up against surfaces like this.
That's certainly true.
But I can't disagree with the point you made during the morning session, Anthony. It would be nice to see some more pacey wickets.
Yeah, quicker wickets. Hannon Dolby bowls and Lammerby shoulders arms.
You want plenty of carry for the first couple of days. A few cracks by day 3. Nice bit of turn from the middle of day 3 onwards. That would be the perfection. And look, I'm sure a lot of groundsmen that they are aiming for that.
I just think the drainage systems are against them. The best pitch I've seen in recent years was up at Scarborough, when there was plenty of bounce and carry and a terrific game of cricket. It was perhaps a bit too much bounce. Craig Overton enjoyed it. Alan Dolby in bowls, and this is tucked off his hip by Lammerby for Somerset's third run. Means that Lammerby will keep the strike. He moves on to 3. Sean Dixon still not off the mark.
And this isn't to lay the blame, by the way, at the ground staff.
No, absolutely.
No.
I'm sure. I mean, certainly Scott Hawkins down at Taunton. I mean, the plan has been to prepare fast pitches, but the soil seems to be against them. I mean, Somerset have bought a whole lot of Ongar loam. Quite what that difference that's going to make.
Ongar loam? It's come from Essex?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There were sacks of it, great big bags of it, piled up, ready for use last week. Here's Hannon Dolby in a bowls to Dixon, who punches this into the offside and won't get a single. It's a very good stop by Craig Miles at mid-wicket.
I suppose it might favour the visitors from Essex when they come to Taunton. It'd be like a loan from home for them.
Oh, very good. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, when Brian Rose was in charge of cricket at Somerset 15 years ago or so, he used Mendip loam.
Oh.
To make the pitch not quite so shirt front perfect as it had been under Phil Foster's. That's let go by Sean Dixon into the gloves of Michael Burgess. End of the 5th over of the innings. 3 without loss, Somerset, as they attempt to get through the first, 15, 20 overs without sustaining too much damage, and then cash in as the ball gets softer on this pretty blameless pitch.
Yeah, it took a while for any swing in the first innings of this match. It was very much a case of wait for the lacquer. So we'll see whether it starts to go now. Wickets fell at 12, 12 and 14 in the Somerset first innings. As Lammonby awaits Rushworth, tries to steer him past Alex Davies at mid-on. Sort of a bit of almost a back foot drive. Eventually his front foot lands after he's struck the ball.
Yeah, there was some loose stuff very early on in the Somerset innings from Hannon Dolby in particular, which allowed Somerset to make what initially it seemed like a promising start, but didn't take them long to find their rhythm and their accuracy, and then the wickets tumbled.
Rushworth round the wicket, Lammonby with a nice stride forward, pushes it out into the offside. Craig Biles comes into field, having lost interest in whatever was going on the pitch by the square leg umpire in the previous over from this end. And there seemed to be a chunk of turf. It was like somebody had piled into a 4-iron and taken half of the fairway with them. Rushworth just trying to get the ball to wobble a little bit here. Onto the pads of Lammonby. Down towards fine leg. Racing to the ball there was Hannon Dolby. They're going to come back for 2 though. And it's very well judged by Lammonby.
Good aggressive running.
He has all 5 of the runs on the board in this innings.
Yes, it was good running because Hannon Dolby made good ground to the ball, but because it was travelling quite quickly, he had to make sure he concentrated on making the stop, which meant that he couldn't get his throw in quite so quickly. And Lammonby taking advantage of that.
Moving on to his weaker hand, it was never going to be the one-handed pick-up and hurl.
Yeah.
He judged that immaculately, Lammonby. Next delivery wraps him on the pad, but again it was angled across him, and the height would also be a factor, so there's no appeal. Just a yell because it beat the bat as much as anything.
2 magpies going across the ground, so let's hope that's good luck for Somerset.
Well, it's joy for somebody, you just don't know who.
1 for sorrow, 2 for joy.
You just don't know who it's
3
joy
for. A girl, 4 for a boy.
Well, we don't even know who Joy is. Is she sitting in the members area? Who knows? Looking up every now and then from a knitting. Rushworth in. That's down the leg side as well. He's not got his line right to Lammonby. Looks round ruefully. Been quite careful with his length of spell at the moment, Rushworth, since he came back from the hamstring problem. So he's probably not looking at anything more than 5 overs. So one of the bowlers will come off fairly briskly for Ed Barnard to come on. So it just gets a little gloomier again.
Yeah, they did. I heard the weather forecast when you were doing one of your reports, and they said that cloud thickening through the afternoon.
In comes Rushworth. That's a good lead from Lammonby. Got that one right. End of the over. 5 without loss. It's one of the main news stories today, the death of Sir Michael Gambon, the actor.
Yeah, sad though, isn't it?
And it's interesting that all these references, a Harry Potter actor and various other things, and I'm just sitting here thinking, surely somebody's going to mention the singing detective sooner rather than later.
That was absolute classic, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Absolute classic.
Thinking of tributes and news reports, I always seem to just concentrate on what's happened in the last decade. I think that particular series must have been one of his proudest achievements as an actor.
Hannon Dolby then to bowl to the right-handed Sean Dixon. 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and Dixon playing around his front pad, but gets the middle of the bat onto it. The Warwickshire slips are very closely aligned to each other, aren't they? They stand, I think, more closely together than the Somerset ones do.
Yeah. It's quite old-fashioned, and I suppose with wicketkeepers standing up as well, it's almost exaggerated it. Because Yates is a bit tighter than he would be at first slip. Rhodes at second, Mosley third.
Mosley not as advanced as Tom Abel often is if he's at third slip for Somerset. This is pushed into the offside, but he's not off the mark yet, is Sean Dixon. It's the 14th delivery that he's faced. But
so is Tom Abel channeling his inner Ian Botham when he stands close? Because Botham would come a yard and a half further forward than mere mortals would dare to stand.
Yeah. Well, on these slow pitches, there's a lot to be said for it, but it does mean that it's challenging your reflexes, as you've got less time to adjust, pick up the flight of the ball, as Hannon Dolby just loses his run up, and umpire Pollard signals dead ball.
He's grinning, Ollie. I think that was a stiffening of the breeze as he approached that may have just knocked him slightly out of kilter there.
It's almost a sort of hint of mist around this rather chilly afternoon in late September. And Dolby in bowls, and Dixon again is looking for a single into the offside, but he won't get it as Craig Miles is quickly in from extra cover. Craig Miles, one of the victims of Neil Wagner's leg theory. Gloving one through to James Root.
Yeah, good ball that. He just technically will struggle to cope with good short pitch bowling, Miles. He got a good one pretty early doors. Briggs will still be scratching his head as how he fell for the trap.
And Dolby bowls. This is cut, and that is Sean Dixon's first runs, and there's 4 of them. Not sure that that's entirely where he meant to hit it. It was in the air as well. If there'd been a gully, that could have been a catch, but there wasn't a gully. So it's 4 runs, and Somerset move on to 9 without loss.
Looked in reasonable control of the shot. It wasn't a great delivery.
No, it wasn't. It was
short and outside off stump.
Wide, but
so it's one of those that if you go hard at it, you're probably going to accrue some runs. You probably get away with it.
Yes, even the top edge is going to fly over the top of the slips. No third man to take a catch from a top edge. Alan Dalby bowls to Dixon. Good ball, solidly defended. Good clutch of spectators in the RES Wyatt stand on the opposite side of the ground to us. A few in the old press box stand. Is that still called the press box stand, that one?
I don't know. Phil will know the answer to that. The irony was that the old press box stand never quite had the press box in it because it was next to it rather than in it.
That's right.
That's where my mum used to bring me before my first games, the press box stand.
And Dolby in bowls, and this is defended by Sean Dixon. I like the old commentary box in the old pavilion.
Oh, that was lovely, yeah.
Which
similar angle to this, but so much lower down.
Yeah, so much lower down. You could open the windows and
yes, it was
you're
very
right
good.
in the thick of things. End of the over, 9 without loss. We have had 7 overs, so slow progress from Somerset in their second innings, but so far relatively secure with Lamby on 5 and Dixon on 4.
It was just my mum who brought me on the bus, on the number 61, 62 or 63. We'd sit in the top tier of the press box stand. If my dad came as well, he always insisted lower tier. I've no idea why. Rushworth in, and that's gone past the outside edge of Lammerby, keeps his head down as the ball goes past. So yeah, he'd go lower tier, so we'd have to be there. And then we'd scuttle onto the pitch during the tea interval of the Sunday League games.
Well, it's nice to see the crowd being allowed onto the outfield in the lunch interval today.
They all stand at the end of the wicket, don't they, and have a look.
Yeah.
And it is quite interesting to go and have a look. It looks different from a club wicket, for instance. Beyond that, we've been watching this game for years. Can we read a wicket when we see it? Short of a length, that's a decent-looking pull, and it's beaten the mid-wicket dive of Danny Briggs. And that's 4 for Lammonby. He's to 9, 13 without loss. Neatly executed that, just whirled, pivoted on his foot, and dispatched it neatly.
Yeah, they all look pretty good to me.
Yeah.
In comparison to the sort of pitches I used to play on. Yeah,
I don't very often go out to the centre before play on the opening day.
No.
But on the rare occasion that I do, I just look at it and think, well, it does look like a cricket pitch.
I tend to judge it by how green it is.
Yeah. And that can fool you.
It can.
That can fool you.
Pitch at Taunton last week
would
look very green, and it kidded Kent into, when they won the toss, into bowling first. Somerset made 404 for 4 declared.
Can you tell it apart from the outfield? That's one of the acid tests.
We have had pitches down at Taunton in recent years, but actually that's usually a bit of early life, but then they settle down and play perfectly well.
I think there was one at Leicester like that last week. The ball has temporarily seemed to have gone missing. Somewhere behind the covers, it's been thrown back now. They found a lackey to go and retrieve it. I've got an update to do in a couple of minutes' time for local radio stations. The umpire's going to have a look at the ball now, which may have come back quite wet, judging by the work that Danny Briggs is doing with it. And when the ball comes back very wet in the early part of its lifetime, often causes the seam to expand a bit, which is not ideal. Blackwell's perfectly content that it's okay for Rushworth to continue with.
Would they change it if it was just wet?
I think if it affected the seam, they generally do, don't they? I think it's not considered part of the natural wear and tear. Was it the test match last year or the year before where the ball landed flush in somebody's glass of cider?
Yeah, that's right.
Here's Rushworth, angled down towards point by Lammonby, and there's no run. There was great excitement because people initially thought it had landed in beer, and it was almost like there was a news flash to reveal exclusively that it was in fact cider. Update coming in the next minute. We still haven't rediscovered Phil. He's going to have to get the coffees, that's all I'm going to say. Rushworth approaches once more, driven by Lammonby, but picked up by Miles at extra cover. And he's continuing to dry the ball and then tries to shine it as well to help Chris Rushworth, who's coming towards the end of his fourth over. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Somerset are 13 without loss. In their second innings, they currently trail Warwickshire by 45 runs. The Bears all out for 273. Fine innings by Ed Barnard today, chanceless, but when the second new ball was taken, he came down the wicket to Josh Davies and holed out in the deep for a fine 73. He found a good partner in Danny Briggs with 38, but not much movement with the new ball in this Somerset second innings on what is quite a slow wicket. Somerset 13 without loss, trail by 45. No runs accrued from the next ball that you missed there.
Good stop by Danny Briggs.
Hopefully our colleagues in Coventry will just take off the cue in a moment. As this ball off an outside edge is fielded at third slip. Good stop by Dan Mosley. End of the over, 13 without loss is the score.
Yes, he played that with relatively soft hands, Tom Lammonby. Hence it didn't go in the air to third slip as opposed to along the ground. He has a good chat with Sean Dixon. Best of them, the pair of them rather, have not really formed much of a partnership opening up the innings for Somerset. I think they've had one decent partnership together, but Somerset's best opening partnership of the season, last game against Kent, of 70, and that was when Tom Abel opened up with Tom Lammonby. Bowling change at the Birmingham end. Looks like Ed Barnard coming into the attack. Bowling to the right-handed Sean Dixon. He's there and bowls, and Dixon comes forward. Plays a quiet defensive shot.
What have we got now? Just under half an hour, 25 minutes till tea. We're going to get there. 39 overs left in the day, so a little bit behind this afternoon.
Here comes Ed Barnard, top scored with 73 in the Warwickshire first innings, and Dixon coming down the pitch towards him. Just plays that on the up, down into the ground and out into the offside. No more than medium pace. Ed Barnard probably around about 75, 77 miles an hour, something like that. But a very useful all-round cricketer, good acquisition for Warwickshire from their neighbours. He's in and bowls, and Dixon is forward, bat and pad close together, so close together that Will Rhodes almost appealed for LBW. At second slip, just the two slips now. Robbie Yates at first slip and Rhodes at second, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, shortish mid-wicket. for the ball that just stops on the batsman. So I think I can only recall one dismissal where that may have been a factor. As Barnard bowls to Dixon, who again is shuffling down the pitch towards him and just runs it off an open face down to Craig Miles. That was Lewis Gregory, who was going quite nicely, very nicely in Somerset's first innings when he got one which he looked to drive through the offside, through the covers, and gave a pretty straightforward catch to Danny Briggs. Other than that, it's a slow pitch, but not really a two-pace pitch. Barnard bowls and Dixon's on his toes and again plays it into the offside, but again can't get it past Dan Mosley, who has gone in there at extra cover, having been taken out from the slips.
I'm trying to calculate what it would take to come up with a positive result in this game if Somerset continue to see off the new ball with the poise that they are at the moment. I'm struggling to find a plan that doesn't involve contrivance.
Yeah, but we might, it's just the last game of the season. As Dixon plays this confidently enough, but without any great power, out into the offside. That's the end of the over. 13 without loss. That was a maiden over for Ed Barnard. And Chris Rushworth, I guess, is going to bowl the next over from the pavilion end. Yes, I mean, we're not going to get 45 overs in today, are we?
No.
We're going to get, what?
Let's say 35.
35?
Because the forecast isn't great once we get to 5 o'clock.
3 runs and over. That's 100, 105, 118.
So there could be 65, 75 ahead going into tomorrow. 96 overs in tomorrow in theory.
They'd have to bat to beyond lunchtime, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
To make the game reasonably safe.
Rushworth in, defended back down the wicket by Lammonby. So it merely becomes a decision as to whether you want to take the risk or not, or whether you want a quiet day. In which case we'll then start talking about invoking Wilford's new rule of county championship cricket, which I've been banging on for about 6 years about now, which is on the final day when no result is possible, that you end at tea. Because anything after that is not real cricket in those situations. As much as I enjoyed Tim Ambrose taking his only first-class wicket at Lord's, it wasn't real cricket. Rushworth in, past the outside edge on this occasion of Lammonby.
I don't think he played at that.
No, I think he's tucked it.
Yeah.
Tucked it bang behind. Good line. But yes, your judgment is correct, Anthony.
Well, Somerset were heavily criticised and with some justification for not declaring and setting up some sort of finish against Lancashire up at Old Trafford. So I think Tom Abel, he's a pretty much positive attacking sort of captain. I think if there's an opportunity to declare and set Warwickshire a demanding but attainable target, I think he might do it.
Rushworth full onto the pads of Lammonby.
Missed out then.
Yeah, didn't get it as square as he wanted. Rather like Ed Barnard missed out a few times earlier in the day. And it bounces once on its way through to Danny Briggs at mid-wicket.
At least he didn't hit it on the full to Danny Briggs at mid-wicket, which again he's done once or twice this season.
It made a fair proportion of the journey in the air, but it was never going to go anywhere near carrying. Timed it reasonably well, but didn't get the placement right. It's Rushworth in again, and that one hits him high on the pad. Well, I say on the pad, above the pad, and goes out on the offside and there's no run. Rushworth has bowled the majority of this spell to the left-hander, which I don't think is pleasing him enormously. I think he would have liked to get at Dixon a bit more. Might get one more over, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Helen Dolby at this end, although the impending tea interval might just change the way that the overs are allocated by Will Rhodes. So this is turned through square for a single. Briggs had gone out to the boundary, so he runs across to his left of field, and Lammonby does get off strike, and Rushworth does get one ball at Dixon. 14 without loss, 44 runs behind.
Steady as she goes for Somerset, showing plenty of application, these two. Somerset's first priority, as I've been saying, is to avoid the sort of collapse that we saw in their first innings. It's too early to talk about making the game safe.
3 slips in place for Dixon, who comes forward nicely, just defended that into the offside end of the over. So 10 overs gone, 14 without loss, and it is just a case of seeing out as much as they can of this new ball. Barnard will continue from the far end. I wonder whether we might even see an over of Danny Briggs before we get to the interval here. Might be worth a little bit of a look. Gloucestershire have got a nice run chase in prospect at Hove. They've been set a mere 513. Yeah, you have to query the need to bat on beyond a lead of 500. But
there's nothing on that game either. Here we got Barnard into bowl to Lammonby, who plays inside the line of a ball. Outside his off stump. Barnard going around the wicket to the left-handed Lammonby.
Maybe don't put them in too soon. Let's make sure we get a good day's cricket on the final day. Make sure we make a little bit more money on the final day. Get through the snap bar and the bar. Why not? Make the most of it. Bet it's nice down on the south coast compared to here.
Barnard in bowls. Appeal for LBW. I think there was some inside edge there as the appeal rather died in the throats of the close catchers and indeed the bowler himself, who had his hands in the air but almost apologising to umpire Pollard.
No, see, Barnard wasn't appealing. They were behind the stumps. Barnard was much more, that edge has just been blocked by the pad on its way through to the stumps. So I think he had a very clear view of that. So he was half celebrating.
He's in again and bowls, and this is turned into the onside by Lammonby. Bowling his overs commendably briskly is Ed Barnard, marching back to his mark.
Craig Miles is doing some warming up. He's got his left trouser leg so dirty that it makes his boots and jumper look even whiter than they are.
Yeah, there he is.
The leg is filthy.
There's Barnard bustling in. He's there, bowls. And this is turned in the air, but not that far away from Dan Mosley, who's at a shortish mid-wicket, but picked up by Hannon Dalby at mid-on. He does have a tendency to hit the ball in the air through the onside, Tom Lammonby. Not a bad line of attack, that.
You can see that that's a shot that can cause problems for him.
Yep.
Seen it twice in the last 2 overs, haven't we?
Barnard to Lammonby, who this time just plays that quietly in defence into the onside. 14 without loss. We're in the 11th over of Somerset's second innings. They trail by 44, having conceded a lead of 58, which it looked at one stage when they Warwickshire 147 for 6, as if Somerset might take the lead, as this is turned past square leg. There should be at least 2, as Craig Brathwaite has some work to do, and they think about coming back for a third run, decide against it. Wisely enough, 16 without loss.
I think there might have been quite a long third run there, actually.
Yeah.
Because the throw was only getting 3/4 of the way. Craig Miles is going to have a burst before the interval here. Let's keep on checking the scores. I think we're very close to our first result of the final week of the season. Because Essex look like they're going to go under 119 for 9, 39 behind Northants. So Northants are going to go out with a bang, not a whimper.
Well, good for Northants.
And in fact, they're all out. 119 all out. Jack White, who I've enjoyed watching, such energy about him, such a character on the field. 5 for 57.
Curtly Jack White.
Yeah.
That's his proper name.
That is his full name,
yeah,
indeed. So it was always meant to be. It happened a bit later in life than he might have expected it to. But Northants have beaten Essex by an innings and 39 runs, and they're left to rue near misses in each of the last 2 weeks that could have otherwise had them staying in Division 1. Bizarre. Miles in to bowl, jab down towards third man. It'll only be a single. And And it's cut off by a right boot from Barnard. Surrey will need 185 to beat Hampshire. Hampshire 172 all out. They're at tea there. Jacks 5 for 87, Steele 4 for 40. So can they score 185 runs before Liam Dawson bowls them out to celebrate the title with style?
Well, if Will Jacks has taken 5 wickets, you've got to fancy Liam Dawson's chances, haven't you?
Well, Cameron Steele with 4. And I think that those 9 wickets, I think that matches the number of wickets they'd taken in Championship cricket with spin, Surrey, going into the final round of games. Miles round the wicket to Lammonby, tickled round the corner, should be 4 on the inside of Hannon Dolby, and it is neatly dispatched by Lammonby. Miles not getting his line right, angling across the left-hander down the leg side. 16 to Lammonby, 21 without loss. In the race to survive, Kent have Lancashire, well, 55 without loss in the second innings, still 112 runs behind Lancashire. But Kent are in control of that situation because Middlesex have to beat Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire 309 for 6 are just 57 behind. Slater still there on 114. It's driven by Lammonby, nice straight bat, but picked up by Rushworth at mid-off. So, yeah, 57 the lead for Middlesex. 4 Notts wickets left and only 4 sessions left of cricket. That's not going to happen for them. Leicestershire all out 143. Over 300 runs behind Durham on first innings, and they are going to follow on there. Rain 5 wickets, Fernando 4. Those are the key games around the country. Set forward in defence is Lammonby. You can hear ball-by-ball commentary on all of those games via the BBC Cricket homepage. You get the text service there as well, updating on all that's going on. I think have you still got time to vote for your 11 of the season?
Ran out yesterday.
Has that run out yesterday?
Yeah.
There were areas of that, because I did do it, there were areas of that where there weren't quite sufficient options. I think there were some players who were rather unfortunate not to be shortlisted. We will see.
I think James Rue ought to make it into it.
This ball clipped off the pads by Lammonby for a single, 22 without loss. If it makes you feel better, Anthony, I would point out that the wicketkeeper I chose was James Rue.
Excellent, well done.
Was James Rue. I may be slightly biased that I've picked Oliver Hannon Dolby, but
I think that's fair enough. He's got over 50 wickets.
Yep. But there are those who say I may not be considered an independent witness for that sort of thing. As Miles comes into bowl to Dixon now. Off the back foot, he tries to force it past the bowler. He can't. Bit of a loose over that from Craig Miles. End of it. 22 without loss. Phil Britt is finally back in the room, Anthony. 11 minutes before tea. He's been gone since, what, 12 o'clock?
Well, he can come.
Came off air at 12 o'clock. He's come back 11 minutes before tea. And he's sat there chomping. Honestly. I mean, he's offering value for money because we give him nothing. But nonetheless, well, if we pay him nothing, he's giving us nothing. Look at that. He doesn't care either. He's eaten all his fruit, some of which he's grown on his own allotment. Live from your own allotment?
Barnard to bowl his third over. Conceded just 2 runs so far. He's bowling to the left-handed Lammonby. It's short. Lammonby shapes as if to pull that, but does no more than that. Just watch the ball sail through to Michael Burgess.
It's a wide. Surely that should be a wide.
Well,
how's he meant to
I was saying earlier on, they're so reluctant to signal wides in red ball cricket.
But the above the head, they're a bit more willing, aren't they? I mean, you'd have to have gone up periscope to try and hit that.
Just the 2 slips for Barnard to Lammonby. He tucks that away off his hip. He's done that 3 or 4 times in this innings. Neat little shot. Not unreminiscent of Alistair Cook in the way that Cookie just nudges it away down to backward square leg.
Cookie? Yeah. Cook, close personal friend, Cookie.
Well, I was a close personal friend of his great uncle Albert.
Tremendous.
Cook, who farmed up near South Molton in North Devon. The Cooks are a Devon family originally.
Ah.
There's Barnard in and bowls. Oh, and a drive and a miss from Sean Dixon. And Albert Cook was one of the best farmers in Devon. He only died 3 years ago at the age of 98. Alistair was there at his funeral.
That was a no ball, that last delivery.
Lovely man, Albert Cook. 25 without loss.
Nice part of the world, North Devon.
It is. Barnard to Dixon, who lets this run off an open face down towards third man. Yeah, Craig Miles is in hot pursuit. They turn for the third and they'll get home successfully enough. Good running again, good aggressive running from Tom Lammonby, turning 2 into 3. And a decent piece of fielding by Craig Miles as well. But 3 runs accrue, 28 without loss.
See, dutiful son that I am, my mum likes a little brief spring break for 3 nights in North Devon each year.
Here's Barnard in bowls, and no run there. Whereabouts?
We stay in Barnstable.
All right.
Just on the river in Barnstable, and you can go. I mean, there's so many places to go within half an hour in each direction from there.
Yeah. My wife and I, one of our regular haunts is just outside Braunton.
Oh, splendid!
In the motorhome.
Do you nip to Squires for your fish and chips?
Certainly do.
Yeah, there we go. So you know I'm authentic now.
Yeah, absolutely. Barnard in and bowls. You've no doubt had a chat with Dave Bracegirdle about it, because Dave was stationed at RAF Chivener when it was an RAF for many years. Well, for good many years. Played cricket for Braunton.
I must talk to him. I haven't, and I must talk to him about that. I had 2 summers working in a tea shop in Ilfracombe when I was a teenager to earn money to buy my first stereo.
Yeah.
It was great, just by the church on the front.
Yeah, we were in Ilfracombe just 3 weeks ago. It was pouring with rain. Barnard in and bowls down the leg side, and Lammonby tries to play a sweep shot at it and makes no contact. It's through to the wicketkeeper. 28 without loss. Yeah, we were up there for a week in during August, and it rained almost every day.
Oh dear!
But lovely part of the world.
It was proper graft working in a tea shop there. We had a very good system. The guy I worked for was brilliant. Still have him as a friend. We see him when we're down in Barnstable. And yeah, busy days. When the Radio 1 Roadshow came to town, it was chaos, because you would run off your feet, but they were only buying a can of pop and sitting there for 2 hours. As Craig Miles comes in to bowl to Dixon, driven towards mid-off. Rushworth is across. We also learned about the law of the toasted tea cake, that you wouldn't sell one for 3 days. And then somebody would come in and ask for a toasted tea cake one morning, and the smell of it would lead to everybody who came in ordering toasted tea cakes. There's something about
absolutely
that particular smell. Here's Miles, guided to point by Dixon, and picked up there by Barnard, and there's no run. .28 without loss, so they've knocked half of the deficit off almost. 1 shy of that, 30 runs behind. Probably looking at 10 balls before tea here. Let's see how many of the 39 overs we get in the final session. Miles short, ducking under it. Is Dixon comfortably enough through to the wicket-keeper, and there's no run.
Yes, but we'll have 2 hours, I guess, after tea, before the 2 hours maximum, I think, before the
maximum
light fails.
It was ropey around 5:15 yesterday, wasn't it? Although there was more rain in the air then, and there is a little bit of rain due in after 6, just a question of how dark it gets. Clipped neatly through mid-wicket here, wide of the fielder who was in short, Dan Mosley. He gives chase, but Dixon back comfortably for 2. Takes him into double figures. 10 for him, 18 to Lammonby, 30 without loss. 2 balls left in Craig Miles over. Yeah, 39% chance of rain according to the BBC weather app after 6 o'clock. So basically, when we were walking back to the car, I don't like to feel persecuted by the weather or anything, but it'll rain on us going back to the car. Miles in to Dixon. And again, looking increasingly comfortable now at the crease, these two. Just moves into position. The pace of the surface isn't going to trouble them.
Exactly. Exactly.
Miles might have to try and take a leaf out of Wagner's book, but nobody is going to do it better than Wagner.
I think it's Wagner's height or lack of height that makes him so effective. So that he's bowling it short and it's coming up sort of throat height, which is so difficult to play.
Miles with a bounce that Dixon ducks under, end of the over, 30 without loss. The other thing about Wagner is his action is almost all shoulder. It's this really, really strong shoulder. And there's a consistency of the line that he can bowl. And he seems to love it as well.
Yeah.
Bowls every over like it's his last.
Yeah, he gave a really good interview last night.
Crocodile. Well,
no crocodiles in this pitch.
That's one of the highlights of the year. There would not be a better line in any interview on the county circuit this year, surely. I wonder if he's used that before.
I don't know. It's the first time I'd heard it.
Yeah. My colleague Mike, who was here working with you yesterday, sent me that quote last night when I was at the football, and it made me chuckle.
Here's Barnard, last over probably before tea, and Lammonby comes forward, plays that with a dead bat. Lammonby on 18 and Sean Dixon on 10. This is one of their best opening partnerships. I'm not sure which is the best. I'll have a look. I'll look it up during the tea interval.
Steve, where are you, Steve? He'll beat you to it.
Good old Steve Pittard. Down there in Eli's. Barnard bowls. Lammonby plays this into the onside. This will go for 4, I think. Miles is in hot pursuit, but he's not going to get there. It's a pretty quick outfield, this, considering it is late September. 4 runs, indeed it is, to Tom Lammonby. Goes on to 22, 34 without loss.
It's astonishingly rapid in that for about 3/4 of the chase, he thought there was an outside chance and he beat him by 15 yards.
He is, and he's quick as well, Craig Miles.
He's timed that very nicely on this rapid outfield. Credit to the ground staff, that is.
Barnard in and bowls, and Lammonby up on his toes, and Barnard just kicks the air in frustration at something. Maybe he was planning a rather different delivery and didn't quite get it right.
Wow, they've got 3 on the drive on the leg side, short in here. Forward square leg, if you like, is Miles.
We have been remarking on Lammonby's tendency just to... But he needs to bowl this on middle leg, something like that. He's in and bowls, and he bowls it on off stump, and it's just stroked up to mid-off.
Yeah. The sight of Ollie Hannon-Dolby in what would technically be described as a static fielding position is quite something. He's the straightest of the... Well, he's the short mid-on.
Well, he's got quite a wingspan, though, hasn't he?
He has got a wingspan. But, and he's agile for 6'8".
Yeah. So we got Barnard in and bowls, and it's in the air, and he's caught, and that is fallen right into the trap with Dan Mosley taking the catch. Well, Ed Barnard got that absolutely right, and Tom Lammonby got that absolutely wrong. Well, Somerset lose a wicket, their first wicket on the brink of the tea interval. Tom Lammonby cannot believe what he has done off the 5th ball of the 15th over. He's gone, caught Mosley, bowled Barnard for 22. Somerset 34 for 1.
So today's competition, as they trudge off for tea, is whose dismissal was the most puzzling in terms of being willing to fall for a trap? Danny Briggs or Tom Lammonby? We could discuss that over the course of the tea interval, which comes 1 ball early as a result of that wicket falling. Somerset 34 for 1, 24 runs behind. We'll take a break and give Phil Britt a Chinese burn for his lack of presence during the afternoon session. We will resume in around 20 minutes' time with Somerset 24 behind with 9 wickets standing.
Scores from other matches taking place around the country today, starting first of all at the county ground Northampton in the match between Northamptonshire and Essex. Northamptonshire in their first innings were dismissed for 369. Essex in reply were then dismissed for 211. Northamptonshire enforced to follow on, and Essex were once again dismissed for 119. Northamptonshire won by an innings and 39 runs. At the Aegeus Bowl, the match between Surrey and Hampshire. Hampshire in their first innings were dismissed for 219. Surrey were then dismissed for 207. In their second innings, Hampshire were dismissed for 172. Surrey require 185 runs with 10 wickets in hand. At the Sea at Unique Riverside, the match between Durham and Leicestershire, which is currently held up by bad light. Durham in their first innings declared it closed on 457 for 8. Leicestershire were then dismissed for 143, and after one over of their second innings following on, were one without loss when bad light stopped play. At the first Central County Ground Hove, the match between Sussex and Gloucestershire. Sussex in their first innings were dismissed for 202, and in reply, Gloucestershire were dismissed for 195. Sussex in their second innings declared it closed on 505 for 7. Gloucestershire in their second innings at tea are 21 for the loss of 1 wicket. Gloucestershire require a further 492 runs. At Headingley, the match between Yorkshire and Worcestershire. Worcestershire were dismissed for 389. Yorkshire in reply at tea are 262 for 6. At Sapphire Gardens, Cardiff, the match between Glamorgan and Derbyshire. Derbyshire declared their first innings closed on 480 for 8. Glamorgan in reply at tea are 286 for 4. At Trent Bridge, the match between Nottinghamshire and Middlesex. Middlesex were dismissed for 366. Nottinghamshire in reply at tea are 319 for 7. And finally at the Spitfire Ground, Canterbury, the match between Kent and Lancashire. Lancashire in their first innings were dismissed for 327, and in reply Kent were dismissed for 494. Lancashire in their second innings are currently 71 without loss, trailing by 96 runs. Ian Blackwell and Paul Pollard. Please welcome back the Warwickshire team led out by Will Rose, together with the Barnard and Somerset batsman Sean Dixon.
Welcome back to Edgbaston. Final session of day 3 of the LV County Championship Division 1 game between Warwickshire and Somerset on the final week of the season. 39 overs and 1 ball left in the day. Somerset will re-emerge as they are now on 34 for 1. Lewis Goldsworthy has come out to join Sean Dixon, as Tom Lammonby rather mysteriously fell straight into a trap that Ed Barnard had set 2 balls earlier. Not Ed Balls, former Chancellor. He might have set the trap, but he didn't. And he holed out to short mid-wicket. Dan Mosley taking the catch, gone for 22, Lammonby. Dixon is on 10. Goldsworthy yet to score. The light isn't brilliant, and it's slightly different light now. Phil Britt, who's moved inside in alongside me. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC WM. Phil here, and we'll have Anthony Gibson back around 4:30. You've worked with me enough years to know what I mean when I say it's a slightly wet light there.
Yes.
That you wouldn't be shocked if we did get a shower.
It's not been great all day, but it's what you'd call late September light.
3 short covers, 3 short mid-ons and mid-wickets will continue for the final ball of the over to the new batsman Goldsworthy. First and third slips and a leg slip. It's a very attacking field. Barnard in to complete the over that was left open, and it's defended into the leg side by Dixon. Oohs and ahs from the fielders, and the end of the over. Craig Miles is going to take up the attack from the pavilion end. 24 behind, 9 wickets standing, Somerset, and the Bears really going to need to push in this next 15-20 overs with what's left of this new ball.
Yeah, we have got 39 overs remaining in the day. I don't think we'll get 39 of them in, but we'll get good, probably more than I thought at one stage. I thought we'd get. I think those that spell from Goldsworthy and Abel pushed a few overs through a bit quicker and used a few up. But let's see what both sides can do while the light holds. The floodlights are quite bright at the moment as Miles starts an over from the pavilion end, and this first one is played by Dixon down to mid-wicket, and there's no run. We haven't got this umbrella-shaped field. It's 3 men in close on the leg and 3 men in close on the offside. It's gone back to a much more authentic field. It's certainly got its reward though for the initiative. Got that breakthrough. Miles, a little pop and a skip, and then on his way he's in and bowls, and forward comes Dixon, runs it out into the covers, and there's no run. So the crowd has remained fairly sparse throughout the day. It's both in the members area and at the Birmingham end. It is.
It was busy in the restaurant.
Yeah, it's not. When I've just been in there half an hour ago. It's fairly quiet. This one is pulled in the air. It's going to drop down. It's by Craig Bathwaite, who comes in off the deep square leg, backward square leg boundary. It was a pull from Dixon, which was aerial for a long time, but dropped into space between Mosley and Brathwaite. Neither could get to it, and he gets away with that. So he moves on to 11. And Galsworthy, who's yet to get off the mark, he's just had the one delivery to face, that one ball which was remaining from before tea. He's now will face his first delivery from Craig Miles, who is on his way. He's in the bowls, full and driven, and beautifully driven through extra cover for 4. That was a lovely shot. It was classic cover drive, and just a bend of the knee, a flow of the bat through the ball. Beautifully played, lovely shot.
Yeah, very nicely done. Miles has been a little bit loose, hasn't he, either side of tee.
I think he's been a bit disappointing when this year for Craig. It's, he's had a funny old season though, hasn't he, with injury, and he went off to Durham, came back with couldn't get in. He wasn't a member of the Warwickshire side, went to Durham, got injured, and missed another part of the season. In he comes again, bowls. This one is covered up by Galsworthy. Just played down to mid-on, there's no run.
Didn't play any championship cricket for Warwickshire until September. That injury for Durham came in a 4-day game in the middle of the T20, and he was playing in all the T20 games because he is a very good wicket taker in that form of the competition, and an excellent outfielder as well. So although he goes for 9 or 10 and over, it's because of when he bowls. He's bowling usually in the last 3 or 4 overs. He'll bowl a couple of those. He's just been unlucky, really, this year. Not had many opportunities.
Miles bowls short, and he ducks underneath it. And there's no.
And between that and Liam Norwell missing the entire season, it's left the Bears a little bit thin on resources. Once Hassan Ali had gone away on international duties and not actually be seen really on the pitch on international duty, then picked up an injury when he would otherwise probably have come back for September. The balance of the attack's so much better when he's there. He could just do the sort of job that Neil Wagner could do for Somerset here, and he'll work the tail end vigorously with the pace and energy that he bowls with. But Ed Barnard will continue.
What did we say on day one? Was it 27 wickets he got in the period he was with us?
It's either 24 or 27,
24 or
wasn't
7,
it? Yeah.
I can't remember which one it was.
But when Barnard was the 5th seamer and Rhodes was the 6th, it was quite an impressive attack. As Barnard comes in to bowl and he's steered round the corner behind square, Alex Davies will chase that down. They'll think about one for the throw, and they chase through nicely. He's judged that just about right, Dixon. He's to 13. We were speculating before tea about the County Championship Team of the Year on the BBC Cricket page. I'm told reliably by a source that that'll be announced tomorrow morning. So be interested to see if any Bears get in. Be interested to see whether James Rue, who we were talking about, does get the wicket-keeping slot. And given that Surrey have won the title again, is it going to be dominated by them? You'll be able to find out on the BBC Cricket homepage tomorrow. As Barnard draws Dixon forward in defence.
This is a side selected by BBC Cricket.
No, the members of the public.
Oh, the members of the public.
I mean, I did vote because I am also a member of the public. But yeah, no, it's members of the public. So it'll be an interesting list, to say the least. But that will be good.
And does that include international cricket?
No,
it's just purely.
It's the county championship team of the season. Purely county championship.
Okay.
I think is the principle, as this is driven square on the leg side by Dixon for a single.
Just shows I listen, doesn't it, Richard?
Well, you've been out and away doing all sorts, haven't you, today? Meanwhile, from the Isle of Wight comes a question from Debbie, who's been watching the stream with her other half, Bill.
Ooh, that's a nice place to live.
It is, isn't it? They're friends of mine from basketball days. Lovely people. Says, good afternoon, Richard. Watching the live feed and listening to the commentary, which has brought back happy memories of holidays in North Devon, because that's what Anthony and I were talking about just before tea. I'm going to come back to that, because already bustling in is Barnard once more, and stabbing down on that with his bat away from his pad is Galsworthy, but just drops it down towards Miles at point. We have a question, says Debbie. Watching the groundsman do his jobs during the tea break, It's an interesting phrase. How does he not get a white hand when he picks up his stick after painting the lines? Keep up the good work, Debbie.
He picks up the end he hasn't put in the paint.
Or does it dry really quickly? Does it dry really quickly?
Yeah, but you don't put both ends in the paint, do you?
This ball just full outside off stump, left alone. It was angling in back towards off stump.
No, she means the stick which they would put along and then they...
Yes, Phil.
Yeah.
Yes, Phil. The one that they're painting
Not the one she
line
stirs
down.
the paint with.
No, not that one. The one that you remark the crease by using it as like a ruler at school. Do you remember school, Phil?
Yes, roughly.
Do you?
Yes.
Yeah, with the air raid sirens going repeatedly. No, but no, that's the stick that she means.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know.
Oh, there we go. Nor do I. I think it must dry very quickly. I mean, it presumably does anyway. It's Gregory angling this into the right-hander. Defended out into the offside by Goldsworthy. No run.
It's
42
going
for
to be
1.
the same as football whitening, line whitener, isn't it? Chalk.
Yeah, but that's not an answer, is it? So well, it's just the same.
Right.
It's just the same as football. Hold on. But when they mark or remark lines, sometimes just before kick-off, you don't end up covered in white.
No, because it dries quick because it's chalk.
Chalk-based, isn't it?
Yeah. That's otherwise it would be everybody be like they when they put the adverts on the pitch and they all come up smothered in the advert all the colours of the advert. I think they've stopped doing that now a lot largely, but rugby particularly they started doing.
Oh, they can. Now they do get smeared in it, then, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's Miles starting another over, carefully avoiding the white lines, and this one is rising ball, which Dixon deals with nicely, just controls it down. He has to quickly adjust and drop his hands on it, but the ball drops down in front of him, and there's no run. I would imagine on that thing that he picks up the side of the white line of the stick, which he hasn't run the paintbrush down. So if he runs it down the inside, he picks up the outside of the stick.
I'm just impressed that, given the feed and everything, that Deb's watching on a service that you can see his hands.
This one is run into the offside. Well, Gary does a lot in the interval.
He does.
On the telly when he knows he's on.
Yeah, he likes to go out for a good tamp.
Tell you what, he's done some hard work this year.
What do you do for a tamp? They do actually tamp the wicket, they tamp the footholds, don't you?
Yes, that's one of those big things which smacks the ground, isn't it? A tamper. When there's when the bowlers bowled a bad ball and then they blame the ground. Miles in short, and Dixon ducks underneath it, and it goes harmlessly through.
Dixon ducks.
Burgess.
That's tremendous work. I'm less than 2 minutes away from an update, by the way. I'm just warning you because I might have to burst over you in a moment.
I would have thought if you lived on the Isle of Wight, why would you want to go to North Devon? Because it's beautiful, the Isle of Wight.
Yeah, but they went for holidays in North Devon before they relocated to the Isle of Wight.
Okay, thank you very much for explaining that.
Yes.
Okay.
They used to enjoy the area around Ilfracombe and Woolacombe as we did.
Not as much as the Isle of Wight, though. Otherwise, they would have not moved there, I suppose. Miles in and bowls, and this is run away into the gully. They'll get a quick single. It's just...
that was an appeal for a run out when the batsman was not just past the wickets but past the wicket keeper.
I stood watching the ball hit the wickets at the same time. Dixon gets a single. Goldsworthy is not out. And
not out by a considerable distance. If this was an international, they'd still go to the third umpire. Seems to be nothing they can give with bare eyes anymore.
If you take over then, Rich, because I think they're coming up to you.
Yeah, they are shortly. Great story on BBC CWR about a baker's that's got a contract for 1 million buns every day. Crikey. Full delivery onto the pads, and that's clipped away immaculately behind square for 4. Excellent shot from Goldsworthy. Very strong off his pads. Miles again struggling a bit with his line. 47 for 1. They've almost got the scores level now. Closing in on that. That's the weather closes in as well, which might not be any surprise just listening to the forecast. Let's get this update done. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where we're back out after tea in increasingly murky conditions. Somerset are 47 for 1 in their second innings. They still trail Warwickshire by 11 runs. Goldsworthy on 8 and Dixon on 15. Craig Miles isn't quite getting his line right from the pavilion end at the moment, but Ed Barnard, who batted beautifully for 73 earlier today, has tested the Somerset batsman coming in from the Birmingham end. 47 for 1 Somerset. They trail Warwickshire by 11 runs. There we go, we did it justice. Elsewhere, Surrey chasing 185 to beat Hampshire 13 for 1, and Liam Dawson has taken that wicket. He's opening the bowling. 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 1. So they've got a bit of a Bunsen down at the Rose Bowl. 9 of Hampshire's second innings wickets fell to Surrey spinners, which anybody who's been following the season will know is a slightly unusual occurrence. Phil, I'll let you...
OK, it's Barnard from the Birmingham end in, and Dixon turns this to mid-wicket. There's no run. Danny Briggs does the fielding. I'm still interested. Go on, you do the scores, which we ought to do.
Well,
and then tell me about these buns. A million buns.
I know. Well, they're for a very well-known burger refectory. Middlesex are going to have to do something quite fruity if they're going to win and stay up against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire are 338 for 7. They trail Middlesex by only 28 runs, and we're into the last 4 sessions of the season, and they have to win to have a chance of staying up instead of Kent.
As Barnard again on his way in to Dixon, who is going to get... no, he's not playing it wide of mid-on, but... Brathwaite is quickly round to that and does the fielding and prevents what looked to be a reasonably comfortable single, but it isn't. So Dixon stays on 15.
Ben Slater is en route to becoming an honorary Kentishman. 125 not out in 6 hours and 34 minutes in that Nottinghamshire innings.
Barnard bowls. Dixon plays this to a towards a very straight, silly mid-on. In the meantime, Rhodes comes across from mid-wicket and does the fielding, and there's again another dot ball.
Middlesex are going to end up having to set Nottinghamshire something like 150 and 50 overs and hope that the wicket crumbles.
Yeah, they've got to give themselves a chance, haven't they? Barnard in bowls, and again this is turned down to mid-wicket, and again Rhodes does the field and just ambles in and picks the ball up, and there's no run.
Of course, a Kent victory over Lancashire would settle all of that anyway, but Lancashire 95 without loss in their second innings, showing good resistance. They're still 72 runs behind Kent, though, in that situation.
It's looking like 2 draws there, which is not good enough for Middlesex, is it?
No, they're going to have to win.
There's Barnard in bowls, driven nicely, but goes through Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who is looking now for where the ball is. And Oliver, it's about 40 yards past you because it rolled on. He gets up hobbling as he's fallen over. He's hurt his right knee. But they get back for a couple of runs there, and that takes Somerset to 50. A little bit of applause round the ground, a smattering of applause. Dolby looks a little sorry for himself. He's just stretching that right knee. Warwickshire won't want that to be a problem for him. In fact, they got 3 there. They ran 3 in the end on that.
Coming soon, Danny Briggs warming up.
Yeah. As Barnard comes in again and bowls, and this is a wicket. It's a short ball, and Goldsworthy goes to pull it. A really loose-looking shot from a short delivery, and gets feathered through to Burgess behind the wickets. He appeals, and in the end, umpire Pollard has a good look at it and raises the finger, and Somerset have lost their second wicket from a really innocuous shot, and so another wicket for Barnard.
Goldsworthy's not having it. Not having it at all. He stood, he stared at the umpire, but the finger was up straight away, so Paul Pollard, I think it's fair to say, has heard something. I think it might have come off the very end of the bat. But he looked absolutely dumbfounded when he was given out there.
Well, it was the ball, which short delivery about halfway down the track, and he swung at it, ended up virtually 180 degrees round, but just must have caught. I think it'd be right. I think it caught the. It must have been the very toe end and through to the keeper. But Warwickshire won't worry too much about that. It's the second Somerset wicket falls, and it's another wicket for Ed Barnard.
I think that's going to get Craig Miles another over. I think Danny Briggs was ready,
All set, yeah.
But that was the final ball of that over. So we'll see how that works out. In Division 2, Leicestershire following on against Durham, but bad light has stopped play there. 1 without loss, 313 runs behind. Mentioned earlier that Aaron in the back of the box heard the news earlier today that Chris Wright is not joining Sussex at the end of the season now. No confirmation of it, whether he is planning to play or where, but hopefully all is well for Chris. We wish him well. Glamorgan 297 for 5, 153 behind Derbyshire. Root out for 53. Alex Thompson has taken 4 for 93 there. The former Bear. Gloucestershire set 513 to beat Sussex, a 36 for 2. As Craig Miles comes into bowl to Dixon, whipped off his pads. It's fine. Hannon Dolby can track that down, but they'll come through for 2. 52 for 2, 6 runs behind. Just looking at the Gloucestershire wickets. Yeah, both of them are for Sean Hunt. He's taken 2 for 7. And Yorkshire declared 127 runs behind Worcestershire, maybe make a game of things at Headingley. 262 for 6 they were, with Revis 51 not out and Bess 48 not out. I'm sure I'd be delighted that they declared when he was on 48. Worcestershire 9 for 2 in their second innings. Code and Milnes with a wicket each. Short ball from Miles outside off stump, just drops the bat nice and low, Dixon, to keep it well out of the way. Gareth Roderick got a first baller. He was out for naught. Azza made 8. So they're 136 in front with 8 wickets remaining. So they've created a game there. No harm in that at this stage of the season. And it will be interesting to see if they create a game here. But at the moment, Warwickshire will be trying to push to take this game towards a natural positive conclusion. They lead by 6. They have Somerset 2 wickets down. Dixon on 20, lashing this for 4. That's a lovely square cut from Dixon. Makes no mistake, gets over the top of it. 56 for 2, the deficit is down to just 2 runs.
Yeah, he was going. No doubt about that one. It was there, and Dixon went through with it. Full flourish, lovely shot. So he moves on to 24.
We've had a thumbs up from the Isle of Wight about our description of the white stick.
Good.
Miles to Dixon off his hip, slightly awkward, got himself cramped, but he hit it comfortably into a space, and then 2 fielders decided to go for the same ball. Ethan Brooks, who's on as 12th man, bumping into Craig Miles. They come through for a single. It's Brathwaite who's not out there, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I don't know whether he emerged after tea or not.
Yes, he did. He was on the field for a while. And probably the last chance Warwickshire anybody will have to see Ethan Brooks in Warwickshire colours. He's off to Worcestershire at the end of the season, but he'll be playing First Division cricket now.
That's good for him.
Him.
It's a pretty grown-up decision from the county as well to understand that that's the best way for him to move on with his career. 'Cause he was worth a new contract here. It's a slightly better short ball from Miles, but Umeed, facing his first delivery, just keeps out of the way of it.
I thought he had a very good 50-over competition and did a lot for himself in that.
They're lovely lads, the Brooks brothers. They really are, and they're talented players. And Henry has had a tough year. There's been some highs during the T20 campaign, but he's struggling for consistency. Could do with a really good winter away, Henry Brooks, just to build confidence, get him regular cricket. Played very well for Derbyshire when he went up there for a championship game. But in Ethan's case, he's going to go and see how things go for him at Worcester. So this is pushed out in the offside and no run, following in the path most recently trodden by Ed Pollock and Adam Hose, with probably greater success for the latter of the two.
Strong ex-Bears contingent down there, of course, now, isn't there? Down the road. Road.
There is. Alan Richardson done a tremendous job there to get them back into Division 1. Congratulations to Alan. Ashley Giles now in
charge.
a senior administration position.
Yeah.
So we had Ed Barnard back as, part swap. And he settled very well. And certainly the 50 over competition did wonders for the confidence of Ed Barnard. And already today, 73 runs and 2 wickets, which makes him an absolute shoo-in for the post-play interview. As long as he doesn't need an ice bath. I'm not interviewing him in an ice bath.
He's going to continue from the Birmingham end. He's in and bowls, and this is driven straight by Dixon to that to Briggs, who is in that very straight, short mid-on position. Does the fielding.
Will Rhodes has got very creative very early in this second innings, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's trying to find ways to change the flow and to persuade Somerset to concede their wickets.
Barnard in. Ooh, doesn't know too much about that one. Pushes forward, gets in the inside edge, which runs away between stumps and legs, just down towards fine leg. He gets a single for it, but not altogether convincing from Dixon, but he gets the one. That's 58 on the board. So the scores are level.
There was an applaud for that. Did you notice?
Yes, somebody down there noticed that they'd wiped out the deficit.
Somebody with quite large resonant hands gave an applaud.
Now, Andy Mumeed has got the benefit of 2 silly mid-offs as Barnard's in. He comes down the wicket and launches it over the top of mid-wicket. 1-2 bounces and away for 4, but he came charging down the wicket, Umeed, and as if to say, I'm not going to be intimidated, and whacked it away. That was
it's rather well executed, that, wasn't
well
it?
Played, yeah. Got away with it, hit it hard, and hit it into a gap, perfectly safe.
He'll be so eager to make runs against the Bears. Only made 7 in the first innings. Caught by Will Rhodes, a nice low catch off Ed Barnard.
Barnard will try again. He won't. He will be encouraged by that from Umeed, who this time stays at the crease and just drops his hands and runs it down into the slip area where Yates does the fielding.
Slower ball from Barnard and got a little bit of induck on that. Patted out. Brathwaite's back on the field. He's at mid-on. Anthony Gibson will be back with us after I've done my 4:30, and I'll have a little break. We're going to make you work in this session, Phil.
I
know what I mean?
I know.
You were doing good things for the county, though. I accept that.
It's Barnard in, and this is launched away by Umeed, and it's another boundary, pulled away through mid-wicket. Again, nicely timed, nicely placed, and well controlled, and Umeed gets his second boundary of the over. I think this might perhaps just force that change Richard was discussing, and perhaps Danny Briggs may not be too long before he's into the attack.
Yeah, I think we'll see a double change before too long, so I think we'll see Hannon Dolby have another little foray as well.
In he comes again, and Umeed this time is playing it with coming across his stumps, but a nice solid shot up to that straight on mid-on position. Briggs does the fielding. It's the end of the over, 66 for 2, and those 2 boundaries have meant that Somerset have moved into an 8-run lead. Rather sad today, I saw, to see that Michael Gambon has died, who I remember first of all years ago when he was the singing detective.
Well, this is the point because everybody's saying Harry Potter actor, because if you've been in Harry Potter for as much as one movie, you become Harry Potter actor. And I did say to Anthony that because news tends to get written by people who have got the last 10 years as a frame of reference an awful lot of the time, and for me, the first thing that springs to mind is the singing detective. As, Craig Miles begins a new over. Dixon on 26, ducks under a bumper, and there's no run. And, yes, he was 82, I think he was.
Yes, he was, yeah.
Some showers that are passing just to our north at the moment on the radar. Looks like we're going to miss those.
Good.
So the main contention is going to be
the light.
Light.
Yeah. And it has been throughout the day, but we've been very fortunate that it's never really clouded in heavy.
Dixon was going to take on a very short single to Danny Briggs, who has a bit of recent history of hitting the stumps in those situations. He was sent back wisely by Umeed, who's already beaten his first innings score of 7 with those 2 boundaries. Miles in his 6th over. I just note that you're starting to see a bit of a shadow around the players, and as those shadows increase, that's where they start to wonder whether the artificial light is overtaking the natural light.
Yeah.
And that's where you have a problem. Miles full, nice stride forward from Dixon, gets into perfect defensive position and into the offside with applause from Will Rhodes for the line.
And he got a 2-year contract, I think.
Signed it this week. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, his campaign in the 50 over, absolutely sensational.
Was. No, it's great to see. It really is good to see. That it must be hugely disappointing that somebody does get dropped, but to be able to get back in and do it the way he's done it, well done to him.
Miles is jabbed down towards 3rd for a single. Dixon to 27. 67 for 2. It shows some persistence. You find yourself playing second 11 cricket around the circuit. You've got club cricket at weekends, and you're trying to prove your point. And not everybody is ready at 21 or 22. Not everybody.
Mm.
You look at Jake Lintott coming to county cricket in the second half of his 20s and the impact that he's had. Of course, teaching in Taunton he was on Somerset's doorstep, but at a time when they had spinners coming through. He's of a similar generation to Leach and Bess, and ultimately there was only so much space. It doesn't look like he's going to get a chance, and Warwickshire give him an opportunity. He grasped it with both hands, didn't he? And he's become a very good cricketer. And his first class 50 this season. As Umeed awaits Craig Miles, full of length, inside half of the bat. Umeed knows that wasn't quite as convincing a shot. It drops into the hands of short mid-wicket and there's no run.
I think Andy played for Scotland a few times, didn't he, when he was at Warwickshire?
I think he may have done, yeah.
Because he was born in Glasgow, I think.
Yeah.
But has dropped out, I think, out of the range. Perhaps now he'll get back into that as well, which would be very good for him.
We often relate he did score one of the worst hundreds any of us have ever seen, but by the same token, at least he did it. So this short ball is pulled by him to deep square. Brathwaite will do the fielding. There's a single, 68 for 2. I mentioned it in passing on earlier in the week, but it was that very, very cold pink ball game against Lancashire, which had a real effect on attendances, actually, because hardly anybody was here in the evenings.
The ones who normally would had gone home.
Yeah, and Warwickshire were beyond the stage of being able to accrue bonus points by the time he reached 100. Jimmy Anderson was absolutely fuming because he'd scored an awful lot of those runs off parts of his bat that aren't customarily used for scoring. But I mean, he showed some real diligence and resistance. I put it up there with one I saw from Robin Dyer in the 80s as one of the most indifferent centuries I've seen. But let's face it, he's now kicked on with his career, and that's what it's all about. And I mean, to see that innings and then see him scoring at 140 runs per 100 balls in innings in the One Day Cup.
Different players completely.
Yeah.
I think he got 2 centuries in his first-class career. I thought he got a second one.
Yeah.
I know. I remember the century because we had to commentate on it.
I think the other one was better. Well, undoubtedly it was, but yeah, it's just brilliant to see.
Yeah, it's really good.
A guy taking a second chance.
For him. We have got a bowling change at the Birmingham end, and it's Danny Briggs into the attack, replacing Ed Barnard, and his first ball is to Umeed, who lunges forward, and the ball runs out into the onside, and Burgess comes hopping around from behind the stumps to do the tidying up. Briggs in again, bowls, and this one is turned up to mid-wicket. There's no run. He just had 3 or 4 overs in the first innings with not a great deal of success. There wasn't that much there for him, but see what he does in this innings, as this one is played firmly to Davies at a deepish mid-off. Does the fielding, and again hit firmly enough so that they couldn't take the single. Briggs in. Umid is at the crease, runs it away to backward point, thinks about the single, sets off, but is sent back by Dixon. And a sensible move that, I think. Don't think he would have quite made it as Miles was coming in on it. This next one from Briggs is played out to the shortish extra cover, and there's no run. One thing with Danny Briggs, he will get through these overs quickly, and he's in again and bowls. Umid drives, and sweet looking shot in past the short extra cover. Brathwaite is out covering, tracking on the cover boundary. He gets running round, and his throw, probably 6 out of 10 for the throw from him, and that's
that was very
generous 6. I think
it was a bit strong. And there was a good bit of backing up by Rob Yates, actually. Ollie Hannon-Dolby is going to come on. I did predict it would be a double change. I think the other thing to say on Andy Umid is that had Somerset not offered him a 2-year contract, I think it would be reasonable to assume that somebody else would. Yeah. I think he'd got everybody watching with interest this year. So
those floodlights. Our shadows are getting stronger, Richard. There is no question. The ones you were describing.
I'm not sure we necessarily get as far as 5 o'clock tonight.
It's has a gloomy view tonight. It's really is blocked in. It's been fairly. The cloud's been sort of without. It's not been any sort of break in the cloud throughout the day, but it really does seem to be settling down, the darkness coming in.
Change of ends then for Ollie Hannon-Dolby as he comes in to bowl to Dixon on middle and off. Nice straight bat from Dixon, flicked with the left boot of Rhodes past the stumps. And Umid wants something. Does he want to take? He's going to take his sweater off, or does he want a different sweater? He's just telling the umpire, "I'm having something brought on or taken off." Or
is it me, or do you get a little bit of a feel of end of the term about this?
I'm bringing Kaplunk tomorrow. Yeah. We've got games tomorrow.
Films being shown from lunchtime.
Full delivery by Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Yeah, during the lunch interval we have half an hour of Roadrunner cartoons. I'm coming with a Wile E. Coyote costume for that section. Oh, last day of the school term was always something, wasn't it? And then the summer holidays would feel like it was lasting forever. 6.5 weeks felt like a lifetime, especially for your parents. Hannon-Dolby to Dixon, forcing it off the back foot, can't get it beyond Briggs, no timing about that, he does the fielding. I don't mean yours specifically, I mean for everybody's parents. I mean, obviously for your parents, Phil. You'd have been out. No, you'd have, same as me, summer holidays, if it was dry, you'd have been out in the nearest field with your friends playing cricket, football, anything else that was available, tennis.
Yep.
We had tennis courts that we could climb into in the nearby school. They didn't mind us climbing the fence and going in, at least. I never got arrested for it. Dixon awaits Hannon-Dolby. Turns it through the leg side for a single. 71 for 2. The lead 13 now for Somerset.
Used to have, when I lived, we used to go down to the tennis courts. I lived in Solihull, and they had tennis courts in the park.
Well, of course they did in Solihull, darling, yes.
But you had to pay to use them.
Oh.
And the parkie, I can remember him, because we had a park keeper. I don't know even though that job still exists these days. But he used to come round and he wouldn't unlock it unless you'd given him this £half-crown. He was, always remember him, he was a miserable
one. Dolby draws Umid forward in defence. And if you're listening today, parkkeeper, it's on the
he would
it's a
be,
very good afternoon to you.
He would be about 95 now, probably.
Okay, well, he kept very fit with his tennis.
Older than that.
Yeah, although you see, grown-up figures like that, and when you're little, you think, they're really old. And you realise they're probably only 10 years older than you at the time.
I don't know why, but at Solihull, in the park at Solihull, I'll tell you after this ball.
Oof, tension.
Yeah.
Hannon-Dolby in, and forward comes Umid watchfully defends it out into the offside end of the over. 71 for 2. Somerset, they lead by 13.
We're talking, when I was a kid, and so we're talking mid-50s, they had a cricket net with netting round it by the side of the tennis courts. There was no cricket square. Nobody played cricket anywhere near it, but there was a cricket net. And to this day, I do not know why there was a cricket net, but I used to go up there, and there were no stumps there, but I used to put up used to have a metal sort of oil can which I used to put, and I used to bowl, put my handkerchief down and practice bowling onto the handkerchief to hit the metal drum. And I spent hours and hours doing that when I was a kid in the holidays. What a sad life.
No, it's great. Was it, what surface was it?
It was a tarmac type surface.
Yeah. We had one again. The same school had a couple of nets, and they had a concrete wicket.
Yep.
Halfway down. So if you hit the very edge of it with a short ball, it could fly. We had many hours on that. So.
It's my over, isn't it? Briggs' first ball is played out into the offside, and Barnard does the fielding. I'd seen Jim Laker in a book hitting a handkerchief.
What, in a park in Solihull?
No. This one, again, brings a defensive shot from Dixon, played out into the offside. Barnard does the fielding. I'd read this book, and there was this picture of him hitting a handkerchief.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, I'm going to try and do that. This next one, Dixon has a real go at, tries to thwack it away, but right off the bottom of the bat. And again, it runs harmlessly to Barnard, a short extra cover.
By the way, in between overs, the umpires had a first consultation about light.
Here's Briggs in again. This one is played this time. A little better looking shot. Again to Barnard. It's just Briggs, Dixon and Barnard at the moment. 71 for 2. There's 13 the lead. As Briggs in, this is driven straight to Barnard by Dixon. So that's 5 deliveries, 5 shots straight, everyone straight to Barnard.
I think Barnard suggesting to Dan Mosley that he should come and field there, because I've just bowled a spell.
In again, and this one, a leave by Dixon, and that was a very well judged. In fact, actually watching the replay, I think the reactions probably exceed the proximity to the stumps. There was quite a good gap there.
It turned a little bit. If it hadn't turned, it would have been very close. Now, I note that umpire Pollard has stayed at his end, umpire Blackwell at this end, and this will be the first seam since they consulted for the light. And I think they're just keeping an eye on things a bit here.
It's definitely got gloomy, hasn't it?
Yeah. We'll have an update very soon for BBC CWR. And Ollie Hannah Dolby beginning a new over. Bowling to Andy Umid, who just dabs it out in the offside. And there's no run. That's the bulletin there on BBC CWR, leading with the fact that the Jersey Reds are folding in the Rugby's Championship. So Rugby Union has got a lot of problems at the moment, although slightly different situation with Jersey, because they had a lot of funding in the first place to get to where they were. As Hannon Dolby bowls to Umid, who pushes out into the offside. Exactly as it was before, and there's no run. This time Danny Briggs is in the Ed Barnard role of being found by each delivery. $71 for 2.
So the lead's just 13.
Yeah. And if we struggle to play much beyond this, then will be hard to create a result tomorrow. As this is tickled into the leg side by Umid, just in front of square. Umpire Pollard is having a good look round in between deliveries. Those shadows lengthen. Thanks, Davies at mid-off hands the ball to Ollie Hannon Dolby. BBC CWR crosses are about to bolt. Somerset are 71 for 2 in their second innings. They lead Warwickshire by just 13 runs. The biggest obstacle to this game reaching an interesting conclusion tomorrow is the weather. It is getting quite dark and the floodlights are kicking in. When artificial light takes over, we may struggle to get much more play today. The Bears did well to reach 273 in their first innings. Excellent innings from Ed Barnard. He made 73. He got good support from Danny Briggs with 38. And then Barnard with 2 wickets. Lammonby and Goldsworthy. One caught at mid-wicket by Mosley, the other caught behind by Burgess. Good spell from Barnard. 71 for 2 Somerset. They lead by 13. There are now 2 short mid-wickets who could touch each other if they put their hands out. And there's a pull. It's up in the air, but it's going to land safely and go for 4. It was a top edge from Umid. They're willing to test with the short ball. But he takes it on and gets away with that. He's up to 15. I will depart after this next delivery and make way for Anthony.
It wasn't totally convincing, but he's not holding back Andy Umid. You know, if it's there, he's going for the shots.
That might not be a bad decision in these conditions, although also a top edge and blink a little bit at the umpire. Oh, I was late seeing that.
Well, he's gone to 15 and he's taken the Somerset lead on to 17.
Final ball of Hannon Davies over. These two have added 25 now for the third wicket. And that's a good leave just outside off stump. 75 for 2 then Somerset. Anthony Gibson will be back with you after these thoughts from Phil Britt.
So let's hope the umpires, well, they're not consulting this time. They're not even looking at each other as they walk back. Danny Briggs gets himself ready to bowl another over. We have got 28 overs remaining in theory in the day. I don't think we will get 28 of the overs in, but who knows. So Briggs there's just a little hold up while Dixon gets his gloves back on.
I'd be very surprised if we get 8 overs in, Phil.
You think it's that close, Anthony?
I do, yeah. It's looking
got
gloomier and gloomier.
Yeah, it has, and it's not pleasant. I think once they go off, that will be it as well.
Well, we said that last night, and then they came back on.
Yeah.
So you never know.
Do you want to do this one?
Yep, it's Danny Briggs in from the Birmingham end to Sean Dixon, who drives it pleasantly into the offside, but won't get a run. I think that 32 that Lammonby and Dixon put on for the first wicket is their highest partnership of the season for the first wicket for Somerset. I stand to be corrected. If anybody on Twitter at Gibb would like to correct me. But,
and have they opened together also? Pretty much most of the
season? There are a couple of games when Steve Davies opened rather than Sean Dixon. I think Dixon was injured as he just pushes that through the offside for a single. But and Tom Abel opened in the last match against Kent with Tom Lammonby, and Sean Dixon was on paternity leave. But they have been the regular opening partnership, and frankly, it just hasn't worked out.
No, it's not very impressive, that really, is it?
This is turned into the onside by Andy Umid, who I must say is the picture of confidence out there. It looks as if he's been batting at number 4 for Somerset all his first-class career. And
well, it's good to see, though, isn't it? It's good to see.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, he's a really
saying.
Nice guy outside the off stump. And some of us were wondering whether he would get another contract. He was only signed middle of last season for 1 year. Now he's been given 2 years, and he thoroughly deserves it, as this is cut away down to Brathwaite, who doesn't field it cleanly, and they're going to come back for the second run, and they get there, but only narrowly. That was a good throw from Craig Brathwaite. Got that away quickly on the bounce to Michael Burgess, who took the bails off. But Sean Dixon safely home. 79 for 2 at the end of the over. Dixon on 31 and Umid on 16.
The batsmen have a chat. 27 overs possible remaining in the day. As we say, it's whether we get those or anywhere near that mountain. Will depend. It's not got any worse, the light, over the last 10 minutes. But Hannon Dolby continues from this pavilion end, and he's into Umeed, who's moved on to 60, and Dixon's on 31. Here's Hannon Dolby in and bowls and driven down the ground nicely.
Great stop. Great stop.
Umeed, a lovely shot, and an equal piece of fielding by Alex Davies, one-handed, diving across, rolling across to his right, and a terrific piece of fielding, because I thought that had got past him and would have gone racing down to the boundary. A lovely straight drive, and deserved a boundary. It was a lovely shot.
He's very strong down the ground, is Umeed. He's predominantly a front foot player. I think if I was Hannon Dolby, I'd be testing him out with one or two short ones.
Balls, yeah. Well, he took that last short ball he received on, got a boundary with it. This one, he's behind and defending back stoutly down the wicket. Hannon Dolby fields off his own bowling. 79 for 2. The lead is 21. And good job you booked in for that extra night.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You see, oh ye of little faith, at 96 for 8 you were saying, oh, I don't know whether I shall bother with that on the first day. But
well,
we did say to you.
That was an aberration, wasn't it? if you look back over the course of this game, that 96 for 8 was a real aberration. I mean, it's not a 96 for 8 pitch, this, by any means.
Hannon Dolby comes in, bowls, driven again by Umeed, but straight up to Rushworth at mid-on. Not quite timed as sweetly as that earlier shot, but this time again another
prominent member of the Warwickshire backroom staff who I bumped into in the lift described this as a pretty turgid pitch, and I wouldn't disagree. And I think turgid has been the word of the season for pitches that there've been too many that I've seen have unfortunately fitted that description.
Hannon Dolby comes in, bowls, and forward comes Umeed, and the ball just runs down into the onside.
What are we in the 28th over? Ball's not as hard and shiny as it was, and Hannon Dolby doing his best to flog some sort of life out of this pitch, but it's hard going for the bowlers.
I don't quite know, with the way the championship games have been shoved into the beginning and the end of the season, what sort of wickets we're going to get, which are going to give everybody, you know, we're not seeing any spinners really.
Well, wickets in July. We had 3 championship games in July, and wickets weren't great then.
And in bowls, and this is clipped by Umeed past one of the short mid wickets, and Rushworth does the fielding. It hit Rhodes's hand and I think took the pace off, so Rushworth was able to tidy it up. Umeed moves on to 17. Where were those at?
Where were they at? 2 of them were at Taunton, and where was the other one? Chelmsford. That was a pretty dreadful pitch. Not even, I mean, Essex won because Jamie Porter and Sam Cook out-bowled the Somerset seamers.
Here's Hannon Dolby in to Dixon, who
nice
just opens the face, bends the knees, runs it away, down through the vacant gully and down to the third man boundary for 4. Lovely shot, just nicely timed, controlled shot, just a little bit of width and just a touch short from Hannon Dolby, and picked up quickly by Dixon and getting good reward. 84 for 2 he goes to. Dixon moves on to 35 with that shot.
Yes, I think it's hard to see a positive outcome to this game without a Somerset collapse, batting collapse, which, touch wood, doesn't look very likely as things stand, or some sort of declaration. The trouble is, with the light being like it is, it's going to be very hard for Somerset to set up a declaration as Umeed stretches forward to this delivery from Danny Briggs. Because they're going to, I mean, realistically, they're not going to bowl Warwickshire out in less than 2 sessions. Briggs bowls and Umeed stretches forward, and they're not going to have enough runs by way of a lead by lunchtime tomorrow, the way things are going.
No, I agree with you. It's difficult to see.
declare, so it's
a positive result at the moment from this game, unless something extraordinary happens.
Briggs bowls. Umid is forward.
Briggs is bowling a nice tidy line, but he's not getting anything really out of the wicket. It's not causing any sort of problems for the batsman.
Yes, he certainly looked much better slow left armour than Lewis Goldsworthy, as this is defended by Umid into the offside. Somerset 84 for 2 in the 29th over, so steady progress, just under 3 runs and over. This is tossed up and driven by Umid, but won't get it past mid-on.
I would suggest that the light is better now.
Yeah, I think it just has. I think you're right. It has improved. Yeah. Briggs to Umid, who again plays this up the onside of the pitch. Good ball, well played. End of the over, maiden over from Danny Briggs, who has 4 overs for 6 runs with 2 maidens.
Briggs is whipping through these overs quickly at the Birmingham end, and the overs remaining in the day is coming down quite rapidly now. Who knows where we'll be. But Hannah Dolby going to continue here at the pavilion end, down below us. Wicketless in this innings. He's, by his standards, it's been a fairly quiet game, this one. He was 2 for 44 in the first innings. He's been picking up 5s and 6 wickets in a match regularly over the last few weeks. But so far, those who have evaded him. He starts off to bowl to Dixon. He's in and bowls. Oh, and that. Well, did he get a touch to that?
I don't know. I didn't think he did, but Hannon Dolby thought he did, because he went up for not so much the appeal as the celebration.
Well, it went straight through, or looked to go straight through Dixon's sort of semi-forward push. Hannon Dolby jumped, as Anthony said, as if to celebrate, but unfortunately for him, Michael Burgess dropped it.
Well, I haven't seen a replay, so the jury is out.
In comes Hannon Dolby again, and Dixon this time is right behind.
No ball.
Yeah. So Hannon Dolby oversteps and then has a look at the return crease.
He's not the happiest bunny in the world at the moment, Ollie Hannon Dolby.
No, that's the...
Here's the replay. Well, I think it may have been an inside edge, you know.
Yeah,
I think it was an inside edge. I think that's a chance gone down.
It's the sort of ball that he would take 99 times out of 100, probably even
just
more. Just
bounced a little bit more than he was expecting.
And Dolby in again, and again it's defended stoutly out into the onside. There's no run. 86 for 2. Dixon stays on 35. That's come off 79 deliveries.
It was one of the very rare deliveries that has misbehaved. It was a little bit of extra bounce and movement back into the batsman. I think it just clipped the inside edge of Sean Dixon's bat close to the top, and I think Michael Burgess was just undone a bit by the extra bounce.
He's in and forward comes Dixon, running it away into the offside.
I think his body language suggested as well, just at the moment. He's got his...
We'll watch them closely at the end of the over and see whether Burgess makes it. Because there's only one person to apologise on that one.
I know, but after that last delivery, he just dropped his head and put his gloves on, gauntlets on his knees, as if, just saying, "Oh, what have I done?" There he is again. Not a picture of happiness.
Here comes Hannah Dolby in past, and again forward, no pace in this wicket at all, and Dixon is able to come forward to that.
And it's the sort of wicket where if you get a chance, you've really got to take it, because they're not going to come along very often.
No, exactly. It just nipped a little, it did a little bit, and there's so few of those done anything like that in this game. But body language, you can usually tell whether because they sort of dwell on it, don't they, for a while afterwards. Most of the players. Anyway, Hannah Dolby in, bowls, and this is chopped down into the slip area where there's no run. Again, that was looking to run it away down towards the third man. Well, he's sort of deep backward point. Oh, he's in fact, as I speak, that position, he's coming back in. He's being brought back into a closer catching position at backward point.
Yeah, Warwickshire relying on these 2 short mid wickets.
Yeah.
And a sort of third slip.
And now they've
close catches.
brought a short extra cover in, so they've got extra cover and backward point to support the close ones. And Dobby bowls short, and Dixon gets underneath that one. End of the over, 86 for 2. We will think it was Hannah Dobby's gone stalking off towards the square leg boundary. He's not looking at anybody, and Burgess is walking down.
A lonely figure.
Yeah, but Hannah Dobby's not looking at him. He's
these things happen.
Yeah, so we will not know whether that Burgess was going to apologise or anything, but
I'm sure Richard will ask the question in his post-match. So it's Danny Briggs in and bowls and turned away through straight mid-wicket by Andy Umeed, cut off at mid-on, so there's no run. 86 for 2. Somerset, and this is shorter and quicker and driven up to this time to mid-off by Umeed, where the diminutive figure of Alex Davies does the fielding.
he likes to use his feet, Andy Umeed, doesn't he?
Sign of confidence. He's stretching forward to this one, killing the spin. Briggs getting through his overs briskly. As Warwickshire press for wickets, and Umeed plays this late. That was a lovely shot. That was almost a late cut, and it's going to be pulled in just inside the third man boundary by Craig Miles. Very good piece of fielding, scooping the ball back, tumbling over the boundary rope, retrieving the ball from inside the boundary rope, sending back the return. 3 runs are taken. Umeed moves into the 20s. He's on 20, 89 for 2.
Yeah, it was a nice shot. Good shot.
It was, very good shot. Briggs to Dixon. Dixon drives nicely through the offside, but it'll be cut off by the cover sweeper, Craig Brathwaite. So it's just a single. 90 for 2. The lead now 32. Briggs shorter and quicker, and met solidly by Andy Umeed, who didn't actually play for. He hasn't played any full one-day internationals for Scotland, but he has played. He did play for the Scottish under-19s.
Oh, okay.
And Andy Umeed, and scored a couple of centuries, as you were saying, Phil, back here for Warwickshire back in, I think, 2017, and then rather lost it.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
was and has been brought back to life almost as a cricketer by the South Asian Cricket Academy, who have done a fantastic job.
How old is he now, Anne?
He's 27, I think.
So yeah, because he was very young when he came into the Warwickshire side.
Yeah. So he's no spring chicken. Oh, and the light meter is out. Oh dear, and that's that.
It doesn't look promising.
They're going off, I'm afraid. I feared the worst.
Well, it had got lighter. We were just saying the light was better, but there's some quite black cloud which has now come over the ground, and the light really has deteriorated rapidly.
So on 90 for 2 with a lead of 32, players go off. Well, the Warwickshire fielding side are hanging around out there. I do think it's a bit overcautious, this, by the umpires. I mean, we had Danny Briggs bowling slow left arm. He's hardly offering much of a threat to life and limb. And you would have thought that the umpires might have given Warwickshire the option of putting spin on at both ends. But there it is. Rules is rules. 90 for 2. Umeed on 20 and Dixon on 38.
So what would you do now, Anthony? You're in the crowd, you sat there, it's 10 to 5. They've walked off for bad light, it's gloomy.
I'd give it
10 minutes?
20 minutes, half an hour, see what happens. Yeah, because last night, as we were saying, it looked to be all up. And then the sun didn't exactly break through, but the light did improve and they got another couple of overs in. But with the best will in the world, even if we do get a resumption, I don't think it'll be a resumption for very long. It's 10 to 5 and the light, unless the clouds blow away, and they show absolutely no sign whatsoever of blowing away, and the sun breaks through, the light isn't going to improve from here on in. So, and it's going to be very difficult for Somerset, even with the best will in the world, to try and set up some sort of a finish tomorrow. Their priority, quite rightly, will be to make the game safe. And having made the game safe, there's the opportunity, a realistic opportunity of setting Warwickshire something of a target, and I'm sure they'll do it. But I just don't see it, in all honesty. They're only, 32 ahead at the moment. They're only going to be probably 132 ahead at lunchtime. Yeah. And there isn't, honestly, much point in declaring at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, because they ain't going to bowl Warwickshire out in session and a half on this pitch.
And then the evening session is possibly going to be the same as this. We've had it all the way through this game. The lights deteriorates quite rapidly once you get around about 5 o'clock.
Well, there it is, 90 for 2, a lead of 32 Somerset. Good partnership developing between Andy Mead and Sean Dixon. If we get any more cricket, then we will most certainly bring it to you. Otherwise, we'll be back here at 10:30 tomorrow morning for the final day, not just of this game, but of the county championship and indeed the entire cricket season. And hope very much you'll be able to join us either if we get some more play or tomorrow morning. For the moment, though, from myself, Anthony Gibson, and from Phil Britt, it's goodbye from Edgbaston.
This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where bad light has stopped play with Somerset 90 for 2 in their second innings. They lead Warwickshire by 32 runs. Uncertain whether we'll get back on. If we don't, we'll lose a further 23 overs. And the game, you would think, would be heading to a draw unless the two teams contrive to get a result. Ed Barnard, 73 runs and 2 wickets on the day, has certainly enjoyed proceedings. But on 90 for 2, bad light has stopped play. Somerset lead by 32 runs. Yeah, we've been off here now, Phoebe, for about 40 minutes. There was a little bit of light rain as well. The hover cover is in the centre. Somerset had reached 90 for 2 in their second innings, a lead of 32. Sean Dixon, 36, not out. The difficulty is going into the final day. If we get no further play today, it's going to be quite hard to contrive a result unless Warwickshire get a lot of quick wickets on what is an increasingly slow surface. Today, largely memorable for Ed Barnard, batted very well for his 73 and then took the 2 Somerset wickets to fall. If they do resume, Somerset will be on 90 for 2 with a lead of 32.
Following the umpire's inspection, regrettably, play has been abandoned for the day. Play is due to recommence tomorrow morning at 10:30. Have a safe journey home and a pleasant